Hello students. Today we are going to solve UPSC NDA 2 2023 mathematics paper. If you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website at www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Let's begin with question number 1, right? So here, students, if z into z naught is equal to modulus of z plus z naught, where z is equal to x plus iy, where iota is equal to root of -1, then the locus of z is a pair of dash, right? So here z is given. Z is a complex number, right? So x plus iy, right? And z into z naught is equal to modulus of z plus z naught is given. So let us take z naught now. Z naught is nothing but x minus iy, right? Inverse of z, or z naught is equal to x minus iy, right? So we'll consider z into z naught. So which is already given. Z into z naught is modulus of z plus z naught. So we'll consider modulus of z plus z naught. So which is equal to, so z is x plus iy plus z naught is equal to x minus iy. Iy and iy will get cancelled. So we have modulus of 2x, or 2 into modulus of x, right? So which is equal to z into z naught, right? Where z into z naught is x plus iy, x plus iota y into x minus iy, right? Which is in the form of a plus b into a minus b, right? So we know that a plus b into a minus b is a square minus b square, right? Therefore, a square is x square minus b square is iota into y the whole square. Since iota is root of -1, its square becomes -1 into y square. It becomes minus y square. Therefore, we have x square plus y square is equal to 2 into modulus of x, right? So which is in the form of x square plus y square is equal to r square, which is the locus of a circle, right? So here the question is, then the locus of z is a pair of circles. Option D is the right answer, right? Therefore, option D. Question number 2. If factorial 1 plus factorial 3 plus factorial 5 plus factorial 7, so on up to factorial 199 is divided by 24, then what is the remainder? So very easy question. So students, I'll consider factorial 1 plus factorial 3 first, then factorial 5 onwards. So I'll consider separately, right? So on up to factorial 199, right? So here students, I'll consider factorial 1 plus factorial 3. So since factorial 3 is 6, 3 into 2 into 1, plus factorial 1 is 1. So I'll consider it as 7. Plus, since factorial 5 can be written as multiple of 24, right? Here question is asked whether the given number is divisible by 24. If it is divisible by 24, then the remainder will be 0, right? If it is not completely divisible by 24, then there will be a remainder, right? Therefore, here I can write 5 factorial as multiple of 24. Since 5 factorial is 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, right? So 4 into 3, 12, 12 into 2, 24. Therefore, I can write 24 into 5 as 5 factorial. Similarly, 7 factorial. 7 factorial is 7 into 5, 6 into 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, right? Either you can take 6 and 2, so which is 12, no, 6 and 4, which is 24, or 4 into 3 into 2, which is 24. Both the ways you can consider. So you can write factorial 7 as 24 into 7 into 6 into 5, right? So in this way, so from factorial 5 onwards, so we can write each number in terms of multiples of 24, right? Therefore, I can write it as 24 into 5 plus factorial 7 as 24 into 7 into 6 into 5, right? So on up to factorial 199 also can be written in terms of the multiples of 24, right? So 24 into, so 4 into 3 into 2 is 24, right? So other than these numbers, so from 199 onwards, so 198, so on up to 5 into 5, right? Is nothing but 19, into 5. Last number is 5. is nothing but 199 factorial, right? So each number can be expressed as multiple of 24. That is nothing but when it is divided by 24, when factorial 5 or factorial 7, right? When each number is divided by 24, you will get 0 as the remainder, right? So when divided by 24, right? So the given number becomes, so first two numbers are nothing but 7. 7 divided by 24. Plus, so third number onwards, right? So factorial 5 plus factorial 7 plus so on up to 199 divided by 24. Since each number is divisible by 24, because each number is expressed in terms of multiple of 24, right? So when each number is divisible by 24, you will get 0 as the remainder, right? Therefore, here remainders are, so when 7 is divisible by 24, remainder is 7, right? So when third number onwards, each number is divisible divided by 24, the remainder is 0. Therefore, you will get 7 as the remainder, right? Therefore, so what is the remainder? Option C is the answer. 7 is the remainder. Question number 3. What is the value of root of 12 plus 5i plus root of 12 minus 5i, where iota is equal to root of minus 1, right? Students, here we'll consider root of 12 plus 5i as x plus iy, and the second part as x minus iy, right? Therefore, here we'll consider x plus iy part, which is root of 12 plus 5i, right? Let us square on both sides. So it becomes x square plus iy the whole square plus 2ixy, right? A plus b the whole square formula, which is equal to 12 plus 5 into I, right? Since iota is equal to root of minus 1, iy the whole square becomes I square into y square, which is minus y square, right? So we have x square minus y square plus I into 2xy is equal to 12 plus I into 5, right? So let us consider real and imaginary parts, right? Here imaginary parts are I into 2xy is equal to I into 5. Therefore, we can equate 2xy to 5, right? So which means xy is equal to 5 by 2. Consider this as equation 1. Whereas, consider the real parts, right? So therefore, x square plus y square is equal to 12. So consider this as equation 2. If xy is 5 by 2, so consider value of x or y, right? Therefore, therefore x becomes 5 by 2y, right? Substitute the value of x in equation 2, right? Equation 2 becomes x is 5 by 2y. So x square becomes 25 by 4y square, right? Minus y square is equal to 12. Consider the LCM, which is 4y square. Numerators become 25 minus 4y to the power of 4 is equal to 12. Therefore, we have 25 minus 4y to the power of 4 is equal to 48y square, right? Therefore, so take this 4y to the power of 4 to the RHS part, it becomes plus, right? So 0 is equal to 4y to the power of 4 plus 48y square minus 25. Minus 25 is equal to 0, a quadratic equation, right? So for that, so here we'll consider y to the power of 2 as p. Simplification part will be very easy, right? So equation becomes, if y square is p, equation becomes 4p square plus 48p minus 25 is equal to 0, right? So consider this equation. So solve for p. So 4p square, and splitting the middle term, it becomes 4p square, and the product should be minus 100, sum should be plus 48, right? Therefore, plus 50p minus 2p. So the product becomes minus 100, sum is plus 48. So minus 25 is 0. Take first two terms where 2p is common. So remaining terms are 2p plus 25, right? Minus 1 is common and the remaining terms are 2p plus 25 is equal to 0. So we have p as 1 by 2 and p as minus 25 by 2, right? So two values for it. According to our assumption, p was y square, right? Therefore, y square is half and y square is minus 25 by 2. So square of a number cannot be a negative value. This is wrong. Therefore, y square is half. Therefore, value of y is 1 by root 2. If y is 1 by root 2, what is the value of x? So consider equation 1 or 2, right? So equation 1 becomes, so xy is 5 by 2, y is 1 by root 2. So x into 1 by root 2 is 5 by 2. Therefore, value of x becomes, so 5 by root 2, right? And y is 1 by root 2, right? So according to our assumption, the given expression was x plus iy plus x minus iy, right? Therefore, given expression becomes, so given expression was x plus iy. So which is x is 5 by root 2, right? Plus I into 1 by root 2, right? 1 by root 2 plus x minus iy. So 5 by root 2 minus I into 1 by root. So I into 1 by root 2, I into 1 by root 2 will get cancelled. So we have 5 by root 2 plus 5 by root 2, right? Which is 10 by root 2. So 10 can be written as 5 into 2 by root 2. 2 is root 2 into root 2. So 1 root 2 will get cancelled. So we have 5 into root 2 as the final answer. Right? Therefore, option C is the right answer. Question number 4. So matrix A is given. Then what's the value of determinant of I plus A into A transpose, where I is a 3 by 3 identity matrix, right? So let us find A into A transpose, right? Matrix A is given 3 by 1 matrix. So 1, 2, 3. So A transpose becomes, so interchange the row into a column into a row, right? So 1, 2, 3. So becomes elements of first row. Elements of first column becomes elements of first row, right? So A transpose is again this much, 1, 1, 2, 3. So A into A transpose becomes, so matrix A into matrix A transpose, 1, 2, 3. Right? So multiplication of matrices. So 1 into 1, 1, 2 into 1, 2, 3 into 1, 3. And the second column becomes 1 into 2. 2 into 2 becomes 4, 3 into 2 becomes 6. And 1 into, yes, third element, which is 3. 2 into 3 is 6, 3 into 3 is 9. So A into A transpose is this one, right? So A into A transpose plus identity matrix. So addition of matrices. So we'll consider A dash plus identity matrix of 3 by 3 matrix, right? So here 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6, 3, 6, 9 plus identity matrix. So 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0 and 0, 0, 1. So very simple. Add the corresponding elements 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 0, 2 plus 0, 2, 3 plus 0, 3. So 2 plus 0, 2, 4 plus 1, 5, 6 plus 0, 6. So 3, 6 and 10. Right? Here the question is to find the determinant of I plus A dash, right? Therefore, determinant. So determinant of A transpose plus identity matrix is equal to. So find the value of determinant of the matrix this, right? So which is, so 2, 2, 3, 2, 5, 6, 3, 6, 10, right? Which is equal to, so 2 into, so 5 into 10, 50, minus 6 into 6, 36. Minus the second element, 2 into, right? So 2 into 10, 20 minus 18 plus third element 3 into, so cancelling the respective rows and columns. So 6 into 2, 12 minus 5 into 3, 15. Simplified 2 into 14 minus 2 into 2 plus 3 into minus 3. So we have 28 minus 4 minus 9. So 28 minus 13, which is 15 as the final answer, right? So determinant of A into A transpose plus identity matrix is 15, option A. Question number 5. If A, B, and C are square matrices of order 3 and determinant BC is equal to 2 times determinant A, then what is the value of determinant 2A inverse BC? So students, the determinant BC value is given, which is twice determinant A, right? So we need to find determinant to 2 times A inverse BC, right? So which is equal to, so determinant of here, we have to take out this constant 2, right? So when it is taken out, this should be raised to the power of the order of the determinant. Here, ABC are square matrices of order 3, right? Here, order is equal to n is equal to 3. Therefore, so when the number 2 is taken out, so this should be raised to the power of order of the matrices, right? So which is n2 raised to n into determinant A inverse into, so determinant BC is nothing but, so twice determinant A. Since A inverse is 1 by determinant A, right? So 2 raised to n is 2 cube into 1 by determinant A into 2 into determinant A. So determinant A and A will get cancelled. So 2 cube is 8 into 2 is 16. So determinant 2A inverse BC is equal to 16. Option A is the right answer. Question number 6. If the nth term of a sequence is 2n plus 5 by 7, then what's the sum of its first 140 terms? So here nth term of a sequence is given. So in an arithmetic progression, Tn is nothing but nth term, right? Here it is 2n plus 5 by 7 is the nth term, right? So here nth term formula says a plus n minus 1 into d, right? So a plus n minus 1 into d is 2n plus 5 by 7, right? So what is the first term? First term is nothing but a1, right? So if tn is 2n plus 5 by 7, a1 becomes, so instead of n, we are substituting 1 here, right? 2 plus 5 by 7 is 7 by 7, which is 1. Right? A2, second term is 2 into 2, which is 4 plus 5 by 7, which is 9 by 7. Right? So the difference between consecutive term is the common difference here in an arithmetic progression. Therefore, D is A2 minus A1. Right? So 9 by 7 minus 1 is 2 by 7 is the common difference here. Right? What is asked? Here the question is to find the sum of its first 140 terms. So that means Sn is asked, nth term, right? Here, number of terms are 140, right? So that is S140, right? Here the formula says sum of n terms in an arithmetic progression is n by 2 into 2a plus n minus 1 into d. This is to find the sum of n terms in an arithmetic progression. Here we need to find sum of 140 terms, right? Here n is 140. So 140 by 2 into 2 into first term is 1, right? A1 is 1 here, right? So plus n minus 1. N minus 1 is 140 minus 1 is 139 into difference. Difference is 2 by 7. Right? Therefore, S140, sum of 140 terms, right, is equal to 70 into 2 plus. Here, 139 into 2 is 278, right, by 7. So, taking 7 as LCM becomes 70 by 7 and the numerator becomes 14 plus 278. So, 288, 292, right? So here 7 into 10 is 70. So 2920 is sum of 140 terms in that sequence. 2920 is the answer. Option C is the right answer. Students, here first we need to find first term, which is A1. Right? Here to find sum of n terms, we need first term, which is A. Right? And number of terms are 140 here. We need common difference. Right? So how to find common difference? We need second term also, right? So second term minus first term gives the common difference in that sequence, right? So using that, the formula, right? Apply these values in the formula. Sn is equal to n by 2 into 2a plus n minus 1 into d. So you will get 2920 as the final answer. Option C is the right answer. Question number 7. Let A be a skew-symmetric matrix of order 3. What is the value of determinant 4a raised to 4 minus determinant 3a raised to 3 plus determinant 2a square minus determinant a plus determinant minus I, where I is the identity matrix of order 3. So we need to find value of the given expression, right? Where A is a skew-symmetric matrix of order 3. So students, in a skew symmetric matrix, all the diagonal elements are 0. We all know that, right? Let us consider matrix A, a skew symmetric matrix, right? So we all know that transpose of a matrix, right? So in a skew symmetric matrix, transpose of that matrix is equal to negative of that matrix minus A, right? So here, for example, let us consider skew symmetric matrix. So where diagonals are 0, right? 0, 0, 0. And the remaining elements B, A, B, C, right? Right? So the other elements will be minus A, then minus C, minus B, right? Which is nothing but, so here if you consider transpose of this matrix, AT is equal to, so let us consider 0 minus A minus C as first row elements, then plus A, 0 and minus B as second row elements, and C, B and 0 as third row elements, right? So when negative minus is taken out, the matrix becomes 0 minus A minus C. So A 0 minus B and C B 0, which is nothing but matrix A with negative sign, right? Therefore, in a skew symmetric matrix, a transpose of that matrix is equal to minus of that matrix, minus A, right? So here, if A transpose is equal to minus A, then determinant A, since all the diagonal elements are equal to 0, therefore determinant of A is obviously 0, right? Because diagonal elements are 0. Therefore, determinant A is equal to 0. If determinant A is 0, so the first term, determinant 4A raised to 4 becomes 0. Minus second term also becomes 0. Third term also becomes 0. Fourth term, and the fifth term is determinant of minus I, right? So here determinant minus I is nothing but minus of determinant I, right? So value of an identity matrix is always 1. We all know that. Therefore, value of the given expression is minus 1, right? Because determinant I is always 1. Therefore, option A is the right answer. Since value of determinant A is equal to 0, given expression becomes minus 1. Option A. Question number 8. Students, matrix A is given, right? Here A is a matrix of order 3, 3 by 3 matrix. So here we need to decide which one of the following statements is correct, right? So according to the statements, we have to find A square, right? So matrix A is given. We have to decide whether A square is a symmetric one or skew symmetric one, right? Before going to A square, so let us decide whether A is a symmetric or non-symmetric, sorry, skew symmetric, right? So here the diagonal elements are 0 and elements on either side of the diagonals are equal and opposite in their signs. Therefore, A is a skew symmetric matrix, right? skew symmetric matrix. So square of a skew symmetric matrix is always a symmetric one. It is not a skew symmetric one, right? Therefore, so A square is a symmetric one. A square is a symmetric matrix. Because A is a skew symmetric matrix, right? Its a square always will be a symmetric one, right? So then what is the value of determinant A square? And also here, since A is a skew symmetric matrix, determinant A is equal to 0 because the diagonal elements are 0, right? Diagonal elements are 0. Then obviously the value of the matrix, determinant A will be 0, right? Diagonal elements are 0. Therefore, determinant A is equal to 0. Therefore, determinant A square also will be 0. If determinant A is 0, its square, obviously it is 0, right? Therefore, here club these two. So, 1 and 2. So, A square is a symmetric matrix and A square is equal to 0. Determinant A square is equal to 0. So clubbing 1 and 2, we can decide A square is a symmetric matrix with the determinant A square is equal to 0. Option A will be the right answer, right? Whereas the remaining options, so in option B, A square is a symmetric matrix is given, but determinant A square is not equal to 0, so which is wrong. Whereas in the option C and D, A square is skew symmetric matrix. It is not possible because A is a skew symmetric matrix. Its square will always be a symmetric one. Therefore, option C and D will not be the answers, right? Therefore, option A is the right answer. To verify this, you can consider A into A, right? So, matrix A into A, 0, 3, 4, then minus 3, 0, 5, and minus 4, minus 5, 0. So, multiplication of matrices. So, you can verify the answer, right? Minus 4, minus 5, and 0. So take first row elements, right? So 0 into 0, 0, right? First column elements. So 3 into minus 3, minus 9. 4 into minus 4, minus 16. Again, first row elements with the second column, right? So 0 into 3, 0, 3 into 0, 0, plus 4 into minus 5, which is minus 20. And third element will be again first row element with the third column elements, right? 0 into 4, 0, 3 into 5, 15, 4 into 0, 0. So now consider second row elements, right? Minus 3, 0, and 5. Here, multiply with first column element, minus 3 into 0, 0, right? Plus 0 into minus 3, 0. Then 5 into minus 4. So it would be minus 20. Again, second row elements with second column, right? So minus 3 into minus 3, minus 9, 0 into 0, 0, then minus 25. 5 into minus 5 is minus 25. Again, second row elements with third column, right? Minus 3 into 4, minus 12, then 0 and 0, right? So now consider third row elements. Third row elements, so minus 4 into 0 is 0, plus minus 5 into minus 3, right? Which is plus 15. Plus 15, 0 into 4 is 0. Minus, right? Now, third row elements with second column, right? Minus 4 into 3 is minus 12. Minus 5 into 0 is 0. 0 into minus 5 is also 0, right? Again, third row elements with third column. Minus 4 into 4, minus 16. So, minus 25 plus 0, right? Therefore, you will have the elements of A square as minus 9 minus 16 is minus 25. Second element is minus 20, 15. And in the second row, we have minus 20, right? Then minus 9 into, minus 9 minus 25 is minus 34 and minus 12. And the third row elements will be, so 15 minus 12 and 25 minus 6, yes, minus 35 minus 41, right? Minus 41. Therefore, so except the diagonal elements, right? So a square, so minus 20, minus 20, 15, 15. So minus 12, minus 9. So on either side of the diagonal, the elements are equal, right? Therefore, which are symmetric, not, right? Which are symmetric, not particularly equal, which are symmetric. Therefore, A square is a symmetric matrix with the determinant A square is equal to 0 because determinant A is equal to 0, right? Therefore, option A is the right answer. This is how we have to verify, right? Question number 9. So A is a matrix of order 3, right? 3 by 3 matrix. Then which of the following statements are correct? So here 3 statements have been given, right? Here, students, so matrix A is a diagonal matrix, right? Because so other than diagonal elements, the entities outside the diagonals are 0, right? Therefore, it's a diagonal matrix. Diagonal matrix, right? So according to the given statements, A raised to n will always be a singular for any positive integer n. So which is not true because so A raised to n will not be always a singular matrix. Singular matrix means its diagonal element should be equal to 0, right? So diagonal elements are, we'll mention here, diagonal elements are not 0 in A. Therefore, A raised to n will not be a singular matrix, right? So it will not be a singular for any positive integer of n, right? Therefore, first statement is not true. Whereas the second one, A raised to n will always be a diagonal matrix for any positive integer n. For any positive integer n, so it may be a square or a raised to 3 or a raised to 10 for any value of n. So a raised to n will always be a diagonal matrix because the remaining entities are 0. Therefore, so you will have only the elements in the diagonal part, right? A raised to n will always be a diagonal matrix, right? Which is true. Second statement is true, right? Whereas the third one, A raised to n will always be a symmetric matrix for any positive integer n. So consider the given matrix A, right? So on either side of the diagonal, so the elements are symmetric. Therefore, so matrix A is also a symmetric one, symmetric matrix, right? Symmetric matrix. Since the remaining elements are 0, right? So the remaining entities are 0. So when you raise the power of A to any value, right? So it may be 11, it may be 12, up to n, A raised to n. So will always be a symmetric matrix, right? So on either side of the diagonal, you will have 0, right? Therefore, you will have only the diagonal elements. Therefore, it is always a symmetric one. Always a symmetric matrix. A raised to n will always be a symmetric matrix for any value of n, right? Here the main reason is, so on either side of the diagonal, the entities are 0. Therefore, A raised to n will be a diagonal matrix and also a symmetric matrix, right? So because of this reason, the remaining entities are 0. Therefore, A raised to n will be a diagonal matrix and also a symmetric matrix for any positive integer n. So look at the options here. Second and third statements are true, right? So select the correct answer using the code given below. So here option B is the right answer. 2 and 3 only are correct, right? Question number 10. So if A plus B, 2B and B plus C are in harmonic progression, then which one of the following is correct? So here A, B, C are in EP, A minus B, B minus C, C minus A are in EP, A, B, C are in GP, and A minus B, B minus C, and C minus A are in GP, right? So to prove this, we'll consider the given three numbers, right? So not to prove this, to decide which one is correct. So we'll consider the given three numbers which are in harmonic progression, right? If three numbers are in harmonic progression, their reciprocals will be in arithmetic progression, right? That we know that. So here we'll consider their reciprocals as A, B, C, right? So capital ABC. So where A is reciprocal of first number 1 by A plus B. Then second number is 1 by 2B and the third number will be 1 by B plus C. Right? Here A, B, C are in arithmetic progression. When three numbers are in arithmetic progression, then so B minus A is equal to C minus B. Right? B minus A, that means the differences are common. B minus A is equal to C minus B. Right? So keeping this in our mind, let us consider B minus A. So what is B, which is 1 by 2B, right? So we'll consider 1 by 2B minus A is 1 by A plus B is equal to 1 by B plus C minus 1 by 2B. Right? Right? So after solving this equation, so whether we get the conditions for a arithmetic progression or geometric progression, that we have to decide. For arithmetic progression, so we have to get B minus A is equal to C minus B. Right? This is to prove A, B, C are in arithmetic progression. If A, B, C are in geometric progression, then B square should be equal to A into C. Right? What do we get? We have to decide here, right? So here 1 by 2b minus 1 by a plus b, where the LCM is 2b into a plus b, and the numerators become a plus b minus 2b is equal to, so where in the right hand side 2b into b plus c is the LCM and the numerator becomes 2b minus b minus c. Right? So here 2b and 2b will get cancelled, and in the numerator we have a minus b by a plus b in the denominator is equal to, so 2b minus b is b minus c in the numerator, and in the denominator we have b plus c. Let us simplify this. By cross multiplication we have a minus b into b plus c is equal to b minus c into a plus b. Right? So expand this. So AB plus AC minus B square minus BC is equal to AB plus B square minus AC minus BC. Right? Here minus BC will get cancelled, and AB will get cancelled. So when AC is taken to the left hand side, right? So minus AC is taken to left hand side, it becomes AC plus AC, which is 2AC, and take this minus B square to the right hand side, it becomes plus B square. So plus already 1B square, which is 2B square. So 2 and 2 will get cancelled. So we have B square is equal to AC. So this is the condition that the three numbers A, B, C are in geometric progression. Right? Therefore, A, B, C are in geometric progressions. If we get B minus A is equal to C minus B. So after solving this, then we can decide A, B, C are in arithmetic progression, right? So here we have got B square is equal to AC. Therefore, three numbers A, B, C are in geometric progression. Therefore, option C is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question number 11. Let T1, T2, T3, so on be in geometric progression. Then what is the value of T1 into T3 into T5, so on up to T21 to the power of 1 by 11 equal to. So students will consider this term, right? So T1 into T3, T1 into T3 into T5, you can consider. So up to T21 to the power of 1 by 11 is nothing but 11th root of product of T1 into T3 into T5 up to T21. Right? Here students, from T1 to T21, how many terms are there? There are 11 terms, right? 11th root of 11 terms is nothing but geometric mean of T1 into T3, T5 up to T21, right? So for example, if there are n terms in a geometric progression, then geometric mean is nothing but nth root of product of n terms. Product of n terms. If n is an odd number, there are odd number of terms, then exactly the middle value will be the geometric mean, right? Middle value. Mid value of the progression gives the geometric mean, right? So here, so come back to the given expression. Here, 11th root of 11 terms is nothing but geometric mean. Geometric mean of 11 terms. 11 terms. So what is the geometric mean of 11 terms? What is the middle value? Sixth value will be the middle value, right? So sixth term is the geometric mean, right? So which is equal to, so T1 is the first term, T3 second term, T5 third term, T7 fourth term, T9 fifth term, and T11 is the sixth term, right? Here T11 is geometric mean or value of. So the given expression is nothing but the geometric mean of the given GP, right? So here T1, T3, so on up to T21, right? Therefore, geometric mean or sixth term is nothing but T11, option C. Question number 12. Which one of the following is a square root of root minus 1? So which is nothing but minus of iota, right? So root of minus iota we need to find. So students, here we'll consider a value x, right? So which is a root of a number y. X is equal to root of y. Then x square is nothing but y, right? Squaring on both the sides, so you'll get x square is equal to y. So using the same concept, here among four options, which one is root of the given number, which is minus I, or minus of root of minus 1, right? So here first we need to consider x square, right? So consider option A and it's a square, right? So x square becomes 1 plus I the whole square. If 1 plus I is a root of the given number, then 1 plus I the whole square, right? 1 is equal to the given number. It should be equal to the given number, right? So we have to check whether option A, the square is equal to minus iota or not, right? So 1 plus I the whole square is, so 1 square is 1 plus I square is minus 1 plus 2I. So 1 minus 1 is 0. So it is 2I, which is not equal to minus iota. It is not equal to the given number, right? Let us consider the second one. So x square should be equal to the given number. So here 1 minus I by root 2 the whole square is equal to, here 1 minus I the whole square by root 2 the whole square, right? 1 minus I the whole square is 1 square. So plus I square is minus 1 minus 2I divided by root 2 the whole square is 2. Therefore 1 minus 1 is 0. So it is minus 2I by 2, which is minus I. Therefore, so option B is the square root of the given number, right? Therefore, so option B is the right answer, right? So 1 minus I divided by 2, it's a square. Whole square becomes a minus of root of minus 1, right? Which is nothing but, so 1 minus I by root 2 is square root of the given number, right? So square root of minus 1. Or square root of minus I is equal to 1 minus I by root 2. Right? Very simple calculation. So option B is the right answer. Question number 13. What is the maximum number of points of intersection of 10 circles? Right? Before going to 10 circles, so we'll consider 2 circles. Right? 2 circles can intersect at 2 distinct points. Right? Say for example, A and B. Right? We'll consider one more circle. So in which second and third circle intersect at 2 distinct points, C and D, for example, right? So one more circle, right? Maybe E and F, right? Right? So in this particular case, 4 circles intersect at, so 2 plus 2 plus 2, 6 points. Here the question is, what is the maximum number of points of intersection of 10 circles? If you consider 3 circles, so they may intersect like this, they may intersect like this also, right? So, or they may intersect like this also. Here the question is, what is the maximum number of points? So in this first case, this is the maximum number of times in which 3 circles intersect. right? So to calculate such type of questions, there is an easy method, right? Here, the maximum number of points of point of intersection of 10 circles is, so 2 into 10C2. Here, 10 is nothing but, or it is 2 into NC2. Here, n is number of circles under consideration, right? Here, two circles intersect at two distinct points. Therefore, the number 2. Therefore, 2 into 10C2 is nothing but 2 into 10C2 is 10 into 9 divided by 2 factorial. Right? So here 2 factorial and 2 will get cancelled. 10 into 9 is 90. Therefore, 10 circles intersect at 90 points, right? Maximum number of points of intersection of 10 circles is equal to 90. Option C is the right answer. Question number 14. A set S contains 2n plus 1 elements. There are 4096 subsets of S which contain at most n elements. What is n equal to? So that means at most number of elements in set, right? At most number of elements in subset, right? So we need to find that. So here, for n number of elements in general case, so if a set contains n elements, so it can contain 2 raised to n number of subsets. So we can form 2 raised to n number of subsets, right, using n number of elements. Here are 2n plus 1 elements in a set. Therefore, 2n plus 1 elements. So number of subsets can be formed is 2 raised to 2n, right? So we can form 2 raised to 2n number of subsets using 2n plus 1 elements, right? So here there are 4096 subsets. Therefore, we can write 2 raised to 2n. Number of subsets are 4096. 4096 is nothing but 2 to the power of 12. Right? Therefore, we can equate the powers. Therefore, 2n is equal to 12 and n is equal to 6. Therefore, so the utmost number of elements a subset can have is 6. Right? Therefore, option B is the right answer. Question number 15. So here a determinant is given and its value is also given. We need to find value of E, right? So here put value of X as any value here. For our convenience, I'll put value of X as 0, right? So let X is equal to 0. So the calculation will be very easy, right? So the given determinant becomes x square plus 3x becomes 0, x minus 1 becomes minus 1, x plus 3 becomes 3, right? And the second row becomes 1 and 0. So x minus 4, 0 minus 4 becomes minus 4. And the third row becomes x minus 3, which is minus 3, x plus 4, so plus 4, and 3 into 0 is 0. So which is equal to, so the right hand side becomes a into x raised to 4 is 0. So b is in terms of x, so it is 0. C x square is 0, dx will be 0, and the last term will be e, since x is equal to 0, right? So here, so coming to the left hand side part, so we have a skew symmetric matrix, right? Right? Or here you can consider the elements. So in the diagonal, so diagonal elements are 0, therefore value of the matrix is also, or value of the determinant is also 0, right? Therefore, so 0 is equal to E, right? Therefore, value of E is equal to 0. Option B is the right answer. Very simple method. So either otherwise you can put the value of X as 1, right? So in this case, you have to solve the determinant, right? You have to find the value of the determinant and the RHS part will be, so in terms of some other number, then you can find the value of E. Easiest method is put the value of X as 0, right? So you will get determinant, so whose diagonal elements are 0, hence the value of the determinant is 0, hence E is equal to 0 is the final answer. Option B. Question 16. If all elements of a third order determinant are equal to 1 or minus 1, then the value of the determinant is. So we'll consider the determinant, right? So A11, so A12, A13, third order determinant, right? So A12, A13, then A21, A22, and A23, then A31, A32, A33. Right? So here Aij. So in general, so Aij, it can be 1 or minus 1. If all elements of a third order determinant are equal to 1 or minus 1. If all the elements are 1, so you can say the value of the determinant is equal to 0. Right? So if it is minus 1, so for that, let us consider an operation. So here consider row 2. So row 2 will write it as, so R2 minus A21 by A11 into R1. Whereas R3 will write it as R3 minus A31 by A11 into R1. Then the determinant becomes, right? So if value of the elements is equal to 1, so you can say the value is, the whole value of the determinant is 0. So we'll consider this as minus 1. So the first row becomes minus 1. So minus 1 and minus 1. Right? So the second row becomes R2. So it is understood that all the elements are minus 1. Right? So minus 1 minus A21 is minus 1 by A11 is minus 1. All the elements are minus 1. Just imagine. So minus 1 by minus 1 becomes, yes, plus 1 into R1. So the R1 means first element in row 1, which is minus 1. So minus, right? So R2 minus of, yeah, it becomes 0. Minus 1 plus 1 becomes 0, right? Whereas the second element in the row 2, right? R2 minus A21 by A11. So minus 1 by minus 1 becomes plus 1 into R1. So it is A12. So you will get in terms of alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, right? So I'll consider it as 2 alpha, and the third element will be 2 beta. Whereas in the third row, again, you will get 0, right? So 2 gamma and 2 delta. These are in terms of alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, multiples of 2, where alpha, beta, and gamma and delta, so they may be 1, 0, 1 or minus 1, right? Or 1, minus 1, 0 or 1, right? So let us find the delta value. So delta is equal to minus 1. So 2 alpha into 2 gamma. Sorry, 2 delta is 4 alpha delta minus 4 beta gamma. Right? So minus of minus 1 is plus 1 into, so it becomes a 0, and minus 1 into 0. Therefore, we have in terms of minus 4 into alpha delta minus beta gamma, where the values of alpha, beta, gamma, and delta may be minus 1, 0. If it is 0, you will have 0 as the answer. Right? If alpha, beta, gamma, delta are 0, right? So we'll have 0. So if it is 1, right? If one of the values is 1, you will get different answer. So it is not necessarily a 0, not always a 0. So value of the determinant can be 0, but not always. So it is an even number, right? Therefore, so here you have, for example, alpha as minus 1, right? So beta as 1, gamma as 0, and delta as 1, for example, right? Minus 4. So alpha into delta. So alpha is minus 1 into plus 1. It is minus 1. Since beta is 1, gamma is 0, you will have 0. So you have plus 4. Right? Therefore, so value of the determinant is an even number, but not necessarily 0. It can be a 0, not always. Right? Therefore, option B is the right answer. Question 17. if matrix A is 2, minus 1, 0, minus 1, 3, 0, 1, 0, 1, a 3 by 3 matrix, then what's the value of determinant of adjoint A? So here is a ready-made formula. So here determinant of adjoint A is equal to determinant of A to the power of n minus 1 whole square. Right, here n is order of the matrix, right? So value of n is 3. It is order of the matrix, right? So here the given matrix is a 3 by 3 matrix, therefore its order is 3, right? Therefore adjoint of A, its determinant is equal to, so determinant A to the power of n minus 1 whole square. So let us find determinant A first. So value of the determinant A is equal to, so here 2 into 3 into 1 is 3 minus 0. So minus of minus 1 is plus 1 into, so minus 1 into minus 1 is minus 1 minus 0, right? So 1 into 0 is 0. And lastly, it is 0 into any value is 0. Therefore, we have, so 3 into 2, 6 minus 1, which is 5 is the value of determinant A, right? Therefore, determinant adjoint A is equal to, according to the formula, it is determinant A to the power of, so it is 5 to the power of n minus 1 whole square is 3 minus 1 whole square. So which is 5 to the power of 2 square is 4. 5 raised to 4 is, so 5 into 5, 25 into 5, 125 into 5 is 625 is the answer. Therefore, adjoint A is equal to, its determinant is equal to 625, option D. Question number 18. So students, here is a matrix A, which is an identity matrix. Then what's the value of 23A cube minus 19A square minus 4A is equal to? Since A is an identity matrix, right? So identity matrix. When this matrix is raised to any power, you will get the same matrix, identity matrix. That means I raised to n is always I, identity matrix. Similarly, A raised to n. Here A is an identity matrix. A raised to n is A itself. Therefore, the given expression 23A cube becomes 23 identity matrix I, or 23A. You can consider it as A minus 19A square, 19A minus 4A. Right? Since 19 plus 4 is 23 with negative sign. So we have 23A minus 23A, which is 0. 0 is nothing but a value of a null matrix, right? Therefore, so it is a null matrix. Value of a null matrix of order, same order, of order 3. Since A is a matrix of order 3, so null matrix will be a matrix of order 3. Therefore, value of the given expression is a null matrix of order 3, option A. Question 19. The value of the determinant of matrix A of order 3 is 3. If C is a matrix of cofactors of the matrix A, then what is the value of determinant of C squared? So students, C is a matrix of cofactors of the matrix A is given. So matrix C is equal to, so it's a matrix of cofactors of A, cofactors of the matrix A. Right? So we all know that cofactor of matrix A is nothing but adjoint of matrix A, the transpose, right? Therefore, so cofactor of matrix A is nothing but determinant of adjoint of A transpose, right? So what is adjoint of A? The formula says adjoint of A transpose is nothing but, since A transpose is nothing but determinant A. Right? Therefore, we can write the determinant of adjoint A. Right? Determinant of adjoint A. So, since adjoint A is nothing but a determinant of A raised to n minus 1. Right? Here n is order of the matrix. Right? It is given that order of the matrix is 3. Right? So, therefore, here n value is 3. Since determinant A raised to n minus 1 is, so determinant A value is also given. A value is 3, right? So value of the determinant of a matrix A of order 3 is 3, right? Determinant A value is 3. Therefore, it becomes 3 raised to 3 minus 1, which is 3 square. So here, matrix C value is 9. Here, question is to find the value of determinant of C square, right? Therefore, determinant of C square is 9 square, which is 81. Right? C square value is 81. Option C is the right answer. I'll repeat once again. Here, value of the determinant of matrix A of order 3 is 3. So, determinant A value is 3 and order of the matrix N is 3, right? And C is a matrix of cofactors of the matrix A. Since C is a matrix of cofactors of matrix A, so determinant C becomes a determinant cofactor of A. Right? Since cofactor of A is nothing but adjoint A transpose, right? And A transpose is nothing but determinant A. So it becomes adjoint A, right? So the formula says adjoint A determinant is determinant A raised to n minus 1, where n is order of the matrix. Therefore, since value of determinant A is given, it becomes 3 raised to 2, which is 9. So which is value of determinant C. Therefore, determinant C square becomes 9 square, which is 81, right? Hence, option C is the right answer. Question 20. If AK is a matrix, right, of order 2, then what is the value of determinant A1 plus determinant A2, so on up to determinant A100, right? So, students, AK, will find determinant AK first, right? So, which is K minus 1 into K plus 1 minus K into K minus 2, right? So K minus 1 into K plus 1 is K square minus 1, right? So minus K square plus 2. So K square and K square will get cancelled. So it becomes plus 2K. So 2K minus 1 is the answer. 2K minus 1 is determinant AK. Right? Here the question is to find sum of the determinants A1, A2, A3 up to A100, right? So we'll consider determinant A1. Since AK is 2K minus 1, A1 becomes, so 2 into 1 minus 1 is 1. Determinant A2. So in place of K, we are substituting 2 here. So 2 into 2, 4 minus 1 is 3. Determinant A3 is equal to, so 6 minus 1 is 5. Determinant A4 is 8 minus 1 is 7. So determinant A100. So here last term is determinant A100. So its value is 100 minus, 100 into 2, 200 minus 1 is 199. Therefore, so we have got a series here, right? So sum of the, how many terms? So 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7, all odd numbers, consecutive odd numbers up to 199, right? So either you can use the concept of arithmetic progression or directly you can take 100 square, right? So we'll go for arithmetic progression concept. So from 1 to 199, how many terms we are considering? So there are 100 terms. 100 terms we are considering, right? So, and the first term A is 1 and the common difference is 2, right? Therefore, sum of n terms, the formula says n by 2 into 2A plus n minus 1 into D, right? Therefore, we are considering sum of 100 terms. Yes, 100. So, n by 2 is 100 by 2, which is 50 into 2 into A. A is 1 plus n minus 1. 100 minus 1 is 99 into common difference is 2. Simplify it. So, yes, 100 is equal to 50 into, so 2 into 1 is 2 plus 198. So, 50 into 200, which is 10,000, which is nothing but 100 square, or 10,000 is the answer. Option D is the right answer. Question 21. The Cartesian product A cross A has 16 elements, among which are 0, 2 and 1, 3. So which of the following statements is or are correct? So here the Cartesian product, so A cross A has 16 elements. So number of elements in A cross A is equal to 16. Therefore, so the number of elements in set A is equal to 4, right? So since it is product of same two sets, right? Same sets. Therefore, number of elements in set A, and A has 4 elements, right? Right. So now come to the statements. It is possible to determine set A, right? So we can say set A has 4 elements means, among which are 0, 2 and 1 comma 3. Therefore, we can say 1, 2, 0 and 3 are the elements in set A, which has 4 elements. Therefore, it is possible to determine set A. Yes, it is true. First statement is true. It is possible to determine set A. Right. So whereas A cross A contains the element 3 comma 2. Yes, A cross A. So when A, set A and set A. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So A cross A contains 3 comma 2. Right. So which is 0 comma 0, 0 comma 1, then 0 comma 2, then 0 comma 3. Right. Like that. So if you take 3, so it becomes 3 comma 0, 3 comma 1, then 3 comma 2 and 3 comma 3. So these are the elements in A cross A, right? Therefore, A cross A contains element 3 comma 2. Yes, which is true. Therefore, both the statements are correct. Option C is the right answer. So select the correct answer. Yes, option C. Both 1 and 2 are correct. Question 22. So let A be a set whose elements are from 1 to 20, right? Define a relation R from A to A by R is a set of xy such that 4x minus 3y is equal to 1, where xy belongs to set A. Which of the following statements is or are correct? So here, according to the given 3 statements, so these statements tell about the domain and range of the given relation, right? So we'll find domain and range. So domain, so domain is nothing but x and range y. And we'll find x comma y simultaneously, right? So that means these domain and range should satisfy the given equation 4x minus 3y is equal to 1, right? For what values of x and y, the given equation will get satisfied. So here, if x is equal to, so x and y belong to set A, right? We have to take the numbers from 1 to 20, right? So if x is equal to 1, and y is equal to 1. So 4x minus 3y, 4 into 1 minus 3 into 1. So it becomes 1. Therefore, 1 comma 1 will get satisfied. That means satisfies the equation, right? So for x is equal to 2, so it becomes 4x becomes 8. So the second number should be 7. Then only, so 3, yes. So here for x is equal to 2, the equation will not get satisfied, right? So you won't find any value for y here, the whole number. So if x is equal to 4 and y is equal to 5, so 4x becomes a 16 minus 3y becomes a 3 into 5, 15. 16 minus 15 becomes 1, right? Therefore, so for 4 comma 5, the equation will get satisfied. And the next is for 7 and 9, right? So 4 into 7, 28, 9 into 3, 27. So 28 minus 27 is 1, right? Therefore, for 7 comma 9, equation will get satisfied. And the next number would be 10, right? X is equal to 10 and y is equal to 13, right? So that equation will get satisfied. And the next we'll have 13 and 17. So 13 into 4, 52, 17 into 3, 51. So that the difference is 1. Therefore, so 13 comma 17, right? So next, after 13, you will have 16 and 16 into 4, 64, then 21 into 3, 63. So that the difference becomes 1. So 21, right? So the 16 comma 21, right? But this 21 is not in the set A, right? Therefore, no need to consider this domain and range, right? So up to 13 and 17 we have to consider. Now come back to the statements. The domain of R is so 1, 4, 7, 10, 13 and 16. Here the domain is, yes, 1, 4, 7, 10 and 13. So along with these numbers, here is 16, right? Which is not the domain, because for 16 we can't find any value for y which is in the set A, right? So we can find the value of y, which is 21. So here 21 doesn't belong to set A. Therefore, 16, 21 will not satisfy the given equation for the given values for x and y, right? Therefore, domain of R is not given, right? That means not as given here. So 1, 4, 7, 10, and 13, only these numbers are the domain. Therefore, so first statement is not correct, right? So consider the second one. The range of R is 1, 5, 9, 13, 7. So the range numbers are 1, 5, 9, 13, and 7, which is correct. So second statement is correct. And the third one, the range of R is equal to codomain of R. Select the correct answer using. Yes, the range of R is equal to codomain of R. So here the relation R is from A to A. So A to A means codomain of R is nothing but the set A itself, right? So codomain of R is equal to set A. Therefore, so the range of R, the range means 1, 5, 9, 13, 7. So it is not equal to codomain of R. It is equal to, right? So it is not equal to codomain of R, right? So here range of R, so 1, 5, 9, 13, and 17. So it is not equal to A, right? So it belongs to A, it is not equal to A. Therefore, third statement is not correct one. So only second statement is correct option B. 2 only is the right answer. Question 23. Consider the following statements. The relation f defined by f of x is equal to x cube and which is equal to 4x. So within the given range. So 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2, where x lies between 2 and 8, right? When f of x is 4x. So relation G is defined by so x square and 3x, right? So which of the statements given above is or are correct? So here students, so the values for x can be 0 to 2, right? So f of x is equal to x cube. So when x is equal to, it can be equal to 2 also. Whereas f of x is 4x when x is equal to 2 or greater than 2, right? Therefore, for both the values of x cube and 4x, right? So let us keep x as 2. Right, when x is equal to 2, f of x should be equal to both x cube and 4x, right? If it satisfies, then f of x is a function, otherwise it is not a function, right? So at x is equal to 2, so f of x, let us check, x cube is 2 cube, which is 8, and f of x is 4x, 4 into 2, which is 8. Therefore at x equal to 2, so which satisfies the given function. Therefore, f of x is a function. Is a function. Right? So now here consider g of x. So g of x is x square. Here we have a common value which is 4. So x is equal to 4. Right? For the same value, the given function should be equal to x square as well as 3x. If x is equal to 4, x square becomes a 4 square, which is 16. So if x is equal to 4, so g of x is 3x. 3 into 4, which is 12. Therefore, so x square, so g of x is not same for same value of x. Therefore, g of x is not a function. Is not a function. Therefore, which statement is correct? Only first one. So 1 only is the right answer. Question 24. Consider the following statements. So here statement 1 says A is equal to set A is equal to A union B union A minus B. So we'll consider two sets A and B like this. Here this portion indicates A minus B, right? So the whole A minus B portion is this much, right? A minus B. Whereas A union B. So the second part is this much, right? So the whole part is A union B. According to first statement, set A is equal to A union B union A minus B. So union of A union B and A minus B is the whole A union B itself, right? So A union B union of A minus B. So union of this shaded part and A union B. The whole part gives A union B itself. It is not A. It is not equal to set A. Therefore, first statement is not true. Right? Here the question is which of the following statements, right, are correct. Right? Here statement 1 is not correct. According to 4 options, so in option A, 1 and 2 are correct. Right? Which is not true, right? Whereas in option C and D also they have given statement 1 as correct, which is not true, right? Therefore, option B is the right answer. Statement 2 and 3 are correct. So if you want, you can verify it. So otherwise, directly take the answer as option B. Question 25. A function satisfies f of x minus y is equal to f of x by f of y, where f of y is not equal to 0. If f of 1 is 0.5, then what is f of 2 plus f of 3 up to f of 6 equal to? So here function satisfies the given equation. F of x minus y is f of x by f of y. So this is the case of f of x is equal to a raised to x. Right? Then only f of x minus y is equal to f of x by f of y. Right? So here if f of x is a raised to x, so what is f of 1, which is a raised to 1? F of 1 value is given, which is 0.5. Therefore, 0.5 is nothing but 1 by 2, right? So 1 by 2. A value is 1 by 2, right? So what is f of 2? So f of 2 is a raised to 2. So since a is 1 by 2, so 1 by 2 raised to 2, right? Similarly, f of 3, so 1 by 2 raised to 3, right? Then f of 4, right? So 1 by 2 raised to 4, right? F of 5 is 1 by 2 raised to 5, and f of 6 is 1 by 2 raised to 6, right? We have to take the sum of these 5 terms, right? Starting from f of 2, right? Therefore, f of 2 plus f of 3 plus f of 4 plus f5 plus f6 is equal to. So f of 2 is 1 by 2 raised to 2 plus 1 by 2 raised to 3 plus 1 by 2 raised to 4 plus 1 by 2 raised to 5 plus 1 by 2 raised to 6. So a geometric progression, right? We have to take sum of how many terms? 5 terms, right? So in a geometric progression, because here we have a common ratio, right? Sum of n terms in case of geometric progression, so says a into r raised to n minus 1 divided by r minus 1, right? Therefore, here we are taking sum of, right, 5 terms. Yes, 5 is equal to. So what is a? First term is 1 by 2 raised to 2 into r. Here the common ratio is 1 by 2. 1 by 2 is the common ratio, raised to. N is number of terms. There are 5 terms, minus 1 divided by 1 by 2 minus 1, which is r minus 1. Simplify it. So 1 by 2 square is 1 by 4 and 1 by 2 raised to 5, which is 1 by 32 minus 1 whole divided by 1 by 2 minus 1 is minus 1 by 2. Therefore, S5, sum of 5 terms is equal to, so 1 by 4 by minus 1 by 2 is minus 1 by 2, right? And this term in the numerator becomes minus 31 by 32. Therefore, minus of minus is plus. We have 31 by 64 as a sum of 5 terms, right? 31 by 64. Therefore, sum of F2 to F6 is 31 by 64, option D. Question 26. What is 2 cot of half cos inverse root 5 by 3 equal to? So students will consider the part which is inside the bracket as theta. So which is half cos inverse root 5 by 3. Root 5 by 3 as theta. Right? Which means cos inverse root 5 by 3 is equal to 2 theta. That means cos 2 theta is root 5 by 3, right? So cos 2 theta is root 5 by 3. So cot 2 theta formula says 2 cos square theta minus 1 is cos 2 theta, right? Which is equal to root 5 by 3. Here the question is to find 2 cot of theta, right? So we'll express cot theta in terms of sine and cos, right? So because here we know that cot theta is cos by sine theta, right? So let us consider cos square theta now, right? 2 cos square theta minus 1 is root 5 by 3. So 2 cos square theta is root 5 by 3 plus 1, right? So cos square theta becomes, so here by taking 3 as the LCM, so numerator becomes a root 5 plus 3, and take this 2 to the RHS part, it becomes a 3 into 2, which is 6. Root 5 plus 3 by 6 is cos square theta, right? If cos square theta is this much, what is sine square theta? We'll consider sine square theta. Sine square theta is 1 minus cos square theta. Cos square theta. So here 1 minus cos square theta is root 5 plus 3 by 6, right? Root 5 plus 3 by 6, right? So we'll consider 6 as the LCM. So numerator becomes, so this is inside the bracket. So numerator becomes 6 minus 3, which is 3 minus root 5. 3 minus root 5 is numerator, right? Which is sine square theta. Here we need cot theta, right? So we'll consider cot square theta first. Cot square theta is cos square by sine square, right? Cos square by sine square theta. So here cos square is root 5 plus 3, or 3 plus root 5 we'll consider, right? So 3 plus root 5 by 6. So 6 and 6 will get cancelled. So cot square theta becomes 3 plus root 5 divided by 3 minus root 5. 3 minus root 5. Here we need 2 cot theta. So for that we need cot theta first, right? Therefore, cot theta is, so root of 3 plus root 5 divided by 3 minus root 5. Simplify it, right? So to simplify it, so multiply and divide by inverse of the denominator, which is root 3 plus 5. Numerator becomes, so 3 plus, root 5 plus 3. So 3 plus root 5 the whole square, and the denominator becomes 3 minus root 5 into 3 plus root 5, which is 3 square, which is 9, minus root 5 the whole square is 5. Therefore, cot theta becomes, so root of 3 plus root 5 the whole square is 3 plus root 5 itself, and the denominator is root of 4 is 2. So which is cot theta. Here we need 2 cot theta. 2 cot theta is, so 2 into 3 plus root 5 by 2. Right? So 2 and 2 will get cancelled. So we have 3 plus root 5 as the answer. Hence option C is the right answer. Here theta is nothing but half of cos inverse root 5 by 3. Right? Therefore, cot theta is equal to, 2 cot theta is equal to 3 plus root 5, option C. Question 27. If secant inverse P minus cosecant inverse Q is equal to 0, where P and Q are greater than 0, then what is the value of P raised to minus 2 plus Q raised to minus 2? So here, students, for some value of theta, right? Secant inverse P minus cosecant inverse Q is equal to 0. It is given that P and Q are greater than 0, right? So that means value of secant theta and cosecant theta are greater than 0. Right? So here P and Q are value of secant theta and cosecant theta. That means theta lies in first quadrant. Then only P and Q, values of P and Q will be greater than 0, right? Right? So theta lies in first quadrant. We'll consider secant inverse P now. Since secant is inverse of cos, so we can write secant inverse P as cos inverse 1 by P. Right? So if secant inverse P is equal to theta, then secant theta becomes P. Right? Therefore, secant theta can be written as 1 by cos theta, which is P, or cos theta is 1 by P. Right? Cos theta is 1 by P. That means cos inverse 1 by P is theta. Right? So similarly, secant inverse P can be written as cos inverse 1 by P minus cosecant inverse Q can be written as sine inverse sine inverse 1 by q is equal to 0, right? So here, let us consider cos inverse and sine inverse, right? Their difference is 0. That means cos inverse 1 by p is equal to sine inverse 1 by q. 1 by q, right? So that means, so their values are equal. 1 by cos inverse 1 by p is equal to sine inverse 1 by q. It is only possible when p and q are equal to root 2. Right. So if P and Q are equal to root 2, cos inverse 1 by P becomes cos inverse 1 by root 2, which is for the angle 45 degree, cos 45 is 1 by root 2, right? And also sine inverse 1 by root 2 is equal to 45 degree. Both are equal, right? Therefore, P and Q should be equal to root 2. Here the question is to find P raised to minus 2 plus Q raised to minus 2. That means 1 by P square plus 1 by Q square is equal to P square is root 2, the whole square is 2. So it becomes 1 by 2 plus 1 by 2, which is 1. Therefore, option A is the right answer. Question 28. What is 1 plus sine square of cos inverse 3 by root 17 is equal to? So here students, we'll consider cos inverse 3 by root 17, right? So we'll express this in terms of sine inverse, right? How to express cos inverse in terms of sine inverse? For that, we'll consider right angle triangle. So angle theta, here cos inverse 3 by root 17 is considered as theta. If you consider that, so cos theta becomes 3 by root 17. So 3 is adjacent side, root 17 is the hypotenuse, right? So here cos theta is 3 by root 17. What is sine theta? Sine theta is opposite side. So let it be AB, right? So AB. So how to find AB? So from Pythagoras theorem, right? So hypotenuse square minus adjacent side square, its root, right? Hypotenuse square is 17 minus adjacent square is 9. Its root is opposite side, which is AB, divided by hypotenuse, which is 17. So it becomes a root 8 by 7. Root 17 is sine theta. Therefore, we'll consider the given expression as 1 plus, so I'll express the sine square of this part inside the bracket as, so sine of, right, since sine theta is root 8 by root 17, so I'll consider sine of sine inverse, right? So here sine theta is root 8 by root 17, so theta becomes root sine inverse, I'll consider sine inverse, theta is equal to sine inverse root 8 by root 17. Very important one. So according to our assumption, so theta was the part which is inside the bracket, which is cos inverse 3 by root 17. So we can equate theta and theta here, right? To express cos inverse in terms of sine inverse. So instead of cos inverse 3 by root 17, we are writing sine inverse root 8 by root 17. Root 8 by root 17, right? It's the whole square. Then only it becomes a sine square theta, right? Sine of sine inverse root 8 by root 17, the whole square, which is equal to 1 plus, so sine of sine inverse theta is equal to theta. We all know that, right? Sine of sine inverse theta is always theta itself. Therefore, so we can take the value inside the bracket root 8 by root 17. It's a square. Since it is sine square, so we have to square it. So 1 plus, so root 8 square is 8, root 17 square is 17. So 17 plus 8 is 25 by 17 is the final answer, right? So option A. Question 29. If tan pi cos theta is equal to cot pi sin theta, where theta lies between 0 and pi by 2, then what is the value of 8 sine square theta plus pi by 4? So students, when tan A is equal to cot B, so here value of A is pi cos theta, B is pi sin theta, right? When tan A is equal to cot B, then A plus B will be pi by 2. In other words, when sum of the two angles is equal to pi by 2, then tan A is equal to cot B. right? So we can take the sum of pi cos theta and pi sin theta is equal to pi by 2, right? Therefore, pi cos theta plus pi sin theta is equal to pi by 2, right? So I can take pi as common, right, on both LHS and RHS, and so that you can cancel pi and pi, right? So we have cos theta plus sin theta is equal to 1 by 2, 1 by 2, right? So when this equation is multiplied by 1 by root 2, I'll take 1 by root 2 into cos theta plus sin theta is equal to 1 by 2 root 2, right? So we can write this equation as 1 by root 2 cos theta plus 1 by root 2 sin theta is equal to 1 by 2 root 2. So I can write 1 by root 2 as, as sine 45, right? So, or sine pi by 4 into cos theta plus here I'll take 1 by root 2 as cos pi by 4 because even cos pi by 4 is equal to 1 by root 2. Cos pi by 4 into sin theta is equal to 1 by 2 root 2. So this LHS part is in the form of sin A cos B plus cos A sin B, which is sin of A plus B, right? Therefore, I can write this as sin of theta plus pi by 4. Theta plus pi by 4 is equal to 1 by 2 root 2, right? Here the question is to find 8 sine square theta plus pi by 4, right? So squaring on both LHS and RHS, it becomes sine square theta plus pi by 4 is equal to 1 by 2 root the whole square is 1 by 4 into 2, which is 8. Here we need 8 sine square. Therefore, take this 8 to the LHS part. It becomes 8 sine square theta plus pi by 4 is equal to 1, right? Therefore, so value of the given expression 8 sine square theta plus pi by 4 is 1. Option C is the right answer. Question number 30. If tan alpha is equal to 1 by 7, sine beta is equal to 1 by root 10, where 0 less than alpha. So alpha is greater than 0, right? And beta less than pi by 2. So beta is less than 90 degree. Then what is the value of cos alpha plus 2 beta? So here, first of all, let us consider cos alpha plus 2 beta, right? So using the formula cos of A plus B, right? Which is cos A cos B minus sin A sin B. Therefore, we can write cos alpha plus 2 beta as cos alpha cos 2 beta minus sin alpha sin 2 beta, right? So using the given data, we have to find cos alpha, cos 2 beta, sin alpha and sin 2 beta, right? So we'll consider a right angle triangle and an angle alpha. Here tan alpha is 1 by 7. So 1 by 7. Tan is always opposite by adjacent. So 1 by 7. Right? So here we need cos alpha and sin alpha. For that we need hypotenuse. Here hypotenuse is, so here 7 square plus 1 square, it's root. So 7 square is 49 plus 1 is 50. Root 50 is hypotenuse, right? For angle alpha. So hypotenuse is root 50. We can write it as 5 root 2. Right? Therefore, we'll consider cos alpha. Cos alpha is adjacent by hypotenuse, which is 7 by 5 root 2. Right? Whereas sin alpha is opposite by hypotenuse, which is 1 by 5 root 2. Right? Let us consider beta. Right? So here, so we'll consider again a right angle triangle, an angle beta. It is given that beta less than pi by 2, right? So we have to consider beta, not 2 beta, right? So here students, sin beta is given, opposite by hypotenuse is given, right? 1 by root 10. Therefore, the adjacent side becomes, so root 10 the whole square, which is 10 minus 1 square. So which is 10 minus 1 is 9, its root is 3. So adjacent side becomes 3, right? Therefore, first let us consider cos beta and sin beta, right? So cos beta becomes, so adjacent by hypotenuse 3 by root 10, right? Here we need cos 2 beta and sin 2 beta, right? So we'll consider sin beta also, 1 by root 10, right? So here cos 2 beta. So by the formula cos 2 theta, right, is equal to, so cos square theta minus sin square theta, or you can consider 1 minus 2 sin square theta, right? So in place of theta, we are considering beta here, right? So here cos square beta minus sin square beta is cos 2 beta, or you can use the formula of 1 minus 2 sin square beta also, right? So here cos 2 beta becomes, since cos beta is 3 by root 10, cos square beta becomes 9 by 10, minus sin beta is 1 by root 10. So sin square beta becomes 1 by 10. Therefore, cos 2 beta becomes 8 by 10, right? Similarly, sin 2 beta. Since sin 2 theta is 2 sin theta cos theta, so sin 2 beta can be written as 2 sin beta cos beta, right? So since sin beta is 1 by root 10. So 2 into 1 by root 10 into cos beta is 3 by root 10. Therefore, we have sin 2 beta as 6 by 10. Right? So substituting these values, cos 2 beta, sin 2 beta, and cos alpha and sin alpha. So cos of alpha plus 2 beta is cos alpha. Cos alpha is 7 by 5 root 2 into cos 2 beta. Just now we had calculated, yes, 8 by 10 is cos 2 beta, right? 8 by 10 minus sin alpha is 1 by 5 root 2 into sin 2 beta is 6 by 10, right? So we'll substitute this 6 by 10. Since LCM is 5 root 2 into 10, right? Which is 50 into root 2. So numerator is, so 7 into 8, 56 minus 6 is 50. So that we can cancel 50 and 50. So we have 1 by root 2 as the final answer, right? Therefore, option C is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 31. Consider the following for the next two questions that follow. Consider the equation 1 minus x whole raised to 4 plus 5 minus x whole raised to 4 is equal to 82. So what is the number of real roots of the equation? So how many real roots are there for the given equation? Right? For that, here it is given that sum of two numbers a and b is equal to 82. Right? Let the two numbers be a and b. Their sum is equal to 82. Therefore, we can consider one of the numbers as 1 and another number as 81. Because the fourth root of 81 can be calculated and also fourth root of 1 can be calculated, right? So you can consider a as 1, b as 81, so that their sum becomes 82, right? So 81 is power of fourth power of a number. Therefore, its root can easily be calculated, right? And also similarly for 1, right? Or you can consider a as 81, b as 1. Both the ways we can consider, right? So let us consider 1 minus x to the power of 4 is equal to 1 and 5 minus x to the power of 4 is equal to 81. So here students, we have to find the value of x, right? So root of an equation means finding the value of x or unknown, right? So another case is you can consider 1 minus x to the power of 4 as 81 and another number which is 5 minus x to the power of 4 as 1. Right? So consider the first case. If 1 minus x to the power of 4 is 1, right? So 1 minus x becomes, so plus or minus 1. Right? So fourth root of 1 becomes plus or minus 1, right? So plus 1 to the power of 4 is also 1 and minus 1 to the power of 4 is also 1, right? So here, if 1 minus x is plus 1, so value of x becomes 0. If 1 minus x is minus 1, value of x is 2. So we have two values for x, right? So x can be 0 or 2, right? And in the same case, if 5 minus x to the power of 4 is 81, 5 minus x becomes, so plus or minus 3. So 3 to the power of 4 is also 81, and minus 3 to the power of 4 is also 81, right? So if 5 minus x is plus 3, value of x becomes 2. If 5 minus x is minus 3, value of x is 8. Right? Therefore, we have two values for x, 2 and 8, and here 0 and 2. So, in which common number is 2? Right? So, only for x is equal to 2. So, the given equation will be satisfied. Right? Therefore, so value of x is equal to 2. So, one of the real roots is, so x is equal to 2. So, we'll consider the second case. So, if 1 minus x to the power of 4 is 81, so 1 minus x is nothing but plus or minus 3. If x is plus, sorry, 1 minus x is plus 3, so value of x becomes minus 2. If 1 minus x is minus 3, so value of x becomes 4. So we have two values for x, right? So that 1 minus x to the power of 4 becomes 81. So to satisfy the equation, we have to consider the second number also. 5 minus x to the power of 4 is 1, right? So that means 5 minus x is equal to plus or minus 1. If 5 minus x is plus 1, value of x is 4. If it is minus 1, value of x becomes 6. Right? So here the common is 4. Therefore, so when x is equal to 4, the equation will get satisfied. Right? Therefore, so how many real roots are there for the given equation? There are two real roots. So x is equal to 2 and x is equal to 4. There are two roots, two real roots. Therefore, number of real roots of the equation is equal to 2. Option B is the right answer. Question 32. So here, what is the sum of all the roots of the equation? So to the same equation, right, as we have discussed in the previous case. So 1 minus x to the power of 4 plus 5 minus x to the power of 82. So here the roots are 4 and 2, right? 2 and 4 are the real roots of the given equation, right? Here the question is sum of all the roots of the equation. So sum of 2 and 4 is 6. So option D is the right answer. Question 33. Consider the following for the next three questions that follow. So consider equation 1 and equation 2. So here the question is based on equation 1. So roots of equation 1, right? So no need to consider equation 2. So we need to find the roots of equation 1, right? So for that, so go for option, so which satisfies the given equation 1, right? Which option satisfies the given equation 1? Before going to option, so we know that omega q value is 1 and 1 plus omega square is equal to 0, right? Keeping this in our mind, so we'll go for the option, right? So in all four options, we have 1 minus 1 omega and omega square and minus omega and minus omega square as the options, right? So here, so we'll keep root as for 1 as root, right? So we'll consider 1 as root, right? If 1 as root, so the value 1 should satisfy the given equation 1, right? So equation becomes z cube. So in place of z, we have to keep 1. If z is equal to 1, so 1 cube is 1 plus 2z squares, which is 2 plus 2z is 2 plus 1, which is equal to 6, right? Which is not equal to 0. So this value should satisfy the equation, means what? If value of z is equal to 1, so the LHS part should be equal to 0, right? So here for value of z, which is 1, so the left hand side is not equal to 0, right? We'll consider z as minus 1, right? So equation 1 becomes, so minus 1 raised to 3 is minus 1 plus 2z square. So minus 1 square into 2 is plus 2. So 2 into z is 2 into minus 1 is minus 2 plus 1. So is equal to 0. Therefore, z is equal to minus 1 is a root, right? Minus 1 is a root. Therefore, no need to go for option A and option C, in which we don't have minus 1, right? So minus 1 is one of the roots. So consider z as omega, right? So let us check. whether omega is a root or not. So equation becomes z cube, which is omega cube plus 2z square, 2 omega square plus 2 omega plus 1, right? So since omega cube is equal to 1, right? So plus 2 into omega square plus omega, right? Close the bracket, plus 1. So we have 2 plus 2 into omega square plus omega is minus 1, right? Because 1 plus omega square is 0. So omega plus omega square is minus 1, right? Plus 1, right? Not plus 1. Here already we have taken this last one here. So 2 minus 2 is 0. Therefore, z is equal to omega satisfies the equation. Therefore, omega is one of the roots, right? So in option B and D, so we have omega in option B. Therefore, we can say option B is the right answer. Because in option D, we have minus omega, not plus omega, right? Therefore, option B is the right answer. So which are roots of the given equation 1, right? So if you want, you can go for omega square also. So we'll check z is equal to omega square. Equation 1 becomes z cube, which is omega square or omega raised to 6 plus 2z square, 2 into omega raised to 4 plus 2 omega square plus 1 is equal to, so omega raised to 6 is omega cube to the power of 2 plus 2 omega square is, when it is taken out, the remaining terms will be omega square plus 1, and lastly we have plus 1. Omega cube is 1, right? So 1 square is 1 plus 2 omega square, right, into omega square plus 1. So omega square plus 1 is minus omega, right? So because 1 plus omega square is 0, so we can write it as minus omega plus 1. So take this 1 and 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2 plus, so it is not plus, it is minus 2 minus 2 omega cube. Since omega cube is equal to 1, it becomes 2 minus 2, which is 0. Therefore, so when z is equal to omega square, so it satisfies the equation. Therefore, omega minus 1 and omega square are the roots of the given equation. Hence, option B is the right answer. Question 34. So in this question also, so which option satisfies the given equation 2? Right? So the option which satisfies the given equation 2 is nothing but root of equation 2. Right? So here are 4 options given: minus 1, minus omega square, and omega. Right? So we'll keep z as omega. Right? So for example, if z is equal to omega, so equation 2 becomes, so omega raised to 1985 plus omega raised to 100 plus 1. So this should be equal to 0, right? So we'll check. So if it is not equal to 0, then omega is not the root of the equation, right? So we'll express, so 1985 in terms of powers of omega 3, right? Because omega 3 value is equal to 1 and omega square plus omega plus 1 is equal to 0, right? So here, so omega raised to 1985. So here we'll go for 1985 by 3, right? So 3 into 6, again 3 into 6, then we have 3 into 1, right? So 2 is the remainder. Therefore, so omega raised to 1985 can be written as, so omega cube raised to 661, right, into omega square, right? So omega cube raised to 661 will give 1983, right? 1083 plus 2, right? So we are using the concept of a raised to m into a raised to n is a raised to m plus n here. And also a raised to m whole raised to n is a raised to mn, right? Therefore, so the first term can be written like this way, whereas the second term can also be written in terms of omega cube. So omega cube whole raised to 33, so we is equal to omega raised to 99, plus we have one more omega, so into omega, and the last term is 1. Since omega cube is equal to 1, so 1 raised to any number is equal to 1, right? So therefore 1 into omega square. And the second term becomes omega cube raised to 33, which is 1 again into omega, right? And the lastly we have 1. Therefore, we have omega square plus omega plus 1, which is equal to 0. Therefore, when z is equal to omega, right, it satisfies the equation 2. That means omega is the root of equation 2, right? Therefore, option D is the right answer, right? You can go for option A, B, and C. So these options will not satisfy equation 2, right? So if you want, I'll check, right? So if z is equal to 1, right? If z is equal to, so minus 1 is given, right? So equation 2 becomes, so minus 1 raised to 1985 plus minus 1 raised to 100 plus 1 is equal to, so minus 1 raised to an odd number is minus 1, minus 1 raised to an even number is plus 1, lastly we have plus 1. Therefore, minus 1 plus 1 plus 1 gives plus 1, which is not equal to 0. Therefore, minus 1 is not the root, right? Similarly, for minus omega and minus omega square, right? So these three will not satisfy equation 2. Hence, option D is root of equation 2. Question 35. So what is the number of common roots of equation 1 and equation 2? So from question 33 and 34, so we have found that the roots of equation 1 and 2 are, so equation 1 has three roots which are minus 1, omega and omega square, right? So roots of equation 1. Whereas roots of equation 2. So equation 2, right, so has omega as the root. So along with omega, omega square is also its root, right? So root of equation 2. So if you want, you can verify it, right? So by taking omega square, so z as omega square, right? So it becomes, so omega square raised to 1985 plus omega square raised to 500, sorry, 100 plus 1 is equal to. So again, it is omega raised to 1985 into 2. So which is, yes, 3970 plus omega raised to 200 plus 1. So we'll express in terms of omega cube, right? So omega cube raised to, so 3 into 1, 3 into 3, then 3 into 2 is 6, 3 into 3, and we have 1 omega extra, right? Plus the second term becomes omega cube raised to, so 3 into 6 is 18, 3 into, again 6 is 18, and we have 1 omega square, and lastly we have 1. Since omega cube is equal to 1, so we have 1 raised to 1323 into omega plus omega 3 is 1 raised to 66 into omega square plus 1. Since which is equal to omega square plus omega plus 1, which is equal to 0. Therefore, so omega square is also one of the roots of equation 2. Therefore, we have how many common roots of equation 1 and 2? So omega and omega square, omega and omega square, right? So we have two common roots, right? So two common roots of equation 1 and 2. Hence, option C is the right answer. There are two common roots for equation 1 and 2. Question 36. Consider the following for the next two items that follow. So here is a quadratic equation a plus b into x square minus a plus b plus c into x plus k is equal to 0, where a, b, c are real numbers. So if k is equal to c by 2, so where c is not equal to 0, then the roots of the equation are. So when k is equal to c by 2, the equation becomes a plus b into x square minus of a plus b plus c into x plus c by 2 is equal to 0, right? Here a, b, c are real numbers, right? So roots of the equation, to decide the roots of the equation, we have to consider the discriminant, right? So discriminant says the nature of the roots of the equation, right? How many roots the equation has, whether they are real or not real, whether they are equal or unequal, right? So discriminant D is always b square minus 4ac. The formula says for the general equation, which is ax square plus bx plus c, the discriminant Discriminant is b square minus 4ac, right? For the given equation, so b square is, since b is minus of a plus b plus c, b square becomes, so the negative sign should be avoided here because minus 1 the whole square is 1 itself. So b square becomes a plus b plus c the whole square minus 4 times a is a plus b, c is c by 2. The last term is c by 2. So that 2 into 2 is 4. So a plus b plus c the whole square is a square plus b square plus c square plus 2ab plus 2bc plus 2ca minus 2 times a plus c into c. So which is minus 2ac, sorry, 2 times a plus b. It is not a plus c. So minus 2 times ac minus 2 times bc. So that we can cancel 2ca and minus 2ca minus 2bc plus 2bc. So we have a square plus b square plus c square plus 2ab. So in that I'll take a square plus b square plus 2ab as a plus b the whole square plus c square. So here the discriminant is, so a square, sorry, a plus b the whole square plus c square, right? So according to the concept of quadratic equation, so discriminant b square minus 4ac is equal to 0, right? Therefore, so we can say a plus b the whole square plus c square is equal to 0, right? Sum of two square numbers is 0, right? So it is possible only when both the square numbers are 0, because the square of a number cannot be a negative number, right? So 0 plus 0 is 0. That means a plus b the whole square is 0. It is possible only when a is equal to minus b or a plus b is equal to 0, right? So we'll consider if a plus b is equal to 0, then a plus b the whole square becomes 0, right? That means a is equal to minus b. Here, unequal numbers. A is not equal to b. It is equal to minus b, right? Whereas, consider the second number c square, right? And c square is equal to 0, which implies c is equal to 0. Right? Here, A, B and C are unequal numbers, right? And which are real numbers, right? Therefore, so look at the options, real and unequal numbers, right? Roots of the equation are real and unequal. Option B is the right answer. Question 37. So based on the same quadratic equation, so if k is equal to c, then the roots of the equation are. So in place of k, so if you substitute c, so here a plus b into x squared, the equation becomes, so minus of a plus b plus c into x. So in place of k, we are considering c. So plus c becomes 0, right? So here the question is roots of the equation are. So for that, let us consider the coefficient of x square as 1. For that, we have to divide the whole equation by a plus b. So just we are converting equation in the form of x square plus a plus b into x plus ab is equal to 0. So that we can easily find the roots, right? So here students, the roots are a and b. A and b are the roots, so that their product is ab and the sum is a plus b, right? So using the same concept here, when the equation is divided by a plus b, so you can take the first term as x square, its coefficient is 1, plus, sorry, it's minus a plus b plus c by ab, sorry, a plus b by a plus b into x plus c by a plus b. Whole equation is divided by a plus b. So this equation is in the form of x square plus a plus b into x plus ab is equal to 0, where roots are a and b. So here we need to find a and b, right? So consider the equation, right? So here in which the product of a and b should be c divided by a plus b, right? So instead of a plus b, you can consider alpha and beta, right? So in general equation, so don't get confused here, x square plus, so alpha plus beta into x plus alpha beta is equal to 0. We need to find alpha and beta, right? So the product is c divided by a plus b, and the sum is a plus b plus c divided by a plus b. So here alpha plus beta is, so here a plus b plus c divided by a plus b, right? And the product is c divided by a plus b, right? Therefore, the roots are alpha is, you can consider c divided by a plus b and beta as 1. So that alpha plus beta becomes, so since the LCM is a plus b, so numerator becomes c plus a plus b. So alpha plus beta becomes this one, a plus b plus c divided by a by b, and alpha into beta. So when it is multiplied by 1, you will get c by a plus b. Therefore, the roots are 1 and c by a plus b, right? C by a plus b and 1 are the roots. Option C is the right answer, right? So in the general formula, you can consider x square minus also. Minus of alpha plus beta into alpha plus beta plus alpha into beta, right? So accordingly, the sign changes. Here, only thing is you have to change the sign of the roots, right? Therefore, for the given equation, yes, 1 and c by a plus b is the right answer, option C. Question 38. Consider the following for the next three items that follow. So let 1 plus x raised to n is equal to 1 plus t1 x plus t2 x square plus t3 x raised to 3, so on up to tn x raised to n. So students, this question is based on differentiation of binomial equation, right? So here the question is, what is t1 plus 2t2 plus 3t3 so on up to ntn is equal to. So for that, we'll consider 1 plus x raised to x whole raised to n, right? So according to binomial theorem, the formula says 1 plus x raised to n is nc0 plus nc1 into x plus nc2 into x square, so on up to ncn into x raised to n, right? This is the binomial theorem. So according to the given question, so 1 plus t1x. So what is the value of t1, t2, t3 up to tn? So for that, we'll consider again binomial equation. So nc0 is always 1 and nc1, I'll consider nc1 as t1. Compare with the given equation, right? So here t1x plus nc2 as t2x square, so on up to ncn is tn into x raised to n, right? Here the question is to find t1 plus 2t square, right? So this one, t1 plus 2t square plus 3t3 plus ntn is equal to, right? So for that, let us consider 1 plus x raised to n, this binomial equation, right? So let us differentiate this. Differentiating, right? So 1 plus x raised to n differentiation with respect to x becomes, so n into 1 plus x raised to n minus 1, right? So with respect to x, so is equal to, since nc0 so is 1, so its differentiation of 1 is 0, right? No need to consider the first term. So let us consider second term. Since nc1, it's a constant, so we have to take it out, right? So nc1 into differentiation of x is 1, right? Plus nc2 differentiation of x square is, so 2 times x. So next term is nc3 into x cube. So differentiation of x cube is 3x square, right? So on up to, so ncn, so differentiation of x raised to n is, so what's the differentiation? So x raised to n is, so n into x raised to n minus 1, right? Therefore, so nc1, so according to the concept, it is nc1 is t1, right? So t1 plus 2 times nc2 into x. So 2 is taken out. nc2 is t2 into x, right? Plus 3 times nc3 is t3, right? Into x square. So on up to, so last term is ncn, which is tn into n into x raised to n minus 1. X raised to n minus 1. So here we'll put x as 1. X is equal to 1. 1. So left hand side becomes, so when x is equal to 1, so left hand side becomes n into 2 raised to n minus 1 is equal to, so nc1 is t1 plus 2 times t2 into x, so which is 2t2 plus 3 times t3 into x square is 3t3. So on up to the last term is tn into n into x raised to n minus 1. So which is, so ntn. Last term is ntn. Therefore, so the question is t1 plus 2t2 so on up to ntn is equal to, so the LHS is n into 2 raised to n minus 1 is the answer. So look at the options. So option D is the right answer. Question 39. For the same equation, binomial equation, so what is the value of 1 minus t1 plus 2t2 minus 3t3 so on up to minus 1 to the power of n into ntn is equal to. So here, as we had discussed in the previous question, here t1, t2, t3, right? So t2, t3 are nc1, nc2, nc3, right? So on, right? So nc1, T2 is NC2, T3 is NC3, whereas Tn is NCn, right? So here the given expression becomes, so 1 minus T1 is NC1 plus 2 times T2 is NC2 minus 3 times T3 is NC3 plus 4 times NC4. So on up to minus 1 to the power of n into Tn, right? So how many terms are there here? There are n plus 1 terms, right? So students, here nc1 is nothing but factorial n divided by n minus 1 factorial into 1 factorial, right? So here 1 minus, so I'll consider nc1 as factorial n into n minus 1 factorial into 1 factorial. Similarly for the next term, so 2 into nc2 is again factorial n by, or n into n minus 1 into n minus 2 so on up to, so n minus 2 factorial into 2 factorial, right? So on up to the last term minus 1 to the power of n into n tn, right? So here put any value for n. So you can consider n as 1, 2, 3, any value, right? So when n is equal to 1, right? So the given expression becomes 1 minus. So n factorial is n into n minus 1 into up to 1, right? So if n is equal to 1, one of the terms becomes 0, right? Here n minus 1, this term becomes 0. 1 minus 1 is 0. Therefore, from the second term onwards, all the terms become 0, right? So 0 plus 0 minus 0 up to the last term. Last term also becomes 0, right? Therefore, so here the value of the given expression is 1, right? Only the first term is the answer, which is 1. So look at the options. Option D is the right answer. Question 40. Consider the same equation. So 1 plus x whole raised to n is equal to, so the given equation. Here we need to find value of t1 plus t2 plus t3 so on up to tn. So let us consider the given equation 1 plus x raised to n, right? So 1 plus t1 plus t1 into x plus t2 into x square plus t3 into x cube so on up to tn x raised to n, right? So to get the value of t1 plus t2 plus t3 so on up to n, so we have to substitute the value of x as 1, right? So let us consider x is equal to 1. So equation becomes 1 plus x, which is 1 plus 1 is 2, raised to n is equal to 1 plus, so t1 into x becomes t1 into 1, which is 1, sorry, t1, plus t2 into x square becomes t2, plus t3 into x cube becomes t3, so on up to tn into 1 raised to any value, right? It is 1 itself. So last term becomes tn. Therefore, we have the terms t1 plus t2 plus t3, so on up to tn, right? Plus 1 is 2 raised to n. Therefore, so the answer is t1 plus t2 plus t3, so on up to tn is equal to, so 2 raised to n minus 1. Minus 1. So 1 is extra here, right? So minus 1. So look at the options. Option B is the right answer. So 2 raised to n minus 1. Question 41. Consider the following for the next two questions that follow. So here f of x is given x square minus 1 and g of f of x is given x minus root x plus 1. So which one of the following is a possible expression for g of x? So students, here we are following trial and error method, right? So here f of x is given. So g of f of x, that means g of, since f of x is x square minus 1, g of x square minus 1 should be equal to x minus root x plus 1, right? So what is the possible expression for g of x? So here according to option A, so if you consider g of x as, right, so root x plus 1 minus fourth root of x plus 1, right? So since g of, if g of x is this much, so what will be the value of g of x square minus 1? This is how we have to follow the solution, right? So g of x square minus 1 in place of x, so we are substituting x square minus 1, right? So the equation becomes a root of x plus 1 becomes x square minus 1, right, plus 1. So here x is x square minus 1, right? Right? Minus fourth root of x is x square minus 1 plus 1, right? So we have root x square minus 1 plus 1 will get cancelled. So we have x minus fourth root of x square. So which is nothing but x minus fourth root of x square is root x, right? Here, so according to option A, g of x or g of x square minus 1. So here g of x square minus 1 is nothing but g of f of x. It is not equal to x minus root x plus 1. It is only x minus root x. Therefore, g of x cannot be the first option, right? So consider the second option. If g of x is root x plus 1 minus fourth root of x plus 1 minus 1. If g of x is so and so, so then what happens to g of f of x, which is g of x square minus 1? Therefore, g of f of x is nothing but g of x square minus 1 becomes root of, so x is x square minus 1 plus 1, right? According to g of x, so option B, g of x is x root x plus 1 minus of fourth root of x plus 1 is x square minus 1 plus 1. Lastly, it is plus 1. So here again minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 plus 1 will get cancelled. So root x square is x itself minus fourth root of x square is root x. And lastly plus 1. Therefore, so g of x square minus 1 is nothing but g of f of x, right, is equal to x minus root x plus 1 when g of x is option B, right? Right? Therefore, option B is the right answer. If g of x is root x plus 1 minus fourth root of x plus 1 plus 1, then g of f of x becomes, right? So the given equation, right? Hence, option B is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 42. For the same functions f of x and g of f of x, so what is g of 15 equal to? So in the previous question, we had solved for g of x. So it was g of x is root of x plus 1 minus fourth root of x plus 1 plus 1. Right? Therefore, g of 15, just substitute the value of x as 15, you will get x plus 1 as 16. So it becomes a root 16 minus 4th root of 16 minus, sorry, not minus, it is plus 1. So root 16 is 4 minus 4th root of 16 is 2, because 2 raised to 4 is 16 plus 1. Hence it is 3, right? So g of 15 is equal to 3, option C. Question 43. Consider the following for the next two items that follow. So let a function f be defined on r minus 0. That means the function is defined on set of real numbers except 0, right? And 2 of f of x plus f of 1 by x is equal to x plus 3. So here, what is f of 0.5 equal to? So for that, we need f of x. What is f of x? How to find that? So consider the given equation as equation 1. Right? So in this equation, we have f of 1 by x. We have to eliminate this, right? So for that, let us consider one more equation, right? So in which here, so in place of x, we'll take 1 by x, right? So in place of x, so we are taking 1 by x. So equation 1 becomes, so 2 of f of x becomes 2 into f of 1 by x plus, so f of 1 by x. So in place of x, we are considering 1 by x. So 1 by 1 by x becomes x itself. So f of 1 by x becomes f of x is equal to x plus 3 becomes 1 by x plus 3. So consider this as equation 2, right? Here we have to eliminate f of 1 by x, right? Right? For that, so let us multiply equation 1 by 2, equation 2 by 1. Right? So that equation 1 becomes 2 into f of x into 2 is 4f of x plus 2f of 1 by x is equal to, so 2x plus 6. Whereas equation 2 will be as it is, so which is 2f of 1 by x plus f of x is equal to, so 1 by x plus 3. Right? This will be as it is. So we'll consider equation, if you can, again, if you consider these two as equation 1 and 2, so let us subtract. So equation 2 from 1 minus 2 gives, so here 2f of 1 by x and 2f of 1 by x will get cancelled. So 4 minus 1, so which is 3f of x is equal to, so 2x minus 1 by x plus 3. Right? So which means here we need f of x, right? So f of x is 1 by 3 into 2x minus 1 by x plus 3. So what is asked in the question? To find f of 0.5. So in place of x, we have to substitute 0.5, right? So f of 0.5 is 1 by 3 into, so 2 into 0.5, half of 2 is 1, minus 1 by 0.5 is 2, plus 3. So we'll have 2 by 3 as the final answer, right? 2 by 3, option B is the right answer. Question 44. So based on the same relation, right? So 2 of f of x plus f of 1 by x is x plus 3. Here, the question is, if f is differentiable, then what is f dash 0.5 equal to? So for that, we need f dash x. So what is f dash x? In the previous question, we had calculated for f of x, right? So we had solved for f of x, which was 1 by 3 into 2x minus 1 by x plus 3. So f of x was this much. So let us consider f dash x. So differentiate f of x, you'll get f dash x. Here 1 by 3 is a constant. So differentiation of 2x minus 1 by x plus 3. So differentiation of 2x is 2 minus 1 by x is, so minus of 1 by x square. So minus of minus becomes plus. So 2 plus 1 by x square plus the differentiation of 3 is 0, right? Therefore, f dash x is this much. So here we need f dash 0.5, right? Therefore, f dash 0.5 is. So in place of x, we are substituting 0.5. So 2 plus So 1 by, so 0.5 square is 0.25. Right? So 1 by 3 into 2 plus, so 1 by 0.25 is 4. Right? So 6 by 3 is 2 is the final answer. Right? Hence option C is the right answer. Question 45. Consider the following for the next two items that follow. A function is defined by, so f of x is a determinant which is given, right? Here the question is the function is decreasing on. So that means, so f of x is a function, so which is decreasing if its derivative is less than 0, right? So derivative of f of x is f dash x. If it is less than 0, then the function is decreasing, right? That means for the given question, we need to find f dash x, right? Before going to f dash x, let us find f of x, the value of the given determinant, right? So x plus 1. So let us expand this, right? X plus 1 into, so x plus 4 into x plus 9. So which is x square plus 13x plus 36 minus 6 into 6 is 36. And the second element which is minus 2 into, so 2 into x plus 9 which is 2x plus 18 minus 6 into 3 is 18. And the last element is 3, so plus 3 into, so 2 into 6 which is 12 minus 3x minus 12. Therefore, so we have f of x as, so consider here the first term 36 and minus 36 will get cancelled. So we have x cube, right? X cube plus 13x square plus x square is 14x square, right? Plus 13x. So in the second term, we have 18 and minus 18. This will get cancelled. So minus 4x. And in the last term also, so my minus 12 and plus 12 will get cancelled. So we have minus 9x. Therefore, f of x is x cube plus 14x square. So plus 13x minus 4x minus 9x will get cancelled, right? So here we need f dash x. So f dash x, derivative of f of x is 3x square plus 28x is f dash x, right? So here we can take x as common, right? So which is 3x into 3x plus 28. Right? Here it is given that function is decreasing, right? So f dash x is less than 0, right? So therefore here, so the possibility of or possibilities of values of x are x is equal to 0, right? Or x is equal to, so 3x plus 28 is 0, right? So that means x is equal to minus 28 by 3. But the function is decreasing, right? So f dash x is less than 0. Therefore, decreasing on which interval it is? So minus 28 to 0. Right? So then only the function f dash x is decreasing. So you can substitute the values, right? So in this range, so if x is 0, so f dash x becomes 0, right? So f dash x becomes 0. If x is minus 28 by 3, then also f dash x is 0. So apart from these two values, right? So uh, when x is greater than 0, right? So for example, x is 1. So f dash x becomes so 3 plus 28, which is 31, which is greater than 0, right? So in this case, the function is not decreasing. So if you consider any other value also, so which is if x is minus 30 by 3, which is minus 10, right? Minus 30 by 3, then f dash x becomes, so here minus 30 by 3 is minus 10 into 3x plus 28. So which is minus 30 plus 28 is minus 2. So you will get a positive value which is plus 20, right? So which is greater than 0. So which is contradictory to the given question, the function is decreasing here, right? So if f dash x is greater than 0, the function is increasing. Therefore, the function is decreasing on which interval? So minus 28 by 3 to 0, right? So in this interval, minus 28 by 3 to 0, in this interval, the function is decreasing, right? So if you want, I'll show that 0 and minus 28 by 3, right? So after 0, the function will increase, right? See, 0 to 28, the function will decrease. And so before minus 28 by 3 also, the function will increase, right? Therefore, for the given question, option A is the right answer. The function is decreasing on minus 28 by 3 to 0. Question 46. The function attains local minimum value at. So, based on the same function, so as in question number 45. So here the function, the same function attains local minimum value at. So what is local minimum value? So here, when a function is given, so if the second derivative of the function, right, which is double dash x is positive, right, at x is equal to some value c, right, at x is equal to c, when the second derivative of the function f double dash is greater than 0, then f of c is minimum. That means the function attains local minimum value, right? Therefore, then the function attains local minimum value. Therefore, we have to find f double dash x. For that, so we have to take f of x, right? So what was x, f of x? So the value of the given determinant, so it was x cube plus 14x square. When you expand the determinant, you'll get x cube plus 14x square, right? So what is f dash x then? Derivative of f of x, which is 3x square plus 28x. So this f dash x is equal to 0. So that we can find the critical points. So critical points are, we'll find the critical points first, then we'll go for f double dash x, right? So critical points are nothing but the values of x for which the expression f dash x becomes 0. So when x is equal to 0, 3x square plus 28x becomes 0. And also x is equal to minus 28 by 3. So when you substitute the value of x as minus 28 by 3, f dash becomes 0. Right? Therefore, these two are critical points. Right? Let us find f double dash x. F double dash, if f dash x is 3x square plus 28x, f double dash becomes 6x plus 28. Right? Derivative of 3x square plus 28x is 6x plus 28. Right? So we have two critical points now. So at x is equal to 0, at x is equal to c, f double dash should be greater than 0. So we'll go for x is equal to 0 first. Right? So what happens to f double dash x? So f double dash x becomes 6 into 0 is 0 plus 28. So here f double dash x is greater than 0, a positive value. Therefore, f double dash x is greater than 0 at x is equal to 0. Right? Therefore, so x is equal to 0, right? The function attains local minimum value at x is equal to 0. This is the minimum value of the function. So which is 28 is the minimum value of the function. Minimum value of the function, right, at x is equal to 0, right? Therefore, option C is the right answer, right? Option C is the right answer, right? So, yes, option C. Question 47. Consider the following for the next two items that follow. So given that 4x square plus y square is equal to 9, here what is the maximum value of y, right? So let us rearrange the given equation, right? So when the equation is divided by 9, right? So LHS becomes x square by 9 by 4. I'll take this 4 to the denominator part, right? So plus y square by 9 is equal to 1, right? So I'll just write it as x square by 3 by 2 the whole square plus y square by 3 square is equal to 1. So this is nothing but equation of an ellipse, right? So equation of an ellipse is x square by a square plus y square by b square is equal to 1, right? So where a and b are x and y coordinates respectively. Here x coordinate is 3 by 2, so which is nothing but 1.5. Y coordinate is 3, right? So which is nothing but, so if y coordinate is greater, so you will get a vertical ellipse like this, right? So where its x coordinate is 3 by 2, so which is the maximum value of x, right? Whereas maximum value of y is how much? 3, right? Therefore, so for the given question, option B is the right answer. Maximum value of y is 3, right? Question 48. For the same function or for the same equation, what is the maximum value of x into y? Right? So here, for this, we'll consider the product as x into y. Right? So we'll consider a d function, which is a square of the product. Right? So which is x square into y square. So we'll consider d function, which is square of the product of x and y, right? Which is x square into y square, right? So to get the maximum value, we'll consider the derivative of d function, right? So before going to the derivative, we'll express y square in terms of x square, right? So here, 4x square plus y square is 9, right? Therefore, we can write y square as 9 minus 4x square, right? So just we are writing x square into 9 minus 4x square, right? So simplify it, 9x square minus 4 into x to the power of 4 is the d function, right? We'll take the derivative of d. So which is d dash is 18x. So minus 16x to the power of 3, right? So if you take 2x as common, so you will have 9 minus 8x square, right? So d dash is 2x into 9 minus 8x square, right? So to get the maximum value of x into y, right? The first derivative of the d function is equal to 0, right? So if x is equal to 0, we have two probabilities, either 2x is equal to 0 and 9 minus 8x square is equal to 0, right? So if 2x is equal to 0 means x is equal to 0, right? So if x is equal to 0, the product p is equal to x into y, which it becomes 0, right? So here we have to get the maximum value. Therefore, so value of x should be from this relation. So 9 minus 8x square is equal to 0. That means x square is 9 by 8. So value of x is plus or minus 3 by root 8. Plus or minus 3 by root 8, right? So to get the maximum value, right? So to get the maximum value, let us consider the d function first, right? So value of x square into y square, right? So d function becomes x square into y square. So 3 by root 8, right? So it becomes 9, 3 square, whether it is plus 3 by root 8 or minus 3 by root 8, there will not be any change. 9 by 8 into y square is nothing but, so otherwise you can take the same relation. So 9x square minus 4x to the power of 4, right? So we are considering 9x square minus, 1 minute. So d is equal to, so consider this equation. So instead of taking x square, y square, we are considering, so the second one, 9x square minus 4x to the power of 4. So 9 into, so x square is 9 by 8, or you can take x value, right? There will not be any change. So x square is 9 by 8, right? So minus 4 into x to the power of 4 is x square the whole square. So which is 81 by 64, right? So 81 by 64. Therefore, we have 81 by 8 minus, so 4 into Yes, 16. So 81 by 8 minus 81 by 16. Therefore, we have 16 as the LCM. So numerator becomes 81. So D function is 81 by 16. So which is square of the product, right? Therefore, product xy is equal to root of D function, right? So which is root of 81 by 16, which is 9 by 4. Therefore, so the maximum value of product of x and y is 9 by 4. Option A is the right answer. Question 49. Consider the following for the next two items that follow. A function is defined by f of x is equal to pi plus sine square x. What is the range of the function? So here, range of the function depends on range of sine function, right? So we all know that sine x ranges from -1 to +1, right? -1 to +1, right? But sine square x ranges from 0 to 1. Why it is 0 to 1? So whether it is positive value or negative value, its square is always positive value, right? So any number, its square is always positive. Therefore, so if it is -1, so in case of sin x, if the range is -1, its square becomes +1, right? Therefore, sin square x ranges from 0 to 1. So the maximum possible value for sin square x is 1, right? Therefore, here the question is to find the range of pi plus sine square x. So we'll consider pi plus. So we are just adding the value pi here, right? So its range is from pi to 0 plus pi is pi, pi to pi plus 1. Pi plus sine square x range is from pi to pi plus 1. Hence option B, right? Closed interval pi to pi plus 1 is the range of the given function, right? Option B is the right answer. Question number 50. For the same function f of x is equal to pi plus sine square x, what is the period of the function? So students, we know that for any function f of x, if the period is given, so let t be the period of the function, right? Period of a function, right? So then f of ax plus b. So for another function, right, such that f of ax plus b, so its period becomes the period of the original function divided by mod of a. If function is f of x, its period is t, then f of ax plus b becomes its period, original period divided by mod of a, right? So here, so period of sine square x. So what is period of sine square x? So we all know that period of sine square x is pi. Pi is period of sine square x, right? Whereas period of sine x is 2 pi, right? So here pi plus sine square x is given. So which is in the form of f of ax plus b, right? Therefore, period of pi plus sine square x. Sine square x, according to the concept, it is the period of the original function, which is t, which is nothing but pi, divided by mod of a. So mod of a is mod of 1. Right, so the coefficient is 1 here. Therefore, so pi is period of the given function. Right, hence option B is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website at www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 51. Consider the following for the next two items that follow. A parabola passes through 1, 2 and satisfies the differential equation dy by dx is equal to 2y by x, where x and y are greater than 0. Here the question is, what is the directrix of the parabola? So here students, directrix of a parabola means it's a line perpendicular to axis of the parabola, right? So line perpendicular to axis of the parabola. Axis of the parabola, right? So if you consider a parabola like this, so say for example, like this, right? So this is the axis of the parabola and its perpendicular line is this one. This is called directrix. So this directrix need not be always x or y axis, right? It depends. So here, so in the given question, so the parabola satisfies the given differential equation dy by dx, right? Which is 2y by x. right? So let us find equation of the parabola. So by integrating the given differential equation. So before that, let us rearrange the given differential equation as dy by y is equal to, so 2 into dx by x, where x and y are greater than 0, right? So integrate the given differential equation. So we will get log y is equal to, so 2 log x plus a constant. I will consider this constant as log c, right? So I'll write 2 log x plus log c as a log of x square into c, which is nothing but 2 log x plus log c. Therefore, log y is equal to log x square c. Therefore, y is equal to cx square or x square into c. It is given that the given parabola passes through 1, comma 2, right? So at 1, comma 2, we'll consider the parabola at 1, comma 2. And the given equation of the parabola is y is equal to cx square. Therefore, the parabola looks like this. It looks like this. Since it is y is equal to cx square. If it is x is equal to cy square, the parabola looks like this. So the previous picture I have drawn. So here it is y is equal to cx square. So the parabola looks like this. At 1, comma 2, so the parabola becomes, so y coordinate is 2, x coordinate is 1. So 2 is equal to c into 1. So value of c is 2, right? So here we need to find the directrix of the parabola, right? So before going to directrix, so what is length of latus rectum? Length of latus rectum. So length of latus rectum, it is nothing but 4a, right? So which is y coordinate of the parabola, right? So 4a is always 1 by c. C value is given. So let us find a is equal to 4c. So which is 1 by 8, right? So what is a here? So from the directrix to the parabola length is nothing but a. A is 1 by 8, right? So here it is the below the x-axis, right? Below the x-axis. Therefore, y is equal to minus 1 by 8 is directrix of the parabola, right? So it is not the directrix. This one is the directrix, right? Therefore, y is equal to minus 1 by 8. Option A is the directrix of the parabola. Question 52. What is the length of the latus rectum of the parabola? Just now we had discussed in the previous question. So here the parabola is like this, and this is the directrix, and length of the latus rectum, the ready-made formula, which is 4a is equal to 1 by c. So our c was 2, right? Therefore 4a is equal to 1 by 2, right? Latus rectum is equal to 1 by 2. Option B is the right answer, right? Question 53. So consider the following for the next two questions that follow. Here f of x is given. So a raised to x minus 1 plus b raised to x minus 1 by 2 is f of x. Whereas g of x is x minus 1. Here we need to find limit f of x minus 1 by g of x as x tends to 1 equal to. So we'll consider limit f of x, limit as x tends to 1. So f of x minus 1 by g of x. Since f of x is a raised to x minus 1 plus b raised to x minus 1 by 2. So we just substitute that x tends to 1. So a raised to x minus 1 plus b raised to x minus 1 by 2. So this is f of x minus 1 divided by g of x is x minus 1, right? So here limit a raised to x minus 1 is nothing but a raised to x minus 1 into log a, plus limit b raised to x minus 1 is nothing but b raised to x minus 1 into log b, right? Divided by 2 minus limit 1 as x tends to 1 is log 1, which is 0, whole divided by, so limit x minus 1. So here limit x is 1 divided by 1, right? Therefore, so as x tends to 1, as x tends to 1, so this becomes a raised to 1 minus 1, which is a raised to 0, which is 1, right? So 1 into log a is log a, plus b raised to x minus 1 is b raised to 0, right? Which is 1 into log b divided by 2, right? Since log a plus log b is log of a into b, whole divided by 2 is the answer, right? Therefore, so limit as x tends to 1, f of x minus 1 by g of x is log of a into b by 2. So here among 4 options, option B is the right answer. Log a into b by 2 is the answer. Question 54 is based on the same two functions f of x and g of x. Here the question is, what is limit f of x raised to 1 by g of x as x tends to 1, right? So here limit as x tends to 1, x tends to 1. So f of x raised to 1 by g of x. So it extends up to 1 raised to infinity. It is understood that it extends up to 1 raised to infinity, right? Therefore, we'll consider this limit as x tends to 1. So as log L. So if you consider like this, so it becomes, so limit as x tends to 1. So here limit of f of x, so here f of x is a raised to x minus 1 plus b raised to x minus 1 by 2. So whole raised to 1 by, since g of x is x minus 1, right? Minus 1, because it extends up to 1 raised to infinity, therefore it is minus 1. Therefore, so limit. So the value of, just now in the previous question we had solved for limit of f of x minus 1, right? So here f of x value is given, right? So here I can write it as 1 by 2. So when it is taken out, right? So 1 by 2 is taken out and the value becomes, so log of a into b, right? Log of a into b, right? So 1 by x minus 1. So it is negligible here, right? 1 by x minus 1 to log of a plus log of b, right? Minus log of 1 is 0, right? So we have 1 by 2 into log of a into b. So which is nothing but log of root ab, or a into b raised to 1 by 2, or log of root ab is log L. So which means L is equal to root of A into B, right? So according to our assumption, so f of x raised to 1 by g of x was taken as L, right? Therefore, answer is root AB, right? Option A is the right answer. So consider the following for the next two questions. So here question 55 is, so what is the domain of the function? So the function is root of 2 minus x plus root of 2 plus x, right? To find the domain of the function, let us consider two terms given here. So root of 2 minus x and root of 2 plus x, right? To find the domain, 2 minus x should be greater than or equal to 0, and also 2 plus x should be greater than or equal to 0. Then only we can find the domain. If 2 minus x is greater than or equal to 0, that means 2 is greater than or equal to x, or x is less than or equal to 2. So value of x must be less than or equal to 2, right? And if 2 plus x should be greater than or equal to 0 means, right? So value of x should be greater than or equal to minus 2, right? So combine these two. X should be greater than or equal to minus 2 if minus 2 is here, and 0 and plus 2, right? So the function is well defined between minus 2 to plus 2, right? So here x should be less than or equal to, x can be equal to 2 also, right? Therefore, so the function is, or the domain of the function is between, right, minus 2 to plus 2, including minus 2 and plus 2. Therefore, it is closed interval minus 2 to plus 2. So domain of the function, or the function is well defined in the domain So minus 2 to plus 2 in the closed interval, right? Option B is the right answer. Question 56. So this question is based on the same function, right? So what is the greatest value of the function? So to find the greatest value, we need domain of the function, right? So there are two methods to solve this. One is based on the domain. So just now we had calculated the domain, right? So in the previous question, question number 53, domain of the function is minus 2 to plus 2. Right? So if you substitute minus 2, right? So f of x is root 2 minus of minus 2 is 2 plus 2, it is root 4. Whereas the second term becomes, so root 2 plus minus 2 becomes 0, right? So the function cannot have the greatest value for minus 2 and plus 2, right? So you will get root of 4. So for both the values. Therefore, somewhere in between minus 2 and plus 2, you will have greatest value of the function, right? Therefore, for the value 0, so let us find the function, so which is 2 minus 0 plus root of 2 plus 0, which is 2 root 2. 2 root 2 is nothing but root of 8, right? So the function has greatest value when x is equal to 0. Right? So greatest value of the function is root 8. Option C is the right answer. So another method is, so the second method is, so when the first derivative of the function, so if y is equal to f of x, right? F of x. So when y dash is equal to 0, when first derivative of the function is equal to 0, then that function has the greatest value. Vice versa, right? The function has greatest value if its first derivative is equal to 0, right? Let us find the first derivative of the function. Since f of x is root of 2 minus x plus root of 2 plus x, right? So f dash x or y dash is equal to, so here it is 1 by 2 root of 2 minus x into derivative of minus x is minus 1 plus 1 by 2 root of 2 plus x, and derivative of x is plus 1, right? So here f dash x is equal to, here it should be equal to 0, right? Here f dash x is equal to 0. It is possible only when x is equal to 0, right? Therefore, at x is equal to 0, at x is equal to 0, f dash x is equal to 0, right? Therefore, so we'll consider y dash 0 or f of 0, right? So f of 0 as, so f of 0, not y dash, so f of 0 or y of 0 is equal to root of, at x is equal to 0, which is 2 minus 0 plus root of 2 plus 0, which is nothing but 2 root 2, which is root of 8. So greatest value of the function is equal to root 8. Option C is the right answer. Question 57. Consider the following for the next two questions that follow. Here f of x is given, which is mod x, whereas g of x is x minus 1, right? So here h of x is f of g of x by g of f of x, right? Here we need to find the limit of h of x as x tends to 0 plus, right? So we'll write limit h of x first. So limit h of x as x tends to 0 plus. Here h of x is f of g of x, right? So limit f of g of x by g of f of x, right? As x tends to 0 plus. G of x and f of x are given, right? G of x is x minus 1. So limit, so it is f of g of x is x minus 1 by g of f of x is given, which is mod x, right? So f of x is mod x, therefore it is g of mod x as x tends to 0 plus, right? So now apply for f of x function. So f of x is mod x, therefore f of x minus 1 becomes, so mod x minus 1, right? Therefore limit as x tends to 0 plus. So f of x minus 1 is mod x minus 1. Right? Divided by, since g of x is x minus 1. Right? G of mod x means, so g of mod x means, so mod x minus 1, mod x minus 1. Sorry, it's not mod x minus 1, it is mod x. It is only g of x, right? So g of x is, g of mod x is mod x, which is separate, right? Minus 1. Right? So instead of say, x, we are taking mod x minus 1 as x tends to 0 plus. Therefore, so limit h of x as x tends to 0 plus becomes, so as x tends to 0 plus, it becomes mod of, in place of x, we are substituting 0 plus minus 1 divided by mod of 0 plus, which is separate. Minus 1 is separate. Right? So here, inside the mod, it is 0 plus minus 1 is minus 1. Mod of minus 1 is 1 itself. Right? Divided by, so mod of 0 plus is 0 itself, minus 1. Right? Therefore, so 1 by minus 1 is minus 1. Right? Therefore, limit h of x as x tends to 0 plus is minus 1. Option B is the right answer. Question 58. So based on the same question, so here f of x, g of x and h of x as in the previous question. Here the question is, so limit h of x as x tends to 0 minus, as x tends to 0 minus. So limit h of x value we have already calculated in the previous question, right? So we'll write it. So limit h of x as x tends to 0 minus. So here h of x value is nothing but mod of x minus 1 divided by mod x minus 1 is h of x, right? Here x tends to 0 minus. So here in place of x we are taking 0 minus, right? So mod of 0 minus minus 1 divided by mod of 0 minus, right? So here minus 1 is separated in the denominator. Here inside the mod 0 minus, so it is, it tends to negative value, right? So we'll take minus 1, right? Minus minus 1. So mod of minus 1 minus 1 divided by, so mod of 0 minus. So 0, since 0 minus will have the negative value, its mod is always positive, right? Therefore, so I'll take it as 0 minus 1. Therefore, so mod of minus 1 is minus 2. Its mod is plus 2. Right? Its mod is plus 2. So, or you can take it as mod of minus 2 by minus 1. Since mod of minus 2 is plus 2, minus divided by minus 1 is minus 2. Therefore, minus 2 option A is the right answer. Question 59. Consider the following for the next two questions that follow. Here f of x. So three values for f of x have been given, right? So where? So x minus 3 by mod of x minus 3 plus a. So f of x is this value when x is less than 3, right? So f of x is a minus b. So where x is equal to 3. At x is equal to 3, so f of x be continuous, right? So f of x is x minus 3 by mod x minus 3 plus b. B is another value where x greater than 3, right? So here f of x, so these three values are equal, right? When x values are different, when it is less than 3, equal to 3 and greater than 3, right? So f of x, so three values for f of x are equal, right? So here students will consider when x is less than 3, for x is equal to, for example, 2, right? So x is equal to 2, f of x becomes, so when x is equal to 2, so it becomes a 2 minus 3 by mod of 2 minus 3. Since 2 minus 3 is minus 1, mod of 2 minus 3 is 1 itself, right? So it becomes minus 1 by 1 is minus 1 itself, minus 1 plus a. So f of x, x becomes minus 1 plus a, right? When x is less than 3. For example, x is 2. You can consider x as 1, right? Any value which is less than 3. So here we'll consider again f of x when x is equal to 3. So here f of x is independent of x in the second case, which is a minus b, independent of x. So here x equal to 3, no need to substitute the value of x here, which is independent of x. So f of x becomes a minus b when x is equal to 3. Right? F of x when x greater than 3. For example, x is equal to 4. Right? F of x becomes, so 4 minus 3, which is 1, by mod of 4 minus 3 is 1. So 1 by 1 is 1. So f of x becomes 1 plus b when x is greater than 3. Right? So since f of x, so all these values are equal for different values of x. Therefore, we can say minus 1 plus a, f of x be a continuous function, right? So minus 1 plus a is equal to a minus b is equal to 1 plus b. Let us find the value of a. Here the question is to find value of a, right? For that we need value of b because a depends on value of b, right? So here, so consider these two. Minus 1 plus a is equal to a minus b. Right, a and a will get cancelled. Therefore, we can say minus 1 is equal to minus b. So value of b is 1. Right? Let us consider second and third relation. So a minus b is equal to 1 plus b. Right? Here b is equal to 1. So it becomes a minus 1 is equal to 1 plus 1. Therefore, a is equal to, so 1 plus 1 is 2 plus 1 is 3. Value of a is 3. Right? So option D is the right answer. Question 60. So this question is also based on the same function f of x. Here we need to find value of b. So in the previous question, we had calculated, right? The value of b, so which was 1, right? So I just want to repeat the same. So here f of x is x minus 3 by mod of x minus 3 plus a. So x less than 3. So for x is equal to 2, so we got f of x as, so it was minus 1 plus a when x was 2, right? So f of x was a minus b when x is equal to 3. When it was less than 3, f of x was minus 1 by a, and f of x was 1 plus b. So in the previous question, so when x greater than 3, f of x is 1 plus b. So solving these three, 1 plus a is equal, sorry, minus 1 plus a is equal to a minus b is equal to 1 plus b. So we got b as 1, right? So here, just consider first and second relation. So minus 1 plus a is equal to a plus b. So b is equal to 1. So value of b is plus 1. Option B is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 61. Consider the following for the next two items that follow. So here I is equal to integration of sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x by 1 plus 3 raised to x with respect to x, right? From minus 2 pi to plus 2 pi. So what is the value of integration of sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x with respect to x within this range 0 to pi, right? Here, no need to consider the given integral I. Directly we can find the value of integration of 0 to pi, right? Sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x. We can write this part, sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x as, so integration of, so sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x plus 2 sin square x cos square x minus 2 sin square x cos square x. Add and subtract 2 sin square x cos square x, right? There will not be any change, right? With respect to x within the range 0 to pi, right? Therefore, we can write this part as sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x plus 2 sin square x cos square x as sin square x plus cos square x the whole square, right? Cos square x the whole square 0 to pi minus the last part, which is 2 sin square x cos square x, right? So therefore, so here minus 2 sin square x cos square x can be written as, so sin square 2x, right, by 2. So sin square 2x by 2, right? So with respect to x, right? So now this integral can be written as, so integral 0 to pi, since sine square x plus cos square x is 1, right? So 1 with respect to x minus the second integral, right? So sine square, integration of sine square 2x by 2 with respect to x. So here integration of 1 is x, right? With respect to x is x within the range 0 to pi minus, here sine square 2x, here we'll take out 1 by 2 is common. Sine square 2x can be written as 1 minus cos 2x whole by 2, right? With respect to x. Therefore, so not integration. So x within the range 0 to pi minus, here 1 by 2, again we can take out 1 by 2. So it becomes 1 by 4, and integration of 1 with respect to x minus integration of cos 2x with respect to x, right? So integration of 1 with respect to x is x minus, so integration of cos 2x is sine 2x by 2, right? So sine 2x by 2, right? Within the range 0 to pi. So simplify it. So here the first part becomes pi minus 0, which is pi, minus second part is 1 by 4 into, so x within the range 0 to pi is pi minus 0, which is pi itself, and integration of sine 2x, not integration, sine 2 pi by 2, so it becomes, the whole part becomes 0, right? So we have pi minus pi by 4, which is 3 pi by 4 as the answer, right? Therefore, integration of sine raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x with respect to x within the range 0 to pi is 3 pi by 4. So look at the options. Option B is the right answer. Question 62. What is I equal to? Here, students, we need to find the value of I, right? So for that, I'll consider f of x as this value, sine raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x by 1 plus 3 raised to x, 3 raised to x, right? So for any function f of x, so integral a to b f of x dx, right, is equal to integral a to b f of a plus b minus x with respect to x. That means f of x is equal to f of a plus b minus x, right? So keeping this in our mind, we'll consider f of a plus b minus x, right? So what is f of a plus b minus x? F of x is already been taken. F of a plus b minus x is 3 raised to x into sine raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x by 1 plus 3 raised to x, right? We'll take the sum of f of x and f of a plus b minus x. Both are equal to I, right? Therefore, their sum is nothing but I plus I, which is 2I, is equal to the f of x plus f of a plus b minus x, which is equal to, so these two values. So in which 1 plus 3 raised to x is the LCM, and in the numerator we have 1 plus 3 raised to x into sine raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x, right? So that we can cancel 1 plus 3 raised to x and 1 plus 3 raised to x. Therefore, 2i f of x plus f of a plus b minus x is nothing but 2i is equal to sine raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x, right? So otherwise, you can take 2 into f of x twice, instead of taking I, right? Since we have not applied integral here, so directly we'll take f of x plus f of a plus b minus x. Since f of a plus b minus x is equal to f of x, we'll take twice f of x is sine raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x. Therefore, f of x is equal to 1 by 2 times sine raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x, right? Now apply the integral. So f of x with respect to x within the limits minus 2 pi to plus 2 pi is equal to 1 by 2 into, so integral minus 2 pi to plus 2 pi sine raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x, which is periodic, right? So when you represent this in a graph, sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x, the value is 3 pi by 4, right? So from 0 to pi, if you take the function which is sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x, so integral 0 to pi sin raised to 4x plus cos raised to 4x value is 3 pi by 4, right? Since it is a periodic function, so from pi to 2 pi, if you consider, this value will be 3 pi by 4, 3 pi by 4, and here the limit is from minus 2 pi to plus 2 pi. Therefore, we'll take 0 to pi, 0 to minus pi and minus pi to 2 pi also. So 3 pi by 4 and 3 pi by 4, right? Therefore, here, so integral f of x dx is nothing but I is equal to 1 by 2, right, into, so 3 pi by 4 plus 3 pi by 4 plus 3 pi by 4 plus 3 pi by 4, which is 4 times 3 pi by 4, which is 3 pi, right, into 1 by 2 is 3 pi by 2. Therefore, value of the given integral is 3 pi by 2. So here option C is the right answer. Question 63. Consider the following for the next two items that follow. Here, a function is given f of x is ax into x plus 1 plus b when x is less than 1, and f of x is x minus 1 when x lies between 1 and 2, right? So here, 1 less than or equal to x, which is less than or equal to 2, right? If the function f of x is differentiable at x is equal to 1, then what is the value of a plus b? Right, so at x is equal to 1, so we have to find a plus b. For that, we need to find value of a and b, right? What is a, what is b, right? Here it is given that f of x is differentiable at x is equal to 1. So therefore, we have to find f dash x, right? So here f of x is ax into x plus 1. So when you expand this, you will get ax square plus ax plus b, right? So before going to the derivative, we will write f of x once again. So when you expand this ax into x plus 1, it becomes ax square plus ax plus the last term is b. It is when x is equal to, not equal to, x is less than 1, right? Whereas f of x is x minus 1 when 1 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2. Right, so it is given that f of x is differentiable, right, at x is equal to 1. So we'll find f dash x. So f dash x is, so ax square derivative is 2ax plus derivative of ax is a, and whereas derivative of b is 0, since a and b are constants, right? So this is when x is less than 1. Whereas f dash x is, so here derivative of x minus 1 is 1, right? So when 1 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2. Right? So any function, it is continuous when its, so left hand limit is equal to right hand limit. A function is continuous when left hand limit is equal to right hand limit, right? So it is given that, so here f of x is, so left hand limit and right hand limits are, right? So ax square plus ax plus b and x minus 1 when x is equal to 1, right? Therefore, we'll consider that x is equal to 1. So left hand limit becomes ax square becomes, so a plus ax, a into x becomes a plus b is equal to right hand limit x minus 1, which is 1 minus 1. Therefore, it is 2a plus b is equal to 0, right? Which is when x is equal to 1, right? And also a function is continuous when left hand derivative is equal to right hand derivative, right? When its left hand derivative is equal to right hand derivative. So what is left hand derivative? So 2ax plus a. So at x is equal to 1, left hand derivative becomes 2a plus a, which is 3a. Right hand derivative is 1, so which is independent of x will live as it is. Therefore, 3a is equal to 1, so value of a is 1 by 3. A is 1 by 3. Therefore, b, so what is b, which is minus 2a? It becomes minus 2 by 3. Here, question is to find value of a plus b, right? Therefore, a plus b becomes, so 1 by 3 minus 2 by 3. So which is minus 1 by 3 is the answer. Option A. Question 64. So consider the same function as we have discussed in the previous question. So here the question is, what is limit f of x as x tends to 0 equal to, right? So how it depends on the given function and the values of a and b, right? So here students, we have solved for a and b in the previous question. So there a was 1 by 3, value of b was minus 2 by 3. Right? So how the values of a and b decide the limit of f of x as x tends to 0, right? That's what the question here. So for that, we'll consider the same function given here. So where f of x is ax into x plus 1 plus b. So we can write it as ax square plus ax plus b. When x is less than 1 and the same function is equal to x minus 1, when 1 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2, right? So which means when x is less than 1, so we'll consider a number line. On a number line, if you consider this as 0 and 1, so when x is less than 1, that means, so below 1, the function becomes ax square plus ax plus b. When it is less than 1, right? So the same function is x minus 1 when 1 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2, right? So here the question is, so when x is equal to 0, less than 1 means when x is equal to 0, at x is equal to 0, the function becomes f of x becomes, right? So ax square means 0 into, sorry, plus ax is 0 plus b, right? So the function becomes, so at x is equal to 0, that means limit of the function, limit f of x at x tends to 0 becomes b, right? So at x is equal to 0, the function becomes b. What is the value of b? Which is minus 2 by 3, right? So that's what the question is. So limit f of x as x tends to 0 is minus 2 by 3. Option B is the right answer. Question 65. If f of x is mod of log of mod x, where x lies between 0 and 1. So here x lies between, so in the open interval 0 and 1, right? So 0 less than x less than 1. So here x is not equal to 0 nor equal to 1, right? Therefore x is in the open interval 0 to 1, right? So here we need to find f dash 0.5. So for that we need f dash x, right? So here we'll consider f of x given here, right? So mod of mod of x, whether it is positive or negative. So mod x is x itself, right? So f of x is mod of log x, right? So we'll consider logarithm graph now, right? So in a logarithm graph, since x lies between 0 and 1, so we'll consider 0 and 1 in this interval, right? So logarithm of x, any function, is always negative. It lies in the fourth quadrant, therefore it is negative, right? So in this region, f of x is negative. F of x is negative, right? Therefore, so we can write f of x as minus log x because of the interval of x, right? Between 0 and 1, any function is negative. Therefore, f of x is minus log x, right? So this is because of logarithm graph, right? So we'll consider f dash x, right? Derivative of f of x, which is minus 1 by x. Here f dash 0.5, right? So f dash 0.5 is minus 1 by 0.5, which is minus 2, right? Option A is the right answer. Question 66. Here f dash x is cos of log x and y is equal to f of 2x minus 3 by x. So what is the value of dy by dx is equal to? So y is given. So dy by dx is nothing but y dash, right? So derivative of y. So which is derivative of f of 2x minus 3 by x. So which is nothing but f dash 2x minus 3 whole divided by x into derivative of this part 2x minus 3 by x, right? 2x minus 3 by x, chain rule, right? Therefore, so we'll leave f dash 2x minus 3 by x as it is. So derivative of 2x minus 3 by x. So d by dx of u by v, right? D by dx of u by v is nothing but v into du by dx minus u into dv by dx whole divided by v square, right? Apply the same rule. Here v is x, right? So x into, so du by dx, so which is derivative of 2x is 2, derivative of minus 3 is 0, right? So we'll leave that part. So it becomes 2x minus u into, so 2x minus 3 into dv by dx. So derivative of the denominator is 1 whole divided by x square. Therefore, f dash 2x minus 3 by x. Given that f of x is cos of log x, therefore f dash x is cos of log x. Therefore, in place of x here, we have 2x minus 3 by x. Therefore, it becomes cos of log of x is 2x minus 3 by whole divided by x. In place of x, we are writing this. And the next part becomes, so 2x, this is 2x, right? So 2x minus 2x plus 3 whole divided by x square. Therefore, y dash or dy by dx, right, both are same, is equal to log of ln or log 2x minus 3 by x, right, into 3 by x square, right? Divided by dx is this much. So look at the options. So here's option C, right? So 3 by x square, we have cos of ln 2x minus 3 by x, right? Option C is the right answer. Question 67. What is integral mod sin x dx within the range 0 to 8 pi equal to? So theoretically, if you consider 0 to 8 pi mod sin x dx, so I'll write it as 8 times 0 to pi range, right? 8 times 0 to pi range. So mod sin x with respect to x, right? Which is 8 times 0 to pi range. So mod sin x is sin x itself with respect to x. So 8 times integral 0 to pi sin x dx. So integration of sin x is minus cos x, right? Which is minus cos x within the range 0 to pi, right? So 8 times, so minus of, so cos pi is minus 1, minus cos 0 is 1, right? Therefore, it is 8 times, so minus of minus 2 is 2. So 16 is the right answer, right? So option D is the right answer. This is theoretical method. So when you represent the same thing graphically, so we know that the graphical representation of sin pi, right? So 0 to pi means in this range. So we'll represent sine wave, 1 minute. So if it is pi by 2, this is pi, sine wave will be like this, right? It goes like this. This is sin x. So this part I'm showing now, this represents sin x, right? Here it is given that mod of sin x will represent mod of sin x. So in mod of sin x, there is no negative value, right? So here the fourth quadrant value indicates a negative sign, right? Therefore, in mod sin x, we have all the positive values. Therefore, so from 0 to pi, so if it is 0, 0 to pi, the sine wave looks like this, 0 to pi, right? So we'll avoid the confusion. This is pi, this is 2 pi. So up to 8 pi we have in the question, 0 to 8 pi, right? So from 0 to pi, the wave will be like this, right? So because it is mod sin x, right? So all the values are positive. pi to 2 pi like this, right? 2 pi to 3 pi. Similarly, up to 8 pi, 5 pi, 4 pi, 5 pi, 6 pi, and it continues up to 8 pi, right? So what is the value of sine x from 0 to pi, right? From 0 to pi by 2, right? Sine value, so maximum, it can have 1, right? It is 1 unit. So 0 to pi plus 1 more. So 2 units, right? Pi to 2 pi, 2 units. Again 2 units, 2 units, 2 units, 2 units, up to 8 pi. Therefore, so 8 into 2 units. So mod of sine x from 0 to 8 pi will have 16 units, right, as the answer. Therefore, option D is the right answer, right? Question 68. What is the area between the curve f of x is equal to x mod x? It is, there is a slight change. It is x mod x and x-axis. For x belongs to -1 to +1 close interval, right? So we'll represent the function graphically since the limit is from -1 to +1. So here is -1 on x-axis, so and +1, right? So f of x is x mod x. Here, x can have both negative and positive values, right? So x can have the value -1 also, even +1 also, because of the closure interval, right? So when x is between -1 to 0, right? So except 0, all the values are negative here, right? So you can take open interval 0. X is from -1 to 0. So f of x becomes, so x mod x. Here, the first x can have negative value, right? And the second x with mod sign will have positive value. Therefore, one negative into one positive becomes minus x square. F of x is minus x square. So, in the first interval, that is -1 to 0. And from 0 to +1, f of x becomes again x mod x. Both the x have positive values, hence it is x square. F of x is plus x square, right? So here the graph looks like this. Here from 0 to 1, right? So the function will be increasing like this because it is positive x square, right? Whereas from 0 to -1 is decreasing constantly because it is minus x square, right? So here the question is area between the curve, right? So what is the area? So the total area between, right, this range -1 to +1, the total area, right? So the first area, we'll consider first area is nothing but, so integral x square, so within the range 0 to 1, within the limit 0 to 1 with respect to x, right? Since integration of x square is x cube by 3, 0 to 1, which is nothing but 1 by 3. So the area from 0 to 1 is 1 by 3, right? Square units. Whereas the second area, this area, is integration from -1 to 0, right? -1 to 0, right? So which is minus x square, right? The function is minus x square with respect to x, right? So we can take out negative sign. So it is x cube by 3 -1 to 0. Simplify it. So minus of, here the first term becomes 0. So 0 cube by 3 is 0. So minus, so -1 cube is -1. So it becomes -1 by 3, right? -1 by 3. Therefore, we have 1 by 3 as the area, right? The first area is also 1 by 3 units, square units, and the second area is also 1 by 3 square units. Therefore, the total area between the curve, is 1 by 3 plus 1 by 3, which is 2 by 3. Hence, option A is the right answer. Question 69. What are the order and the degree respectively of the given differential equation? So order of a differential equation means the highest derivative. So highest order derivative is d3y by dx cubes, third order derivative, right? So it is nothing but x square into, so y3, the whole square, third order derivative, plus y1 raised to 4 plus sin x is equal to 0. So here order is 3, right? Third order, which is 3, and its respective degree is 2. So degree of a differential equation is nothing but degree of its highest order. So which degree of the highest order is 2, right? So therefore, so order and degree are 3 and 2 respectively. Option D is the right answer. Question 70. What is the differential equation of all parabolas of the type y square is equal to 4a into x minus b? Right? So when you differentiate the given parabola, so it becomes so differentiation of y square, which is 2y into the first derivative. So y dash is equal to, so 4a. So I'll write it as 4ax minus 4ab. Right? So which is equal to 4ax minus 4ab. So derivative of 4ax is 4a. Right? So minus derivative of 4ab is 0. Right? Therefore, 2y dash is equal to 4a. Right? We'll consider the second order derivative. Right? So therefore, second d by dx of 2y dash is equal to d by dx of 4a. Right? The second order. So here d by dx of 2y dash is, I just split 2y and y dash separately. Right? So it becomes 2y into y double dash plus y dash into differentiation of 2y, which is 2 into y dash, right? So is equal to differentiation of 4a is 0. Therefore, I can write 2y double dash plus 2y dash the whole square is equal to 0. So when it is divided by 2, we get y into y double dash plus y dash the whole square is equal to 0. So here y dash is first derivative and the y double dash is second derivative, right? So I can write y double dash as, so d square y by dx square and y dash as dy by dx its square. Its square is equal to 0. Therefore, the differential equation of all parabolas of the given type, right, is nothing but, so y into d square y by dx square plus dy by dx square dx the whole square is equal to 0, right? So associated differential equation for the given parabola, right? So hence option D is the right answer, right? So which is same, right? Option D is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 71. Consider the following for the next two questions that follow. Here A1, A2, A3, so on, be in arithmetic progression such that A1 plus A5 plus A10, so on up to A34 is equal to 300. So here we need to find A1 plus A5 minus A10 minus A15 minus A20 minus A25 plus A30 plus A34. Right? So in an arithmetic progression, students, so in general case, we'll consider, so A1 plus A2 plus A3, so on up to AN, be in arithmetic progression, right? Here A1 is nothing but the first term, right? So here, so we'll consider instead of A1, A2, we'll consider T1, first term plus second term plus third term, T3, so on up to Tn in arithmetic progression, right? So that the difference between the consecutive terms is constant here, right? So here T1 plus the last term Tn is equal to the second term T2 plus last but one term Tn minus 1, which is equal to sum of the third term and Tn minus 2, third term from the last, which is in turn equal to the sum of fourth term and fourth term from last, right? And it continues, right, up to the middle two terms, sum of the middle two terms. Applying the same concept here also to the question asked here, right? So A1 plus last term is A34, right? So A1 plus A34, right, is equal to A5, right? So before going to that, consider the given series here, right? So A5 plus A30 is equal to A10 is the third term plus A25 is the third term from last, which is equal to A15 plus A20, right? So according to the concept of arithmetic progression. Now consider the question here. So in the given question, so I'll club A1 and the last term, A1 plus A34, right? So in the given question, and the second term is A5, I'll club this A5 with the second term from last, which is A30, right? And the third term is minus A10, and third term from the last is minus A25. I'll take out minus and sum of those two terms, A10 and A25. And the middle two terms are minus A15 and minus A20, in which I'll take out negative sign. So sum of the two terms A15 and A20, right? So this gives so A1 plus A34 is equal to A5 plus A30 according to the concept of arithmetic progression. Those two terms are equal, right? I'll consider their sum as x. If I consider their sum as x, so I'll consider x plus x minus A10 plus A25 is also x minus x. Therefore, we have 0 as the final answer, right? Therefore, so the answer is 0, option A. Question 72. So consider the same series, right? So in which is sigma an, right? From n is equal to 1 to 34. So sum of 34 terms we need to find. So which is, so the general formula is Sn, which is n by 2 into 2a plus n minus 1 into d. N minus 1 into d, right? Here we need to find S34, sum of 34 terms, right? So which is 34 by 2 into 2a plus n minus 1. So the 34 terms minus 1, which is 33d. Here we don't know the value of a and d. What is the first term and the common difference? We don't know that, right? So for that, let us consider the given series, right? The given series in which, so a1 plus a34, right? So a1 plus a34 will club first and last terms plus second term plus last but one term, so which is second term is A5, right? Sorry, A5 plus A30 plus third term is A10 plus A25 plus fourth term is A15 and fourth term from last is A20 is equal to, their sum is already given, which is equal to 300, right? So here I can write A1 as using the formula Tn is equal to A plus n minus 1 into d. Using this formula, A1 can be written as A plus 1 minus 1 into d. So A1 is nothing but A, right? And A34 is nothing but, so A plus 34 minus 1 into d is 33d, right? Therefore, I can write sum of A1 and A34 as A plus 33d, right? Whereas sum of A5 and A30. So using the same formula Tn, so A5 can be written as A plus n minus 1. N is fifth term minus 1, which is 4 into d plus A30. So A plus n minus 30 minus 1 is 29 into d, right? Plus sum of A10 and A25. So A plus 9d plus A10 is A plus 9d, A25 is A plus 24d. And the last term is A15 plus A20, so which is A plus 14d plus A plus 19d. So RHS is 300, right? So consider the first term, A plus 33d is nothing but 2A plus 33d. Consider the second term. So A plus A, which is 2A. 4D plus 29D is 33D. which is plus. So a plus a, 2a, 24 plus 9 is 33d, plus in the last term also we have a plus a, which is 2a, 14d plus 19d, which is 33d, is equal to 300. Right? Therefore, so 4 times 2a plus 33d is equal to 300. Therefore, value of 2a plus 33d is equal to 300 by 4, which is 75. Right? So directly we can take the value of 2a plus 33d as 75. Right? Therefore, sum of 34 terms is 34 by 2, which is 17, into 2a plus 33d is 75. Therefore, we have, so 17 into 5, 85, 119 plus 8 is 127, right? So 1275 is sum of 34 terms, or sigma an from n is equal to 1 to 34, right? First to 34 terms, the sum is 1 to 75. So option D is the right answer. Question 73. Here, P is equal to cos pi by 5 into cos 2 pi by 5. And Q is equal to cos 4 pi by 5 into cos 8 pi by 5. What's the value of P plus Q, right? So for that, I'll consider cos 4 pi by 5 first. Cos 4 pi by 5. 4 pi by 5. We'll simplify it. So, which is equal to cos of 4 pi by 5 can be written as pi minus pi by 5. Both are same. Cos of pi minus theta is minus cos theta, right? Which is minus cos pi by 5. Whereas cos 8 pi by 5. So we'll consider cos 8 pi by 5 is equal to cos of, we'll express in terms of 2 pi. Cos of 2 pi minus 2 pi by 5. Both are same, right? Cos of 2 pi minus theta is cos theta, right? Therefore, cos of 2 pi minus 2 pi by 5 is cos 2 pi by 5. Right? Therefore, Q becomes, so minus cos pi by 5 into cos 2 pi by 5. Right? Whereas Q is cos pi by 5 into cos 2 pi by 5. Therefore, P plus Q. So Q is negative of P, right? So P minus P. Right? Q is negative of P. So which is equal to 0. P plus Q value is 0. Option C is the right answer. Question 74. So consider the same two values of P and Q. So here we need to find value of P into Q, right? In the previous question, we had considered cos pi by 5 as A, cos 2 pi by 5 as B, right? Whereas cos of 4 pi by 5 is nothing but, so minus cos pi by 5, which is minus A, whereas cos 8 pi by 5 is nothing but B. Right? Therefore, we had proved P is equal to minus Q, or Q is equal to minus P. Right? Here we have to consider product of P and Q. For that, we need the values of P and Q. Right? So to find values of P and Q, we need values of A and B. Right? So we'll find that separately. Right? So here, students, cos 2 pi by 5 we'll consider first. Cos 2 pi by 5 is nothing but, so cos of 2 theta. Theta is pi by 5, right? So apply the formula of cos of 2 theta is 2 cos square theta minus 1, right? So here, for your reference, I'll consider cos 2 theta. Cos 2 theta is equal to 2 cos square theta minus 1. Right? Therefore, cos 2 pi becomes 2 pi by 5 becomes 2 cos square pi by 5 minus 1. Right? Since cos 2 pi by 5, so it is B. According to our assumption, it is B is equal to 2 times cos pi by 5 is A. Right? So cos square pi by 5 becomes 2A square minus 1. B is 2A square minus 1. Consider this as equation 1. Let us consider cos 4 pi by 5. Right? So, which is nothing but minus A. Right? Cos 4 pi by 5 is equal to, so I'll write this in terms of cos of 2 times 2 pi by 5. I'll write cos 4 by 5 in terms of cos 2 theta. Apply the same formula, 2 cos square theta minus 1, which is 2 cos square theta is 2 pi by 5 minus 1. Since cos 4 pi by 5 is minus a, I'll write it as minus a is equal to 2 times cos 2 pi by 5 is nothing but b, right? So according to our assumption, it is b. So I'll write it as b square. Cos square 2 pi by 5 is b square minus 1. So consider this as equation 2. Right here, first we need to find value of a and b, right? So for that, we'll consider equation 1 and 2. So add these two equations, equation 1 and 2. So sorry, not adding, we have to subtract. Equation 1 minus 2 gives, so b plus a or a plus b is equal to, so 2a square minus 1 minus 2b square minus 1 minus 1 and minus of minus 1 will get cancelled. So we have 2a square minus 2b square, right? 2 times a square minus b square is a plus b into a minus b. A minus b. So in which a plus b and a plus b will get cancelled. So we have 1 is equal to 2 times a minus b, or a minus b is equal to 1 by 2, right? A minus b is equal to 1 by 2. Here, either you have to substitute a value of b or a. So from equation 1, b is equal to 2a square minus 1. Better you consider this as equation 3. b is 2a square minus 1. So it becomes a minus 2a square minus 1 is equal to 1 by 2, right? Therefore, we have, after rearrangement, 2a minus 4a square minus of minus 1 is plus 1 into 2 is, yes, plus 2 is equal to 1, or 4a square minus 2a, yes, it becomes minus 1 is equal to 0, right? So apply the formula of, so minus b plus or minus root of b square minus 4ac by 2a formula. So value of unknown term a becomes minus b is minus 2 here, minus of minus 2 plus or minus root of b square is 2 square, which is 4, right? B square minus 4ac. 4 into a is 4, c is minus 1, it becomes plus 16 by 2 times a is 4, 2 into 4. Therefore, it is 2 plus or minus root of root 20 is 4 into 5 by 8. So we can take out 2, it becomes 1 plus or minus. So when root of 4 is taken out, it becomes 2. We have already taken out 2. It becomes 1 plus or minus root 5 by 8. Therefore, value of a is, since root is always positive here, so it becomes 1 plus root 5 by 4. Right? Value of a is 1 plus root 5 by 4. Therefore, b becomes, from equation 3, in any equation, you can substitute the value of a. So a minus b is 1 by 2. So a minus b is 1 by 2. Therefore, b 1 by 2, b becomes a minus 1 by 2. So a is 1 plus root 5 or root 5 plus 1 by 4 minus 1 by 2. So it becomes, so root 5 minus 1 by 4. b is root 5 minus 1 by 4. Therefore, value of p, right? Therefore, value of p becomes a into b. So here a is root 5 plus 1 by 4. b is root 5 minus 1 by 4. So which is in the form of a plus b into a minus b, a square, which is a square minus b square, right? So which is 5 minus 1 by 16. 4 into 4 is 16, which is 1 by 4 is the answer. That means value of p. Since p is minus q, right? So p is AB, q is minus AB. Therefore, value of q is minus AB, which is minus 1 by 4. Therefore, p into q becomes minus 1 by 4 into plus 1 by 4, which is minus 1 by 16 is the answer. Right? So product of P and Q is minus 1 by 16. Option A is the right answer. Question 75, consider the following for the next two questions that follow. Here values of P and Q are given, right? P is 1 by 3 minus tan 3x by tan x, and Q is 1 minus 3 tan square x, where x lies between 0 and pi and x is not equal to pi by 2. right? For the given two values, P and Q, we cannot take the value of X as pi by 2, right? So here we need to find the product of P and Q. PQ is equal to. So here we will go for directly the substitution method, right? So we'll take the product of P and Q, since P is 1 by 3 minus tan 3x by tan x. So in which we'll take 3 tan x as the LCM, and the numerator becomes, so tan x minus 3 tan 3x. This is P, right? This is P. Into Q is, so Q will be as it is, 1 minus 3 tan square x. Here students, the value of x lies between 0 and pi. You can take any value, right? Except pi by 2, right? For our convenience, I'll take x as pi by 4. So that the simplification part will be very easy, right? X as pi by 4. So tan pi by 4 is 1. Right? Therefore, product of P and Q becomes, so tan pi by 4 is 1 minus 3 into tan 3x. So 3 into, so tan 3x is nothing but tan of 135 or tan 90 plus 45. So tan of 90 plus theta is, right, minus tan theta, right? So tan of 90 plus theta is always minus tan theta, right? Therefore, tan of 90 plus pi by 4 is tan of 90 plus pi by 4, which is minus tan pi by 4, which is equal to minus 1. Therefore, so tan 3x becomes, tan 3x is nothing but tan 90 plus 45, right? So here it is minus 1, right? Divided by 3 into tan x. So 3 into 1 into 1 minus 3. So since tan x is equal to 1, tan pi by 4 is 1 here. So it becomes 1 minus 3. Therefore, we have, so 1 minus of minus 3 is 1 plus 3, which is 4 by 3 into minus 2. Therefore, we have minus 8 by 3, right, as the product of P and Q. Therefore, PQ is equal to minus 8 by 3. Option D is the right answer. Question 76. For how many values of x does 1 by p become 0? So 1 by p becomes 0 for how many values of x? That means for how many angles, right? 1 by p value becomes 0. So let us find 1 by p. Since p is 1 by 3 minus tan 3x by tan x, right? So when we have taken 3 tan x as the LCM, so in 1 by p, so this 3 tan x goes to numerator. And the denominator becomes tan x minus 3 tan x, 3 tan 3x. Tan x minus 3 tan 3x, right? Now, so we'll expand 3 tan 3x, right, by the formula. So numerator will be as it is, 3 tan x divided by tan x minus 3 tan 3x is nothing but 3 tan x minus tan cube x whole divided by 1 minus 3 tan square x by the formula, right? So here also we will take the LCM. So here numerator will be as it is, 3 tan x, and the denominator part will be tan x into 1 minus 3 tan square x minus the second part. So in which we'll take out tan x as common, and the remaining term will be 1 minus tan square x whole divided by 1 minus 3 tan square x. This I'll take in the numerator. So denominator of the denominator will go to numerator. So here students, so tan x is common in the denominator. So we can cancel these two tan x with the tan x in the numerator, right? Therefore, we have 3 into 1 minus 3 tan square x whole divided by 1 minus 3 tan square x minus 3 plus tan square x plus tan square x. So here 1 by p is equal to 0 when the numerator term, so which is 1 minus 3 tan square x is 0, right? Then it becomes 3 into 0, which is 0. The whole value becomes 0, right? Therefore, 1 by p is equal to 0 if 1 minus 3 tan square, this whole part is equal to 0, right? This whole part is equal to 0 means, so 1 minus 3 into, so this tan square x should be 1 by root 3 the whole square, or 1 by 3. Tan square x should be 1 by root 3 the whole square. So it can be plus root 3 the whole square or minus the root 3 the whole square. It becomes 0. Therefore, so tan x should be equal to plus or minus 1 by root 3. Right? So tan x is plus root 3 if x value is 30 degree. If x is 30 degree, then tan x becomes 1 by root 3. If x is 150 degree, that is 180 minus 30 degree, then tan x becomes minus 1 by root 3. For both the values, 30 and 150 degree, so tan x becomes, so plus or minus 1 by root 3, and tan square x becomes, right, tan square x becomes 1 by 3. So that 1 minus 3 tan square x becomes 0. Then the whole value 1 by p becomes 0. Right? Therefore, the question is, for how many values of x 1 by p becomes 0? For 2 values of x, right? So only 2 values. Option C is the right answer. When x is 30 degree and x is 150 degree, right? So the numerator term becomes 1 minus 3 times square. This term becomes 0. Therefore, 1 by p value, whole value becomes 0. So option C is the right answer. Question 77. Consider the following for the next two questions that follow. Here sin x plus sin y is equal to root 3 into cos y minus cos x, and x plus y is equal to pi by 2, which is 90 degree, where 0 less than x. That means angle x is greater than 0 and angle y is less than 90 degree. Right? Here we need to find sin 3x plus sin 3y. Right? For that we need values of x and y. What is angle x and y? Right? For that, consider the given equation. Sin x plus sin y is equal to, I'll take this cos y minus cos x to the left hand side. It becomes divided by cos y minus cos x is equal to root 3. Right? So we'll apply the formula of sin A plus sin B. Right? Which is, so 2 sin A plus B by 2 into cos A minus B by 2. Right? Whereas denominator is in the form of cos A minus cos B, which is minus 2 sin A plus B by 2 into sin A minus B by 2. Right? So using these two formula, so left hand side becomes sin x plus sin y. Right? It becomes 2 sin x plus y by 2 into cos x minus y by 2 divided by, so cos A minus cos B. So here A is y, B is x, right? So which is minus 2 sin, right? A plus B by 2, y plus x by 2 into sin y minus x by 2 is equal to root 3, right? So here students, sin x plus y by 2 and sin y plus x by 2, both are same, right? So we'll cancel. So 2 and 2 will get cancelled. So we have cos x minus y by 2 divided by, so I'll write sin y minus x by 2 as a, so sine of minus x minus y by 2, right? Which is sine of minus x minus y by 2. Both are same, right? So here it is with the negative sign. So since minus 2 is there in the denominator, we have a negative value in the denominator, which is equal to, yes, so left hand side is equal to root 3. Here sine of minus theta, this part is minus sine theta, so minus of minus becomes plus. So we have, at the end, we have cos x minus y by 2 by sine x minus y by 2. right? Is equal to root 3. So cos by sine is cot, right? So cot x minus y by 2 is equal to root 3, right? So which means x minus y by 2. So what is the angle x minus y by 2? So which is equal to 30 degree, because cos 30 is root 3, right? So x minus y by 2 is 30 degree. That means x minus y is 60 degree. X minus y is 60 degree. Given that x plus y is pi by 2, which is 90 degree, right? So we'll consider that also. X plus y is 90 degree. That means here x is greater than y, because the difference between x and y is 60 degree, right? So x is greater, that is x is 70 degree, so sorry, 75 degree, and y is 15 degree. Then only x minus y becomes 60, x plus y becomes 90, right? So here the question is to find sine 3x plus sine 3y. So we'll consider sine 3x plus sine 3y, which is nothing but sine 3x, x is 75 degree, 75 into 3 is 225, plus sine y is 15, 15 into 3, which is 45 degree, right? So sine 225 is nothing but sine 180 plus 45. Sine of 180 plus theta is minus sine theta plus sine 45, right? So which is minus sine 45. 180 plus theta is minus sine theta plus sine 45 is equal to 0, right? Minus sine 45 plus sine 45 is 0. Hence, option B is the right answer. Question 78. So based on the values of x and y, we need to find cos cube x plus cos cube y. So in the previous question itself, we had solved for x and y, right? X was 75 degree and y was 15 degree, right? Y was 15 degree. So here, what is cos cube x plus cos cube y? So before going to cos cube x and y, we'll find cos x and cos y, right? Cos x and cos y. So cos x is nothing but cos 75 degree. So I'll write cos 75 as cos 45 plus 30, right? And also cos y as cos 45 minus cos, that means cos 45 minus 30 degree, right? So these two are in the form of cos of a plus b and cos of a minus b respectively, right? Accordingly, we have to use the formula cos of a plus b is cos a cos b minus sin a sin b. Cos of a minus b is cos a cos b plus sin a sin b, right? So we'll write cos 45 into cos 30 minus sin 45 into sin 30, right? Since cos 45 is 1 by root 2, right? Cos 30 is root 3 by 2 minus sin 45 is also 1 by root 2. Sin 30 is 1 by 2. Therefore, here 2 root 2 is the LCM and we have numerator as root 3 minus 1. Therefore, cos 75 is root 3 minus 1 by 2 root 2, right? Or cos x is root 3 minus 1 by 2 root 2. Similarly, cos y, we'll find cos y. So which is in the form of cos a minus b, cos 45 minus 30. So which is cos a cos b plus sin a sin b. So which is cos 45 into cos 30, which is 1 by root 2 into root 3 by 2 plus sin a sin b. Sin a is 1 by root 2, sin b is 1 by 2. Therefore, we have 2 root 2 in the denominator and root 3 plus 1 in the numerator, right? So cos y is root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2. So now substitute the values. Cos cube x becomes root 3 minus 1 by 2 root 2 the cube plus cos cube y becomes root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2 the cube, right? Since 2 root 2 the cube is LCM, 2 root 2 the cube means 2 cube into root 2 cube. 2 cube is 8 and root 2 cube is 2 root 2, right? So 8 into root 2 is 16 root 2 is the LCM. And the numerator is, so root 3 minus 1 the whole cube plus root 3 plus 1 the whole cube. So we are using the formula of a minus b whole cube and a plus b whole cube, right? So a minus b whole cube. So I'll mention the formula here. A minus b whole cube is a cube minus b cube minus 3ab into a minus b, whereas a plus b whole cube is a cube plus b cube plus 3ab into a plus b. Right? Therefore, root 3 minus 1 the whole cube is, so root a cube, which is root 3 the whole cube is root 3 into root 3 into root 3. So, which is 9 root 3. Right? 9 root 3 minus b cube is 1 minus 3 times ab, which is 3 root 3, right, into a minus b, root 3 minus 1. Whereas the second part becomes root 3 plus 1, the whole cube, which is root 3 the whole cube is 9 root 3. Sorry, it's not root 3 the whole cube is 3 root 3, not 9 root 3. It is 3 root 3. Right? Plus b cube is 1 plus 3 root 3 into root 3 plus 1, root 3 plus 1. So here, students, we have 3 root 3 plus 3 root 3, which is 6 times root 3, and plus 1 minus 1 will get cancelled. So we have minus 3 root 3 into root 3 minus 1 and plus 3 root 3 into root 3 plus 1. So in which we'll take out minus 3 root 3 as common, and the remaining terms are root 3 minus 1, and here it becomes minus root 3 minus 1. And in the denominator, we'll have 16 into root 2. Right? So here root 3 and minus root 3 will get cancelled. Minus 1 becomes minus 2 into 3 minus 3 root 3 becomes minus 6 root 3. Sorry, plus 6 root 3. Right? So 6 root 3 plus 6 root 3 by 16 root 2. So which is nothing but 12 root 3 by 16 root 2. So here in the options, we have whole numbers in the denominator. Let us convert the denominator into a whole number. For that, the multiply numerator and denominator by root 2. So numerator becomes 12 into root 3 into root 2 is root 6, and the denominator is 16 into 2, which is 32. Right? So simplify it. So 4 into 3 and 4 into 8. Right? 4 into 3 is 12, 4 into 8. Therefore, 3 root 6 by 8 is the answer. Right? 3 root 6 by 8 is the answer. So, option B is the right answer. Option B. Question 79. So, consider the following for the next two questions that follow. The angles of a triangle are in the ratio 3:5:4. So, ABC are three angles of a triangle. So, the ratio of the angles is equal to 3:5:4. So, here we need to find value of A plus B plus root 2 into C equal to. Alright. So, here students, we know that A by sine of the first angle is equal to B by sine of second angle plus C by sine of third angle is always a constant. So in a triangle, if you consider, so ABC are three angles, right? So and A by sine A is equal to B by sine B plus, sorry, is equal to C by sine C is always a constant, right? So here we need to find A, B and C, right? For that, so we'll consider angles A, B and C, capital A, B and C, right? So these angles are in the ratio 3:5:4. That means 3x plus 5x plus 4x is always 180 degree, sum of the angles. So which means 12x is 180 degree. So value of x is 15, right? Therefore, angle A is 3x, which is 45 degree. Angle B is 5x, so 75 degree, and angle C is 4x, which is 60 degree, right? Therefore, A by sine A becomes A by sine 45 degree is equal to B by sine 75 degree is equal to C by sine 60 degree is equal to a constant, right? Therefore, value of A becomes, So a constant into sine 45. Sine 45 is 1 by root 2. So a value is k by root 2. B value is k into, right, sine 75. In the previous questions, we had solved for sine 45, sorry, sine 75. So which was root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2, right? Whereas C value is k into sine 60. Sine 60 is root 3 by 2. So k into root 3 by 2, right? Therefore, so a plus b plus root 2 into c, right? So we'll find a plus b plus root 2 into c. So which is, so we can take out k as common here, right? So k into 1 by root 2 is a, plus b is root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2, plus c is root 3 by 2, right? So here 2 root 2 is LCM, right? 2 root 2 is LCM and the numerators become, so 2 plus root 3 plus 1 plus 3 root, sorry, root 2 into root 3, right? Root 3 into root 2. Am I right? Yes. Yes. So here, students, yes. Now it is root 2 into C. It is not only C. So A plus B plus root 2 into C. So we have root 2 into root 2 here in the last numerator. So K into, so 2 plus root 3 plus 1. So root 2 into root 2 becomes 2 root 3 plus 2 root 3 by 2 root 2, right? Therefore, we have 2 root 3 plus root 3 is 3 root 3. 2 plus 1 is 3 by 2 root 2. Right? So again, we can take out 3 as common here in the numerator. So 3k into root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2. Right? What is this part? K into root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2. So it is B. K into root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2 is B. Therefore, the whole value becomes 3 times B. Value B. Right? So A plus B plus root 2 into C is 3 times B. Option C is the right answer. Question 80. So based on the same values of A, B and C, we have to find the ratio of A square is to B square is to C square. So in the previous question, we had solved for A, B and C. So here A was K by root 2. B was K into root 3 plus 1 by root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2. Right? So whereas C was K into root 3 by 2. So here we need A square, B square and C square. So A square is K square by 2. B square is K square into, so root 3 plus 1 the whole square, which is root 3 whole square plus 1 square plus 2 root 3. So which is 4 plus 2 root 3 by, so denominator square. So which is 4 into 2, which is 8. Right? Whereas the C square is K square into 3 by 4. Right? So the ratio of A square is to B square is to C square. So in which we can cancel K square and K square, right? So A square is to B square is to C square is equal to, so 1 by 2 is to, so in B square we can take out 2 common. So when 8 is divided by 2, you'll get 4, right? So we have 2 plus root 3 by 4 is to 3 by 4, right? So when this whole thing is multiplied by 4, so we will get 4 by 2, which is 2, is to 2 plus root 3 by 4 into 4. So 4 and 4 will get cancelled. We have 2 plus root 3 is to 3 by 4 into 4 is 3. Therefore, the ratio of A square, B square and C square is 2 is to 2 plus root 3 is to 3, right? So option A is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all these questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 81. What is the equation of directrix of parabola y square is equal to 4bx, where b is strictly less than 0 and b square plus b minus 2 is equal to 0? So students, what we have to do here is first find the value of b, right? Once you get the value of b, we can easily consider the equation of the parabola, right? Which is 4bx. Y is 4bx, right? So depending on the equation of the parabola, we can find directrix of it, right? So we'll find value of b. So considering the given equation b square plus b minus 2 is equal to 0 for b, so we'll factorize it, right? So it becomes b plus 2 into b minus 1, right? When you expand this, you will get b square plus b minus 2 as 0, right? Therefore, we have two values for b, minus 2 and b is equal to plus 1. But it is given that b is strictly less than 0, right? Which is already given. So no need to consider b is equal to 1 value, right? Therefore, so we'll take b as minus 2, right? Therefore, equation of the parabola becomes y square is equal to, so 4 into bx. So 4 into minus 2x, which is minus 8x. Y square is equal to minus 8x indicates parabola is a left facing parabola because of this negative value, right? So minus 8x indicates it is a left facing parabola, right? So if the parabola is facing left, so what happens to the directrix? So just behind this will be the directrix, which is positive. Therefore, directrix, the formula says directrix 4a is equal to the positive value of, which is 8, right? 4a is 8. Therefore, value of a is 2, right? A is 2. Therefore, directrix is a is equal to 2 or a minus 2 is equal to 0. Both are same, right? Therefore, so if a is equal to 2, so since it is towards positive x-axis, so we'll take x minus 2 is equal to 0. Right, a is equal to 2. Therefore, directrix formula is, equation of directrix of the parabola is x minus 2 is equal to 0. Hence, option B is the right answer. Question 82. So here are 4 points given, right? So we'll name it as A, B, C, D. Right, 4 points are given. So we have to decide whether these points are lying on the same circle or vertices of a square, whether these are vertices of a parallelogram that is not a square, or these points are collinear, right? So how to decide that? So if you consider the distance between 2 points, so AB is equal to BC is equal to CD is equal to AD, then it will become a square in general case, right? So it can be a rhombus also, right? So here the rhombus option is not given. So AB is equal to BC is equal to CD is equal to AD. In that case, so it becomes a square, right? So if it is a parallelogram, then how do you decide the vertices of a parallelogram? So the opposite sides are equal, right? Therefore, it can be a rectangle also, right? Here rectangle option is not given. So if AB is equal to CD and BC is equal to AD, then it becomes a parallelogram, right? So for collinear option, so here slope of first 2 points. So for example, M1, right, is equal to, so slope of second 2 points, second and third point is equal to M3, right? M1 is equal to M2 is equal to M3. Then it becomes, then these 4 points are collinear. So this is for the points which are collinear, right? So we'll decide, so whether these points are collinear or they lie on the same, or they are vertices of a square or lying on the same circle or vertices of a parallelogram or not, right? So for that, so we'll consider slope of the points. So first point and second point, slope M between 2 points, the formula says y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1, right? So we'll consider M1 first. Here y2 is 0, right? So y coordinate of point B minus y1 is 0, minus of minus B is B, by 0 minus of minus A is A. So M1 is B by A. M2, so B minus 0 is B, a minus 0 is a. So m2 is also b by a. And m3, so ab minus b. So in which b is common, we have b into a minus 1 by x2 minus x1. A square minus a, in which a is common. So a minus 1. So a minus 1, a minus 1 will get cancelled. We have m3 as b by a. Right? Therefore, so we can decide these 4 points are collinear, right? So option D is the right answer, right? No need to go for the remaining options directly. So you can take option D as the right answer, right? Since all the 4 points are, that means they have same slopes. Slopes are same. Slopes are same. Therefore, 4 points are collinear. Option D is the right answer. Question 83. Given that 16p square plus 49q square minus 4r square minus 56pq is equal to 0, which one of the following is a point on a pair of straight lines? So px plus qy plus r into px plus qy minus r is equal to 0. So students, we have to find the value of x and y, right? So x comma y is a point on pair of straight lines, right? For this, so we have to compare the given equation with the expanded form of these two pair of straight lines, px plus qy plus r and px into px plus qy minus r is equal to 0, right? So compare the coefficients, so you will get the value of x and y, right? So for that, so we'll consider the given equation. So 16p square plus 49q square minus 56pq is equal to 4r square, right? I'll take this minus 4r square to the other side, right? So now consider pair of straight lines px plus qy plus r into px plus qy minus r, which is in the form of a plus b into a minus b, right? So we'll apply the formula. So a square minus b square. Here a is px plus qy the whole square. Right? A square minus b square is r square is equal to 0. Right? So we'll expand this. So px plus qy the whole square, a plus b whole square. Right? So a square plus b square, which is q square y square, plus 2ab. So which is 2xy pq is equal to, so I'll take this r square to the other side, it becomes plus r square, right? Now compare the coefficients of p square, q square and pq. Here in the given equation, we have 4r square in the right hand side part. Therefore, so we'll multiply this equation. So you can call it as equation 2 and the first one as equation 1. When it is multiplied by 4, so it becomes a 4p square x square plus 4q square y square. So plus 4 into 2, it is 8xypq is equal to 4r square. Right? Now we can easily compare the coefficients. So here in equation 1, coefficient of p square is 16. So in equation 2, coefficient of p square is 4x square. Therefore, 4x square is equal to 16. Therefore, value of x square is 16 by 4, which is 4. So, x is equal to root 4 is 2. Value of x is 2. Therefore, so we can easily avoid option C and D. So, the point is either option A or B, right? Now, consider coefficient of q square. So, here in equation 1, q square coefficient is 49, whereas in equation 2, it is 4y square. Therefore, 4y square is 49. Therefore, y square is 49 by 4. Therefore, value of y is, so it can be root of 49 by 4. So, it can be 7 by 2 or minus 7 by 2. Both are possible. So that y square becomes plus 49 by 4, right? So plus or minus 7 by 2 is y. So how to decide value of y exactly, whether it is plus 7 by 2 or minus 7 by 2? For that, go for coefficient of PQ, product of PQ, right? So here in equation 2, coefficient of PQ is 8xy, right? So 8xy. So in equation 1, it is minus 56. 8xy is minus 56. So xy is, so 56 by 8. So it is 7. Since value of x is plus 2, therefore value of y becomes minus 7 by 2. So x is equal to 2, y is equal to minus 7 by 2. So that, so 8xy becomes minus 56. Right? You may ask, why can't x be minus 2? If x becomes minus 2, so product of x and y, or the coefficient of PQ becomes plus 56, which is not given in the question, right? So here x is 2, y is minus 7 by 2. Option B is the right answer, right? So the point on a pair of straight lines is 2 comma minus 7 by 2. Option B is the right answer. Question 84. If 3x plus y minus 5 is equal to 0 is the equation of a chord of the circle x square plus y square minus 25 is equal to 0, then what are the coordinates of the midpoint of the chord? So students will consider a circle, right? And a chord here, let it be AB, right? So here we need to find the coordinates of midpoint of the chord. So let P be the midpoint of the chord, right? So from center O, let us draw a perpendicular to the chord, right? So this point is nothing but P, which is nothing but foot of the perpendicular. Foot of the perpendicular. So we need to find coordinates of foot of the perpendicular, right? Here 3x plus y minus 5 is equal to 0 is equation of the chord, right? So 3x plus y minus 5 is equal to 0 is equation of the chord. So using this equation, let us find its slope. So let it be m2, right? And we'll find slope of the line joining origin and foot of the perpendicular, right? So slope m1, we'll find slope of the line joining foot of the perpendicular and origin, which is nothing but slope of the perpendicular, right? Since the first line, so OP is perpendicular to AB, so we have m1 into m2 is minus 1 because two lines are perpendicular, right? So using this concept, we can easily find coordinates of the midpoint of the chord, right? So students, so we'll consider the equation of the circle, right? Since equation of the circle is in the form of x square plus y square is equal to r square, right? So its origin is 0 comma 0, right? If the circle is in the form of x square plus y square is equal to r square, so its origin or its center is at 0 comma 0, right? Therefore, so here the coordinates of the center of the circle are 0 comma 0. Let us find the slope of this line, right? So let the coordinates of foot of the perpendicular be xy, right? So distance, not distance, here pxy and so O 0 comma 0, right? Slope, right, of line PO. Slope of line PO. Line PO is equal to, the formula says y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1, right? So if you consider y as y2, right, 0 as y1, so it becomes y minus 0 by x minus 0. Therefore, y by x is a slope of PO. So which is m1. m1 is y by x, right? So we'll consider m2. How to find m2? So consider the equation of the chord 3x plus y minus y is equal to 0, right? Which is in the form of y is equal to mx plus c, right? What is y? So y will leave as it is. Mx is minus 3x, right? Plus 5. Here value of m is minus 3, right? So m is equal to minus 3, which is nothing but slope of the chord, right? Therefore, m2 is minus 3. Since OP is perpendicular to AB, m1 into m2 is always minus 1, right? So m1 is y by x into m2 is minus 3 is equal to minus 1. Therefore, y by x is equal to 1 by how much? 3. Right? So y by x is equal to 1 by 3. So now come to the equation of the chord. Right? 3x plus y minus 5 is equal to 0. Therefore, so equation of the chord becomes, so what's the equation? So 3x plus y minus 5. So here 3x plus y minus 5 is equal to 0. So y by x is equal to 1 by 3. Therefore, y is equal to x by 3. Or you can consider x as a 3y. Right? Substitute any value in the equation. So it is better to substitute value of x. So 3 into x becomes 3 into 3y, which is 9y plus y minus 5 is equal to 0. Therefore, 10y becomes 5. So value of y is 1 by 2. Right? Therefore, x is 3y. So 3 into 1 by 2 is 3 by 2. Right? That means, so on this chord, if you consider point P, right? So which is midpoint of the chord, its coordinates are x and y. So which is 3 by 2, comma 1 by 2. Right? So just we have to substitute the values of either x or y in the equation of the chord, right? So that means if you substitute 3 by 2 and 1 by 2 in the equation of the chord, you will get 0, right? Therefore, x comma y or midpoint of the chord is 3 by 2 comma 1 by 2. Option B is the right answer, right? So here in this question, students, only thing is you have to find the slopes of two lines separately. Since two lines are perpendicular here, right? So their product of their slope is always minus 1. So using these the slope concept, so we can easily find x and y points, right? Therefore, option B. Question 85. Consider the following in respect of the equation x square by 24 minus k plus y square by k minus 16 is equal to 2. So here the question is, how many of the statements given above are correct? How many statements are correct? Here the first statement says the equation represents an ellipse if k is equal to 19. So here we'll substitute the value of k as 19, right? To prove the first statement, whether it is right or wrong. So we'll consider k is equal to 19. So equation becomes x square by 24 minus k. So 24 minus 19 is 5, right? Plus y square by k minus 6. 19 minus 16 is 3 is equal to 2, right? So both the denominators have positive values. Therefore, we can consider the given equation is an ellipse, right? So it is an ellipse. Both the denominators have positive value. Therefore, the given equation is equation of an ellipse, right? Now consider the second equation. Equation represents a hyperbola if k is equal to 12. So if k is equal to 12, the given equation becomes x square. 24 minus k is 24 minus 12, which is 12, plus y square by k minus 16. 12 minus 16 is minus 4 is equal to 2. Here, so denominator of the x is positive, whereas y is negative. Therefore, it represents a hyperbola. Therefore, so the given equation represents even the hyperbola. Now consider the third statement. The equation represents a circle if k is 20. If k is equal to 20, equation becomes x square by 24 minus 20 is 4 plus y square by 20 minus 16 is again 4 is equal to 2. So that means both the denominators have same value, right? In other words, you can consider it as x square plus y square is equal to, so since denominator is same, LCM is same, so 4 into 2, which is 8. So which is root 8 the whole square, which is in the form of x square plus y square is equal to r square, a circle. Therefore, all the three statements are correct. right? The first statement represents an ellipse. Second statement, when k is 12, it represents, right? When k is 12, the given equation represents a hyperbola. If k is 20, the given equation represents a circle, right? For different values of k, so the given equation represents different shapes. Therefore, all three statements are correct. Option C. Question 86. Consider the following statements in respect of hyperbola. Here are three statements given, students. How many of the statements given above are correct? We have to decide, right? So we'll consider general equation of hyperbola. So consider the given equation x square and its denominator is cos square theta. We'll consider it as a square, right? So minus y square by b square is equal to 1, right? The first statement says the two foci are independent of theta. So here the relation between foci, vertices and co-vertices of a hyperbola is c square is equal to a square plus b square. Right here, C is nothing but its focus. A is nothing but it may be plus A or minus A. It is vertex. B is its co-vertex. Right. Therefore, B and minus B are co-vertices. Right. So we'll consider B and co-vertices. A and minus A are vertices. Right. Whereas C is focus. Right? So relation between foci, vertices and co-vertices is c square is equal to a square plus b square. Right? Therefore, what is a square? According to the given formula, it is directly given as cos square theta plus b square is sin square theta. So cos square theta plus sin square theta is 1. Hence, c square is 1. So value of c is 1. So two foci are independent of theta. So two foci are independent of theta, right? So it may be plus 1 or minus 1, right? So here, first statement is correct. Consider second one. The eccentricity is secant theta. So in a hyperbola, so we'll consider a rough diagram, right? So eccentricity E is always, the formula says C by A, right? So in this particular case, the focus C is 1 by A. What is A? What is A here? It is cos theta, right? So A is cos theta. So 1 by cos theta is secant theta. Therefore, eccentricity is secant theta. So second statement is also correct. The distance between two foci is 2 units. So distance between two foci, formula says it is 2c, right? So distance between two foci is 2c. Since c is 1, so it is 2, right? So 2 units. Therefore, distance between two foci is 2 units. Hence, all the three statements are correct. So option C is the right answer. Question 87. Consider the following in respect of the circle 4x square plus 4y square minus 4ax minus 4ay plus a square is 0. So here are three statements given, students. How many of the statements given above are correct? Right? So before going to the statements, we'll express the given equation of the circle in the form of x minus h whole square plus y minus k whole square is equal to r square, general equation of a circle, right? So here HK is nothing but center of the circle, right? Center of the circle is nothing but the point H comma K, right? So for this, we'll divide the given equation by 4. When it is divided by 4, equation becomes 4x square by 4 is x square, right? I'll take minus 4ax first. So when it is divided by 4, you will have minus ax plus 4y square by 4 is plus y square. So minus 4ay by 4 is minus ay. I'll take this a square to the right hand side. It becomes minus a square. When it is divided by 4, you will have minus a square by 4. Right? Now consider first two terms. I'll write the first two terms as x minus a by 2 the whole square. Right? Minus a square by 4. So this whole term is equal to x square minus ax, right? So here, if I consider x minus a by 2 whole square like this, so you will have x square plus a square by 4 minus 2 times x into a by 2, a minus b whole square formula, right? So here 2 and 2 will get cancelled. So x square minus ax, right, plus a square by 4. So we need only x square minus ax, which is nothing but x minus a by 2 whole square minus a square by 4. That's what I have written here. Similarly, for the second last two terms, right? So y square minus ay. So I'll write it as y minus a by 2 the whole square minus a square by 4. Minus a square by 4 is equal to minus a square by 4. I'll take these two, a square by 4 and a square by 4 to the right hand side. It becomes plus 2a square by 4, right? So I'll write x minus a by 2 the whole square plus y minus a by 2 the whole square is equal to minus a square by 4 plus 2a square by 4. So you will have a square by 4. So which is in the form of x minus h whole square plus y minus k whole square is equal to r square, right? So here, the same thing if you represent on a plane, right? Here, the center is h comma k, a by 2, a by 2. So if you consider the 2 points, x and y coordinates a by 2 and a by 2, so this point becomes center, right? A by 2, comma a by 2 is center of the circle, right? And the circle passes through 2 points like this, right? Like this. Therefore, now come back to the statements. The circle touches both the axes, right? Yes, the circle touches both the x and y axis, right? So first statement is correct. The diameter of the circle is 2a. So from the formula, so here x minus h whole square plus y minus k whole square is r square. Here radius is, so radius square is a square by 4. So r is a by 2. Therefore diameter is 2 times r, right? So 2 times r is a, right? So 2 times a by 2 is a itself. Here according to the statement, diameter of the circle is 2a, which is not correct. It is only a. The center of the circle lies on the line x plus y is equal to a. So here students, we have values of x comma y. So center of the circle is nothing but x comma y, right? So which is nothing but a by 2 comma a by 2, right? So it satisfies the equation x plus y is equal to a, right? So we'll consider x plus y. So x is a by 2 plus y is a by 2, which is nothing but a. Therefore, center of the circle a by 2 comma a by 2 satisfies the equation x plus y is equal to a, right? Therefore, third statement is correct. Therefore, two statements are correct, right? How many statements given above are correct? Only two. Option B is the right answer. Question 88. For what values of k is the line k minus 3 into x minus 5 minus k square into y plus k square minus 7k plus 6 is equal to 0 parallel to the second line, which is x plus y is equal to 1. So when two lines are parallel to each other, the ratio of coefficients of x, right, is equal to ratio of coefficients of y. So that means, so we'll consider L1 and L2. Right. So coefficient of x in L1 is, so k minus 3, right? By coefficient of x in second line is 1. So k minus 3 by 1 is equal to, so ratio of coefficient of y is minus 5 minus k square. Minus of 5 minus k square, right? Coefficient of y in the second line is 1, right? Therefore, we just avoid the constant, right? So in both the cases, which is variable here, right? Constant is, so you can have any value as constant. So k minus 3 by 1 is equal to minus of 5 minus k square, right? Therefore, k minus 3 is equal to minus 5 plus k square. simplify it. So k square, so minus k. So when minus 3 goes to other side, it becomes so minus 3, plus 3 minus 5, which is minus 2, is equal to 0. Now find the value of k. Find the value of k. So now k square, so the product should be minus 2, sum should be minus 1. So you will have minus 2k plus k, minus 2 is equal to 0. So k into k minus 2, right, plus 1 into k minus 2 is equal to 0. So we have two values for k is equal to plus 2, k is equal to minus 2, right, minus 1, not 2. So 2 and minus 1 are the values for k. So 2 and minus 1, option B is the right answer, right? So option B. Question 89. The line x plus y is equal to 4 cuts the line joining P and Q at R. What is PR is to RQ ratio equal to, right? So here students will consider a line PQ, right? And coordinates of P are minus 1, comma 1, Q are 5, comma 7, right? A line which is x plus y is equal to 4 cuts the line PQ, right? So we'll consider a line like this, right? At point R, right? So the ratio at which the line x plus y is equal to 4 cuts PQB, k is to 1. K is to 1. Let the ratio be k is to 1, right? So PR is to RQB, k is to 1, right? So let the coordinates of R be x comma y, right? So now coordinates of R. So x can be written as, so from the formula, when a line cuts another line in the ratio A is to B, right, at some point, which is x comma y, then the first coordinate of the point, right? So point will be, so if the two coordinates are x1, y1 and x2, y2, right? Coordinates of the line x1, y1 and x2, y2, then coordinates of the point R will be, so x2 into k plus x1 into, so if it is A is to B, no need to consider k. So x2 into A plus x1 into B divided by A plus B, and y is equal to y2 into A plus y1 into B divided by A plus B. Apply the same rule, right? Here x coordinates of R. So x and y are, here x is, so x2 is 5 and the ratio is k is to 1. Therefore, it is 5 into k, right? Plus here x1 is minus 1. It becomes minus 1 into 1 is minus 1 divided by k plus 1. And y is equal to, so y2 into k. So 7k plus y1 into 1. So which is 1 divided by k plus 1. Given that x plus y is equal to 4, right? X plus y is equal to 4. Therefore, so coordinates of R, so x and y and their sum. So x plus y, x is 5k minus 1 by k plus 1 plus 7k plus 1 by k plus 1 is equal to 4, right? Therefore, so k plus 1 is the LCM and the numerator is 5k plus 7k is 12k plus 1 minus 1 will get cancelled. So which is 4. So 12k is equal to 4k plus 4. So 12 minus 4k is 8k is 4. So value of k is 1 by 2, right? So therefore x plus y is equal to 4 divides the line PQ in the ratio k is to 1, where k is 1 by 2 and another value RQ is 1, right? So which is 1 by 2 is to 1, which is nothing but 1 is to 2. 1 by 2 into 2 is 1. Therefore, the ratio is 1 is to 2. Option B is the right answer, right? PR is to RQ ratio is 1 is to 2. What is the sum of the intercepts of the line whose perpendicular distance from origin is 4 units and the angle which the normal makes with positive direction of x-axis is 15 degree. So here, so we'll consider a normal, right? So normal and a line which is perpendicular to the normal, right? So the angle, so angle which the normal makes with x positive x-axis is 15 degree. This angle is 15 degree, right? We need to find sum of the intercepts of the line, right? Here, the normal form of equation of the given line making the angle omega. So let it be omega. This angle 15 degree be omega, right? So making the angle omega with the positive direction of x-axis and whose perpendicular distance from the origin. So from the origin, so this perpendicular distance is given, which is 4 units. This distance is 4 units. So we need to find sum of the intercepts of the line. Here, normal form of the equation for this condition is x cos omega plus y sin omega is equal to p. So where p is the perpendicular distance from the origin, right? Whereas omega is 15 degree, right? We'll solve for this. So here x cos 15 degree, right? So plus y sine 15 degree is equal to 4 units, right? So we all know that the value of cos 15 degree is so root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2, whereas sine 15 degree is root 3 minus 1 by 2 root 2 is equal to 4, right? So we'll take x in the numerator and the denominator becomes 2 root 2 by root 3 plus 1 plus y by root 3 minus 1, sorry, 2 root 2 by root 3 minus 1, right? So 2 root 2 by root 3 minus 1 is equal to 4, right? So here, let us take this 4 to the left hand side. So it becomes, so 8 root 2 by root 3 plus 1 plus y by 8 root 2 by root 3 minus 1, right? Root 3 minus 1 is equal to 1. So we'll take the intercepts. So here we need to find sum of the intercepts. Here intercepts are denominator of x and denominator of y, right? So sum of the intercepts is equal to, so 8 root 2 by root 3 plus 1 plus 8 root 2 by root 3 minus 1, right? So in which 8 root 2 is common. So we have root 3 plus 1 into root 3 minus 1 as the LCM, which is 3 minus 1. And the numerator becomes root 3 minus 1 plus root 3 plus 1. So in which minus 1 and plus 1 will get cancelled. We have 8 root 2 into root 3 plus root 3 is 2 root 3 by 2. 2 and 2 will get cancelled and we have 8 into root 2 into root 3 is root 6. So 8 root 6 is sum of the intercepts, right, of the line whose perpendicular distance from origin. So this is, so sum of the intercepts of the second line. So let it be AB. Sum of the intercepts of the line AB is, so 8 root 6, option C is the right answer, right? Whose distance from the origin is 4 units and the angle which the normal makes with positive direction of x-axis is 15 degree. Omega is 15 degree. So option C is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 91. What is the length of projection of the vector? So two vectors are given. So let it be vector A and another be vector B. So length of projection of vector is nothing but, so dot product of two vectors. So vector A dot vector B divided by, since it is on vector B. So length of projection of the vector A on vector B. Therefore it is divided by mod of vector B. So which is length of projection of the vector on vector B, right? So here vector A dot vector B. So the coefficient of I cap is 1 into the coefficient of second I cap is 2. 1 into 2 is 2, right? Plus 2 into 3, so which is 6. So plus 3 into minus 2 is minus 6, divided by mod of vector b, so which is square root of 2 square. So in vector b, square root of 2 square is 4, plus square root of 3 square, 4 plus 3 square is 9, plus minus 2 square is 4. Therefore, 6 and minus 6 will get cancelled. We have 2 divided by root of 17, right? So it is mod of root 17 is, root 17. Therefore, length of projection of the vector A on vector B is 2 by root 17. Option B is the right answer. Question 92. So A cross B, vector A cross B the whole square plus vector A dot B the whole square is 144, and mod of vector B is 4. Then what is the value of mod of vector A? So since cross product of two vectors, so is nothing but, so mod of vector A into mod of vector B into sine theta. Whereas, so dot product of two vectors, so is mod of vector A into mod of vector b into cos theta, right? Therefore, so the given equation becomes, so cross product of two vectors, the square, so which is mod of vector a square into mod of vector b square into sine square theta, plus dot product of two vectors, the square, so mod of vector a into mod of vector b into cos square theta is equal to 144. So here we can take out mod of vector a square into mod of vector b square as common, and sine square theta plus cos square theta, which is 1, is equal to 144. So mod of vector b value is given, which is 4. Therefore, mod of vector a square, so into 4 square, which is 16. So since sine square plus cos square theta is 1, so which is 144. So mod of vector a square is 144 by 16 is 9. So mod of vector a is 3. Its mod is 3. Option A is the right answer. Question 93. If theta is the angle between vectors A and B such that vector A dot vector B is greater than or equal to 0, then which one of the following is correct? So students, we'll consider two vectors A and B and their dot product, right? So we'll consider vector A and vector B like this, such that angle between them is pi by 2, which is 90 degree, right? So when the angle between two vectors is 90 degree, so dot product of two vectors is 0, right? This is when theta is equal to pi by 2. When angle between them is less than 90 degree, right, which is an acute angle, so vector A dot B becomes, so when angle between them is theta is less than pi by 2, so you will have a positive value which is greater than 0. So vector A dot B will be greater than 0. Whereas in the third case, when angle between two vectors is greater than pi by 2, right, vector A and vector B, so an angle between them theta is greater than pi by 2, vector A dot vector B will be a negative value which is less than 0. So in the given case, vector A dot vector B is greater than or equal to 0. So it can be 0 or greater than 0. Therefore, the possible values of theta are equal to pi by 2 or less than pi by 2, right? Among four options, so the range of theta is, look at third option, 0 less than or equal to. So even theta can be equal to 0, right? Right? Or greater than 0, but theta should be less than or equal to pi by 2. This can be equal to pi by 2 or less than pi by 2, right? Then only vector A dot vector B will be greater than or equal to 0, right? Therefore, option C is the right answer, right? Keeping these first two cases in your mind, so you can decide the answer, right? Where theta lies between 0 and pi by 2 in the closed interval, right? Option C is the right answer. Question 94. The vectors 60 I cap plus 3 j cap and 40 I cap minus 8 j cap and beta I cap minus 52 j cap are collinear if the value of beta is equal to, then only these three vectors are collinear, right? So let us consider the points, right? So the coordinates of each vector. So here it is 60, 3 and 40, minus 8 and beta, minus 52. These three are the coordinates, right? So we'll consider 3 points. So in a two-dimensional plane, right? 60, 3, 40, minus 8 for some value of beta, right? So three lines are collinear, right? So for that we'll consider their slopes, right? So we'll consider P, Q, R as 3 points. So slope of PQ is equal to slope of QR. So what is the slope? So if you consider, so x1, y1, x2, y2 and x3, y3 as the coordinates. So the slope m is always, so y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1 is equal to, so y3 minus y2 by x3 minus x2. So which in turn is equal to, if you want, you can take the third case also, y3 minus y1 by x3 minus x1, right? I'll consider y2, which is minus 8 minus y2 minus y1 is 3, right? 60, 3 by x2 is 40 minus 60 is equal to y3 is minus 52 minus of minus 8 is plus 8 by x3 is beta minus x2 is 40. So you can consider only two relations so that you can easily find the value of beta. So here 8 minus 3, so minus 8 minus 3 is minus 11 by minus 20 is equal to minus 44 by beta minus 40. So that we can cancel minus and minus. So we have yes, beta minus 40 as 44 into minus 20 by 11. So 11 into 4. So we have minus 80 as beta minus 40, right? Therefore, value of beta is minus 80 plus 40, which is minus 40, right? So beta value is minus 40. So if beta is minus 40, so coordinates so of R becomes minus 40 and minus 52, right? So for this value, 3 points will be collinear, right? Option C is the right answer. Question 95. Consider the following in respect of vectors A and B. The two statements are given. So which of the following given above is or are correct is the question, right? So consider the first statement. The number of unit vectors perpendicular to both A and B is only one. So consider the vector A and vector B, right? Vector B. So a vector or a unit vector perpendicular to A can be, so towards positive y-axis, it can be towards negative y-axis, right? Again, so it is not only one, so it is two, right? Therefore, so first statement is not correct. And the second one, the angle between the vectors is pi by 3. So when A and B, two vectors are given, angle between them, so cos theta is always dot product of these two vectors divided by mod A into mod B, right? So vector A dot vector B, so which is 0 into 1, which is 0, plus 1 into 0, which is 0, plus 1 into 1, which is 1, divided by mod of vector A, so which is square root of 0 square, 0, 1 square is 1, plus 1 square, into, so root of, so that means mod of vector B is 1 plus 0 plus 1. Therefore, it is 1 by, so root 2 into root 2 is 2. So cos theta is 1 by 2. So that means value of theta is 60 degree, which is pi by 3. Right? Therefore, angle between the vectors is pi by 3. So the second statement is correct. So for the given question, so only second statement is correct, right? So 2 only. Option B is the right answer. Question 96. If L is the line with the direction ratios 3, -2 and 6 and passing through 1, -1, 1, then what are the coordinates of the points on L whose distance from 1, -1, 1 is 2 units? So students, so we'll consider a line L, right? So L be a line, right? Passing through a point, let it be P, right? Passing through 1, -1, 1. Passing through this point, right? So, and its direction ratios are given. So, direction ratios are 3, -2, 6, right? So, what are the coordinates of the points on L whose distance from point P is 2 units? So, we'll consider 2 points Q and R such that distance from P to Q is 2 units and P to R is also 2 units, right? What are the coordinates of Q and R? For that, we'll consider, so coordinates of Q as XYZ or X1, Y1, Z1, R as X2, Y2, Z2. Z2, right? So now consider the direction ratios, right, of the line. So 3, -2, 6. Therefore, so equation of the line becomes, so here, so X, right, X minus, so coordinates of P are 1, -1, 1. So X minus 1 by 3 is equal to Y minus of -1 is +1, Y plus 1 by -2 is equal to Z minus 1 by +6, right? So this gives equation of the line. So for what values of X, Y and Z, right? So the point satisfies the equation, or equation will get satisfied for what values of X, Y and Z. Among 4 options, right? So a bit lengthy procedure this question is. So here consider option D, right? So put values of X, Y and Z accordingly. So for first point, so 13 by 7, so put X as 13 by 7 minus 1 by 3. So check the value. So here 7 is the LCM, so 21, and the numerator becomes 13 minus 7, which is 6. So 3 into 2, 3 into 2 by 7, whereas Y plus 1 by 2 becomes, so Y is -11 by 7, -11 by 7 plus 1 by 2. So here's 14 is the denominator, and -11, so it is Y plus 1 by -2, right? So denominator is -14 and the numerator becomes -11 plus 7, which is +4. Sorry, -4. So 2 into 2, 2 into 7. So the ratio is same, and Z minus 1 by 6. So Z is 19 by 7. So 19 by 7 minus 1 by 6. So 42 is the denominator and 19 minus 7 is 12. So 6 into 2, 6 into 7. Again, ratio is 2 by 7, right? So that means for the point 13 by 7 minus 11 by 7 and 19 by 7. So the equation will get satisfied and the ratio is same. So which is 2 by 7. Right? So consider the second point. So coordinates of R, X2, Y2, Z2 for the second point. So here 1 by 7. So substitute the values of X, Y and Z in this equation. So X minus 1 by 3. So 1 by 7 minus 1 by 3 becomes 21 is the denominator, and so 1 minus 7 is minus 6. So here it is minus 2 by 7, right? So and Y plus 1 by -2 becomes Y is -3 by 7 plus 1 by -2. So here the ratio becomes, so here it is 14. 14 is the denominator. So -3 plus 7 is 4 by -14. Again, it is -2 by 7. And the third ratio becomes Z minus 1 by 6. Z is -5 by 7. 5 by 7 minus 1 by 6. So the ratio becomes minus 5 minus 7 is minus 12 divided by 42. So 6 into 2, 6 into 7, minus 2 by 7. So the ratios are same. So for these 2 points, so in option D, for the points Q and R, the equation will get satisfied. Hence, the coordinates of the points on L, right, whose distance from the point P are same, are option D, right? Question 97. Which one of the planes is parallel to the given line? So students will consider a line L, which is the given line. X minus 2 by 3 is equal to y minus 3 by 4 is equal to z minus 4 by 5, right? This is the given line. Now we'll consider a plane, right? We'll consider a plane. So which one of the following equations represents the plane, right? Which is parallel to the line. This plane is parallel to the line, right? So here consider the equation of the given line, right? X minus 2 by 3. So 3, 4 and 5, the direction ratios. So in which based on the direction ratios, so 3 I cap plus 4 j cap plus 5 k cap. Let it be lambda or any vector A, right? So this will be perpendicular to normal vector of the plane. So this will be perpendicular to normal vector of the plane, right? So since 3 I cap plus 4 j cap plus 5 a cap, right? So now consider the values among 4 options. So values of coefficients of x, y, and z. So go for option D, in which 3 I cap, 3 into coefficient of x is 1, plus 4 j cap, 4 into coefficient of y is minus 2, plus 5 k cap, 5 into coefficient of z is 1, is equal to 3 minus 8 plus 5, which is equal to 0. Right? Therefore, so the fourth line or fourth equation of the plane, not line, so fourth equation of the plane represents the plane which is parallel to the given line, right? So this plane is parallel to the given line here, right? Therefore, equation for this plane is x minus 2y plus z minus 1 is equal to 0. Right? Therefore, here 3 j cap plus 4, sorry, 3 I cap plus 4 j cap plus 5 k cap. So it will be the perpendicular to normal vector of the plane. Hence, option D is the right answer. Question 98. What is the angle between the lines 2x is equal to 3y is equal to minus z and 6x is equal to minus y is equal to minus 4z? Right? So we'll consider 2 lines, students, right? So 2x is equal to 3y is equal to minus z, and the second line is 6x is equal to minus y is equal to minus 4 into z. So we need to find angle between them, right? So we'll consider these 2 lines in the form of a general equation of a line. So first line, I'll write it as x by 1 by 2. Both are same. 2x is nothing but x by 1 by 2, which is equal to y by 1 by 3, which is equal to z by minus 1, right? And the second line as x by 1 by 6 is equal to y by minus 1 is equal to z by minus 1 by 4, right? So where these 1 by 2, 1 by 3 and minus 1 are so the coordinates of a point on a plane, right? Whereas the second values 1 by 6 and minus 1 and minus 1 by 4 are coordinates of a point on second line, right? So we'll consider dot product of these two. So we'll consider these as vector A and vector B. So we'll consider vector A dot vector B, right? So vector A dot vector B is, so product of 1 by 2 and 1 by 6, which is 1 by 12, plus 1 by 3 into minus 1, right? Which is minus 1 by 3. So it is 1 by 12 minus 1 by 3. Minus 1 into minus 1 by 4 is plus 1 by 4. Therefore, we have 12 as the LCM. So 1 minus 4 plus 3. So which is 0. So if dot product of two vectors is 0, then cos theta is equal to 0 because A dot B is nothing but so mod A into mod B into cos theta, right? So therefore, cos theta is 0. That means theta is 90 degree, right? So which means angle between two lines is 90 degree, right? Therefore, so option D is the right answer. Question 99. What is the equation of the sphere concentric with the given sphere and which passes through the origin? Right? So we'll consider a sphere which is concentric with another sphere. Right? So just imagine a three-dimensional view of the sphere. Right? Which passes through the origin. So here general equation of a sphere is x square plus y square plus z square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus 2wz plus a constant is equal to 0, right? So here, the compare this with the first equation of the sphere, right, which doesn't pass through origin. The given equation of the sphere, so which doesn't pass through the origin, right? So here, how do you decide it doesn't pass through the origin? Because it has a value d, constant d, in which d value is -5, right? So here, 2gx. So in which 2g is -2. Therefore, value of g is -1. And 2f value is -6. So value of f is -3. And 2w value is -8, right? So coefficient of z, right? -8. So w value is -4, right? This is in the given equation. And the constant is -5. D value is -5. So we have to find equation of a sphere concentric with the given sphere, right? So equation of second sphere, which is concentric, right? So concentric with the first sphere. Therefore, if a sphere passes through the origin, it is given. If it passes through the origin, D value is 0, right? So when it passes through origin means 0, 0, 0. So the constant will be, there will not be any constant. So D value is 0. Therefore, equation of the second sphere becomes, so from the general equation, it is x square plus y square plus z square plus 2gx. Value of g is -1. 2 into -1 into x is -2x. Right? -2x. Z square -2x. Right, plus 2fy. F is -3. -3 into 2 is -6 into y. So w value is -4. 2wz becomes -8z is equal to, there is no d here. There is no constant. Therefore, so the equation of the second sphere which passes through origin is this one. Now, come to the options. So option D, right? X square plus y square plus z square minus 2x minus 6y minus 8z is equal to 0, right? So keep in your mind that when a sphere passes through origin, there will not be any constant, right? Therefore, option D is the right answer. Question 100. A point P lies on the line joining A and B. If z coordinate of the point P is 7, what is sum of the other two coordinates? So we'll consider a line AB, right? So AB we align, and coordinates of A are 1, 2, 3, and of B are 2, 10, 1. Let us consider a point B on the line, and whose coordinates are x, y, Z is 7. Z coordinate of P is 7, right? So we'll since the 3 points are collinear, we'll consider the ratios, right? So here, so we'll consider x minus 1, x minus 1. So divided by, that means x2 minus x1 divided by x3 minus x1. So x3 is 2 here, 2 minus 1, right? Is equal to y minus 2 by y3 minus y1, which is 10 minus 2, is equal to z minus, z coordinate of P is 7, right? So we'll simplify later, z minus 3 by, so here it is 2, 10 plus, right, plus 1, right? So 1 minus 3 is minus 2, right? So x minus 1 by 1 is equal to y minus 2 by 8 is equal to, so since z coordinate is 7, right? So 7 minus 3 by minus 2, right? Therefore, x minus 1 is equal to, so 7 minus 3 is 4 by minus 2 is minus 2, and y minus 2 by 8 is also minus 2. Simplify it. So value of x is, so minus 2 plus 1 is minus 1, and value of y is minus 16 plus 2, which is minus 14, right? So the question is, what is the sum of the other two coordinates? So x plus y. Therefore, x plus y. Other two coordinates are x and y. So x is minus 1, y is minus 4. Therefore, their sum is minus 15. Hence, option A is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. Examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 101. Sum of deviations of n numbers from 10 and 20 are p and q respectively. If p minus q whole square is 10,000, then what is the value of n? So here students, sum of deviations of n numbers from 10. So we'll consider, so deviations or sum of deviations. Sum of deviations of n numbers from 10. From 10. We'll consider that. So sum of deviations means, so if you consider x1 minus 10, so deviation of first number, right? So plus second number x2 minus 10. So third number minus 10, right? So deviation of third number. So up to deviation of last number is xn minus 10, which is equal to p. Whereas, so sum of deviations of n numbers from 20. From 20. So that is x1 minus 20 plus x2 minus 20. So on up to xn minus 20. Xn minus 20, sum of deviations from 20 is equal to q, right? So we'll consider p minus q because p minus q whole square is given, right? Therefore, p minus q is equal to, so here x1 and x1 will get cancelled. So minus 10 minus of 20, right? Which is plus 10 plus. So in the second term, so x2 and x2 will get cancelled. Again, we have 10. So minus 10 minus of minus 20 is plus 10. So and x3 and x3 will get cancelled. So we have 10. So up to, so xn and xn will get cancelled. So we have 10. So here, so 10 is repeated n times, right? So 10 is added 10 sorry, n times, right? N times. Therefore, p minus q is n times 10, right? And p minus q whole square is given. Its value is 10,000, right? But p minus q is 10n. So 10 square n square is 10,000. Therefore, n square is, so 10,000 by 100, right? So which is 100. Therefore, n is 10, right? Value of n is 10. Therefore, option A is the right answer, right? So value of n is, so sum of deviations of n numbers. There are 10 numbers, right? Therefore, option A is the right answer. Question 1 or 2. So here x bar is equal to 20 is the mean of 10 observations. So x1, x2, so on up to x10, right? So there are 10 observations whose mean is 20, right? So what is the value of sigma 3x minus 4 by 5? So where I is equal to 1 to 10, right? So here we need sigma x first. So sum of all observations, right? So sum of all observations sigma x is equal to, so since mean is sum of all observations by number of observations, therefore sigma x is mean into number of observations. Number of observations. Right? Right? So here mean is already given. So x bar, right? So which is 20 into, there are 10 observations. Therefore, sigma x is equal to 200. Right? Now consider the given expression sigma 3xi minus 4 whole divided by 5. So I is equal to 1 to 10, right? Is equal to, so here we'll take out 1 by 5 outside. So sigma 3xi minus sigma 4, right? So 1 by 5 is taken out. In sigma 3xi, so we can take out 3 outside. So it becomes sigma xi. Sigma xi is nothing but 200, right? 3 into 200 minus, so 4 is taken out and sigma 1. So sigma 1 means, so the total number of observations, right? So 1 by 5 into 600 minus 4 into, so sigma 1 is nothing but, so number of observations, right? There are 10 observations, right? So it is 4 into 10, which is 40, right? So 1 by 5 into 600 minus 40 is 560. Therefore, 560 by 5 is 112, right? Therefore, so value of given expression is 112. Therefore, option C is the right answer. Question 103. If the mean and the sum of squares of 10 observations are 40 and 16,160 respectively, then what is standard deviation? So mean of 10 observations is given. So we'll consider mean as x bar, right? So x bar is 40, right? So mean is nothing but sigma x by number of observations, right? So keeping this in our mind. So here, sum of squares of 10 observations. So that is, if you consider sum of squares, x1 square plus x2 square plus so on up to xn square, right? So there are 10 observations. Therefore, we'll consider x10 square is equal to 16,160. Right? So I'll consider this as a sigma x square, right? Sigma x square, sum of squares of 10 observations, right? So is equal to, so 16,160, right? So what is standard deviation? So standard deviation, sigma. So this symbol is also called sigma, right? Standard deviation sigma. The formula says it is a square root of, so sigma x square by n minus sigma x by n the whole square, right? So where sigma x square is sum of squares of how many observations in the question? So sum of squares of 10 observation. So here sigma x square is 16,160. So we'll substitute the values. 16,160 divided by n is number of observations. So here value of n is 10. Right? So divided by 10 minus sigma x by n. So this whole value is nothing but mean of 10 observations, which is given, right? 40. It's a square, right? Therefore, so the first term becomes, so 16,160 by 10 is 1,616 minus square of 40 is 1,600. Therefore, sigma or standard deviation is square root of, so 1616 minus 1,600 is 16, so which is 4, right? Therefore, standard deviation of the given data is 4. Option D is the right answer. Question 104. 3 dice are thrown. What is the probability of getting a sum which is a perfect square? Right, students, here we'll consider probability formula. Probability is nothing but the total outcomes, or the out of total outcomes, what is the number of favorable outcomes, right? So the formula says, so number of favorable outcomes divided by total number of outcomes, right? Divided by total outcomes. So in this particular case, favorable outcomes are nothing but, so number of or the ways of getting a sum as a perfect square, right? So ways of getting perfect square when 3 dice are thrown. So in how many ways we can get perfect square? That means sum of 3 numbers as perfect square, right? So this is nothing but favorable outcomes. So divided by total outcomes are nothing but, so total ways of getting the numbers when 3 dice are thrown, right? So total ways of getting sum. So sum can be any number, right? So it can be 1 plus 1 plus 1 or 1 plus 2, right? Any number, right? So we'll consider one by one, right? So total ways of getting sum or total ways of throwing dice. Throwing 3 dice, right? So here, if you consider a dice, one, first, second, and third, right? So it's like this. So one dice can be thrown in 6 different ways, right? If one is the top face, for example, once it is thrown. So another time, if it is thrown, 2 can be the top face, right? In 6 different ways, a dice can be thrown. Therefore, in 6 ways, one dice can be thrown, right? So 2 dice can be thrown in 6 into 6 ways, whereas 3 dice can be thrown in 6 into 6 into 6 ways, right? So which is 6 cube. So 6 into 6, 36 into 6 is 216 ways, right? 3 dice can be thrown, right? Therefore, here total outcomes is nothing but 216, right? Out of 216 ways, in how many ways we get perfect square, right? So sum of the numbers on top face, top face, right, should be a perfect square, right? So we'll consider ways of getting perfect square now, right? So ways of getting perfect square, perfect square is equal to when 3 dice are thrown, right? So here, when 3 dice are thrown, so the sum can be, so here it cannot be less than 3. It can be at least 3, right? So when one is top face in one of the dice, so and in another dice also, if one is the top face, another dice, in the third dice, it should be one on the top face, so that the sum is 3, right? So here from 3 to, right, you can get 4 as the sum, you can get 5 as the sum. So maximum number is 6 in each dice. So therefore 6 plus 6 plus 6 becomes 18. So you can get 3 to 18 as a sum, right? 3 to 18. So among these numbers, what are perfect square numbers, right? So square numbers are so 4 is a square number, 9 a square number, and 16. These three are square numbers, right? In how many ways we can get 4, 9, and 16, right? So starting from 1, so you can get in 1, 1 as 1, 1, 2. So first top face of first dice as 1, second dice as 1, and third dice as 2, right? So the sum becomes 4. And 1, 2, 1, then 2, 1, 1 is one of the, right? These 3 ways in which you can get 4. And another way is you can get, I think only in 3 ways you can get 4, right? So 1, 1, 1 becomes 3, right? So 2, 2, no, it becomes 5. So only in 3 ways you can get 4. Am I right? In 3 ways. So you can get 9, sum as 9 in how many ways? Starting from 1. So 1, so 1, 1, 7 cannot be possible. 1, 2, then 6, right? 1, 2, 6, then 1, 6, 2, right? So 1, 2, 6, 1, 6, 2, then 1, 5, 3, right? So 1, 3, 5, and 1, 5, 3. So you'll get sum as 9, then 1, 3, 4, not 3, 4, 1, 4, 4, right? So 1, 4, 4, 1, 4, 1, not 1, 4, 1. So 1, 4, 4, 4, 4, 1, right? So in these 2 ways you can get sum as 1. Then 4, 1, 4, 4, 1, 4 is also one of the ways. Then here in the beginning, yes. So here starting from 2, so 2, 1, 6. So 216 is one of the ways. Then 261, 261. Then 126 got over and 162 also got over. Then starting from 3, so can we again take 2, 2, 252, right? 225 and 252. 225 and 252, right? 252 are the two ways. Then 234, right? 234 and 243, right? Next comes 3. So 3. So we can take 3, 1, 5 and 3, 5, 1, right? Next comes 3, 3, 4, 2, right? 3, 4, 2, yes. Then 3, 2, 4. So the sum becomes 9, right? So next comes 3, after 3, 4, 2, yeah, 3, 5 comes, whatever. Next comes 4. So 4, 4, 1 and 4 and 4, 1, 4. These two got over. And we can go for 4, 3, 2. Then 4, 2, 3. Right? These are the two ways. And totally we have 34 ways in which we can get perfect square numbers, right? Then 4, 4, 1 got over. 4, 1, 4. 4, 1, 4 got over. Yes, got over. Right? Next comes 5. 5, 1, 3. 5, 1, 3. Then 5, 3, 1. Right? Right? These are the ways in which we can get 9, right? So sum as 9. So sum as 16. In how many ways you can get? So 4, 4, 6. This is one of the ways. Then 4, 6, 4. Then 6, 4, 4 is one of the ways. Next comes 5, 5, 6. Next comes 5, 6, 5 and 6, 5, 5. Right? So here 6. So the ways in which we can get 4 are only 3, I think. Yes. So 6 plus 3 is 9. And here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Next comes 19, 20, 21 plus 9 is 30. And 4 more ways in which we can get 16, right? So you can 30 plus, what are the 4 more ways here? So anyway, 6, 2, 1. So we forgot to take 6 combinations, right? So 6, 2, 1 and 6, 1, 2, right? 6, 1, 2. Have we taken already? No, combinations of 6 we have not taken yet. So 6, 2, 1, 6, 1, 2 and 1, 6, 2. Have we taken already? 1, 6, 2. So it is taken. So plus 2 combinations. And 2 more combinations we forgot to take. 5, 2. I think 5, 2, 2. We forgot to take 5, 2, 2. Right? Right? So 5, 2, 2 is one of the combinations. 2, 2, 5 is already been taken. And 2, 5, 2 is also been taken. So plus 1, 5, 2, 2 is one of the ways. And one more ways we forgot to take. So 4 combinations, I think. So 3, 4, 2. Yes, it's already taken. 2, 4. Yes, 2, 4, 3. 2, 4, 3 is also been taken. Then 315. Yes. 135. Yes, it is not. Yes, it is taken. 135 is taken. I think we have to take one more. So there are totally 34 ways in which we get perfect square, right? So ways of getting perfect square is 34, right? So somewhere we have, yes, here 153. Yes, it is. These are all correct, right? So 216. 216 is taken. Yes. And so we forgot to take 333 so that the sum becomes 9, right? So the last way is 333. So in which, yes, plus 1. Therefore, the total ways of getting perfect square is 34 ways. Therefore, the question is a probability of getting a perfect square is from the formula favorable outcomes are 34 out of 216 ways. So both the numbers are divisible by 2, right? 2 into 17 and 2 into 108. Therefore, so probability of getting a perfect square is sum as a perfect square is 17 by 108, option A. Question 105. A, B, C, and D are mutually exclusive and exhaustive events. So if 2 of P of A is equal to 3 into P of B is equal to 4 into P of C is equal to 5 into P of D, then what is 77 into P of A is equal to? It is given that A, B, C, D are mutually exclusive and exhaustive events. So that means P of A union B union C union D. So 4 events. So their union is always 1. Right? P of A union B union C union D is always 1, right? So it is given that, so here 2 times P of A is equal to 3 times P of B. So we need to find 77 times P of A. For that, let us assume P of A as X, B, X, right? So now P of B becomes, so P of B becomes, since it is P of B is 2 by 3 times P of A. So it becomes 2 by 3 times X since P of A is taken as X, right? So what happens to P of C? So P of C is, right? So 2 by 4 times P of A, right? So it is X by 2, right? 2 by 4 is 1 by 2 into X. Whereas P of D is, so 2 by 5 times P of A, right? So 2 by 5 times X, right? We'll take their sum, P of A plus B plus C plus D, which is nothing but P of A union B union C union D, right? Therefore, so from, if you consider this as 1, so from 1, we'll consider the unions, that is X plus P of B is 2 by 3X plus P of C is X by 2, P of D is 2X by 5 is always 1. Right? So since the LCM is 30, numerators become 30x plus 10 into 2, which is 20x. So here 2 into 15 is 30, therefore numerator becomes 15x, and 5 into 6 is 30, therefore 6 into 12, sorry, 6 into 2, 12x is equal to 1. So here 30 plus 20, 50 plus 15, 65, 75 plus 277x is equal to 30. What is asked in the question? 77 into P of A. Since P of A was taken as x, so 77x is nothing but 77 into P of A is equal to 30 is the answer, right? Hence option D is the right answer. Question 106. Two distinct natural numbers from 1 to 9 are picked at random. What is the probability that their product has 1 in its units place? Right? So for that probability, so we need the favorable outcomes and total outcomes, right? So what is total outcome here? So ways of choosing numbers from 1 to 9, right? So ways of choosing, how many numbers? Ways of choosing 2 numbers, right? From 1 to 9. From 1 to 9. You can choose 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, right? Right? So in how many ways we can choose two numbers from 1 to 9? So from 1 to 9, there are 9 numbers. In that, we have to choose any two numbers. Therefore, it is 9C2 ways, right? So in 9C2 ways, we can choose two numbers. So which is 9 into 8 by factorial 2, right? Right? So which is, so 2 into 4. In 36 ways, we can choose two numbers from 1 to 9 randomly, right? So the probability that their product has 1 in its units place. So two numbers two numbers from 1 to 9 whose product has 1 in its units place, right? 1 to 9 whose product has 1 in its units place. This is the favorable outcome, right? So two numbers from 1 to 9. So in how many ways we can choose those two numbers? Those two numbers should be odd numbers. Then only you will get 1 in their units place, right? So you can take 3 and 7, right? So 3 and 7, their product is 21, right? So it has 1 in its units place. So since the number is taken at random, so you can take 7 and 3 and 7, both are same, right? So apart from these two numbers, there is no other combination from 1 to 9, right? So that their product has 1 in its units place. So there is only one way in which you can choose two numbers so that their product has 1 in its units place, right? Therefore, probability. So from the formula, it is favorable outcomes divided by total outcomes, right? So favorable outcome is nothing but one way, only in which we can choose the number, two numbers, so that the product has 1 in its units place, divided by, so total number of ways in which you can choose two numbers from 1 to 9, so it is 1 by 36. So the probability is 1 by 36. That means out of 36 ways, only in one way we can choose two numbers such that their product has 1 in its units place, right? 1 by 36 is the probability. Option D is the right answer. Question 107. Two dice are thrown. What is the probability that the difference of numbers on them is 2 or 3? Right? So for that, so we'll consider probability, the same formula. So favorable outcomes by total number of outcomes. So we'll consider total outcomes first. Right? So number of ways in which two dice can be thrown. Right? So one dice can be thrown in 6 ways. Right? And two dice can be thrown in 6 into 6 ways. That is 36 ways, right? In which two dice can be thrown, right? So now consider favorable outcomes. Favorable outcomes are nothing but, so the ways in which we can throw the dice such that difference of numbers on them is 2 or 3, right? So here the ways in which difference on them, right, is 2 or 3, right? So both the possibilities we have to take, right? So when the number on dice is 1 and 3, the difference becomes 2, right? So when it is 3 and 1, vice versa, right? 3 and 1 also, first dice has 3 on top and second has 1 on top, the difference is 2. Next comes 3 and 1, next comes 2, right? So 2 and 5, 2 and 4 in which the difference is 2, and 4 and 2 in which the difference is 2, right? Next comes 3, then 3 and 1 is already been taken, 3 and 5 and 3. The difference is 2. Then we'll take 4 and 2 is already been taken. So 4 and 6 and 4, in which the differences are 2 respectively. Next comes 5. 5 and 3 is already been taken, right? So 2, 4 and 4, 2 are already taken, right? So in 8 ways, right? So we'll consider the ways in which the difference on them is 3, right? So when it is 1 and 4, right, combination, the difference is 3. Then 4 and 1, the difference is 3. Then in 2 and 5 combination, the difference is 3. And 5 and 2 combination, the difference again is 3. Next comes 3 and 6 and 6 and 3, right? So and 4 and 1 is already been taken, 5 and 2 and 6 and 3, right? So the ways in which difference on them is 2 or 3 is equal to, so at first it was 8 ways in which the difference was 2, right, plus 6 ways. Totally it is 14 ways, right? So in which difference on them is 2 or 3, right? Therefore, probability is equal to, so favorable outcomes are, so many ways, 14 ways by total outcomes. Out of how many outcomes? So how many ways? 36 ways, right? So out of 36 ways, right? So of arranging the dice, so in 14 ways we can get the difference on them as 2 or 3, right? So you can simplify. 2 into 7 is 14, 2 into 18 is 36. So 7 by 18 is the probability, right, of getting the numbers on 2 dice such that difference on them is 2 or 3. So 7 by 18, option B is the right answer. Question number 108. What is the mean of the numbers 1, 2, 3, so on up to 10 with frequencies 9C0, 9C1, so on up to 9C9 respectively? So to find mean of the given distribution, so mean x bar is equal to sigma fx by sigma f. We are using this formula, right? So for this, we have to make a frequency distribution table. Here, the scores are given. So x score is nothing but x is nothing but, so 1, 2, 3, so on up to 10, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And the corresponding frequencies are frequency F, right? Frequencies are 9C0, 9C1, 9C2, 9C3, 9C4, 9C5, 9C6, 9C7, 9C8, and 9C9, right? These are the corresponding frequencies. So here it is better to write the values of the frequencies here. So 9C0 is 1, right? Whereas 9C1 is right, 9, and 9C2 is 36. 9C3 value you will get as 84, and 9C4 as 126. 9C5 as again 126, the same. Since 9C3 is equal to 9C6, you will have same value, that is 84. Next, 9C2 is equal to 9C7, so you will have 36, and 9C1 is equal to, sorry, 84th, yes, 36, and 9C8 is 9, and 9C9 is 1, right? These are the corresponding frequencies. Here we need sigma fx, right? Sigma fx, for that we have to take the product of f and x, frequency and the score, right? So here, so f into x. So for the frequency 1, it is 1 into 1. Then 2 into 9, which is 18. Next, 36 into 3, 108. 84 into 4, which is 336. And 126 into 5, which is 630. And 126 into 6, 756. Next, 84 into 7. So here you will have 588, and 8 into 36 you'll have 288, and 9 into 9 81, and 1 into 10 10. These are the product of frequency and x, right? Therefore sigma fx, summation of all these effects, so 1 plus 18 plus 108, so you will have 2816, right? Sigma fx, sum of fx values. So which is 2816 as sigma fx, and sigma f means summation of frequencies. So 1 plus 9 plus, right? So you will have sigma f, so 1 plus 9, 10. So it is 46. Sigma f as 512. You will have 512, right? Therefore, mean of the given distribution is sigma fx by sigma f. We are using this formula, right? So 2816 by 512, right? Which is equal to 5.5 is mean of the given distribution, right? Hence, option C is the right answer. Question number 109. The probability that a person recovers from a disease is 0.8. What is the probability that exactly 2 persons out of 5 will recover from the disease? So students, here we are using the concept of P of X. So P of X is nothing but the probability that exactly 2 persons out of 5 will recover, right? So 2 persons out of 5 will recover. So let it be P of X. We are using the formula of P of X, which is NCX into P raised to X into Q raised to, so N minus X. Right? So keeping this in our mind. So what are these terms here? So here, so NCX. So what is NCX? So in which, so if you want to expand, so it is factorial N by N minus X factorial into X factorial, right? So here P raised to X is nothing but the probability of success for X trials, right? Here the success rate is 0.8. So we'll consider success rate, so P as, so which is 0.8, which is nothing but 8 out of 10, right? Success rate is 8 out of 10, whereas failure rate or the probability of failure for X trials, right? So let it be Q. So here, if 8 is the success rate out of 10, so failure rate will be 2 out of 10, right? So which is, yes, 2 out of 10. So here we need to find the probability that exactly 2 persons out of 5. So that means, so out of 5, if you want to pick 2 persons, right? So it becomes NCX. So here value of N is 5 and X is 2, right? So P of X becomes NCX, which is 5C2 into P raised to X. So P raised to X is the probability of success for X trials, right? Which is 8 out of 10 raised to 2, right? Into Q raised to. So Q is the probability, right, of failure for X trials, right? So failure for X trials is, so 2 by 10 raised to 3, right? 10 raised to 3. So which is N minus X is nothing but, so 5 minus 2, which is 3. So simplified, 5C2 is 5 into 4 by 2, which is 10. And 8 square by 10 square, which is 64 by 100. And 2 cube is 8 and 10 cube is 1000. Right? So 10 into 10. So here 64 into 8. So so 512 divided by 10,000. So P of X is 0.0512 is the probability, right? Is the probability that exactly 2 persons out of 5 will recover from the disease, right? If the success rate is 0.8, then the probability is option D. So 0.0512. Question number 10. Suppose that there is a chance for a newly constructed building to collapse, whether the design is faulty or not. The chance that the design is faulty is 10%. The chance that the building collapses is 90% if the design is faulty. Otherwise, it is 45%. If it is seen that the building has collapsed, then what is the probability that it is due to faulty design? So students, this question is based on Bayes' theorem, right? Let us consider the given data one by one. Here, the probability or the chance that the building or the design is faulty is 10%, right? Here we'll consider the success and failure rates, right? So success rate as P and failure rate as Q, right? Chance that the design is faulty is 10%. So Q is 10%, right? So in that 10%, right, the chance that the building collapses is 90%. So the building collapses is 95%. So building not collapses is the remaining 5%, right? So the chance that the design itself is faulty is 10%. So the design not faulty, so which is success rate is 90%. 90%, right? So here the building collapses, the chance that the building collapses in case of faulty design, right? Faulty design, it is 95%. So otherwise it is 45%. So otherwise it is 45% means if the the building is not faulty, right? The chance that the building collapses is 45%. So this is not for not faulty design. This is for faulty design, right? For not faulty design, the chance that building does not collapse is the remaining 55%, right? So I'll repeat once again. So the chance that building is not being faulty is 90% and the remaining 10% is the design is faulty, right? In this not faulty design, the chance that the building may collapse is 45% and chance that building cannot collapse is 55%. In faulty design, the chance that building may collapse is 95% and it doesn't collapse is 5%, right? Keeping this in our mind, so what is asked, if it is seen that the building has collapsed, right? If it is seen that building has collapsed, what is the probability that it is due to faulty design? So building has collapsed means, so it may be the case of 45%, right, or 95%. So the total chance that the building has collapsed is 45% and 95%. In that, what is the probability that it is due to faulty design? It is only due to faulty design. What is the probability, right? So for this, we are using Bayes theorem, right? Bayes theorem. Bayes theorem. It says the probability that, right? So the building collapses due to faulty design, due to faulty design. So we'll consider probability of collapsing, right? Due to faulty design, due to faulty design. So I'll consider this as P of, right, A by B. A by B is nothing but probability A will happen given evidence B has already happened. So B has already happened means the building has collapsed, right? The building is already collapsed. Here event means A will happen due to faulty design, right? The probability the building collapses is P of A, right, upon B, right? It is the total chance of building being collapsed is P of B, right, is equal to P of B by A into P of A. Here P of B by A is probability B will happen given evidence A has already happened, right? Into P of A is probability A will happen, right? So A will happen means due to faulty design, right? Divided by P of B, right? So considering the given case, we'll solve this, right? Here, so the chance of building being collapsed, right? So in both the cases, so in case of faulty design and not faulty design, right? So the probability that the building being collapsed is, so this will be in the denominator, that is P of B, right? Which is, so 10% of 95%, right? 10% of 95% means, so in this faulty design, there is a chance of building being collapsed is 95%. Therefore, it is right out of 10%, right? So 10% of 95%. Plus there is a chance of building being collapsed, right? Because in case of non-faulty design also, that is right 90% of 45%, right? 90% of 45%, right? Therefore, this is the chance of building being collapsed, which is in the denominator. In that, chance of building being collapsed due to faulty design, that's what we need. Due to faulty design, right? The chance of building being collapsed is 10% of 95%, right? Therefore, it is 10% of 95%, right? So here, chance of building collapsed due to faulty design, only due to faulty design, divided by, so building being collapsed, chance of or total chance of building, total chance of building being collapsed, right? So the formula of probability. So favorable outcomes are chance of building being collapsed due to faulty design, and total outcomes are nothing but total chance of building being collapsed. So now solve this. So here, so 10% into 95%, which is 10 by 100 into 95 by 100. Otherwise, you can directly cancel the percentage marks here. And in the denominator, we have 10 by 100 into 95 by 100 plus 90 by 100, into 45 by 100. So here we can cancel 100 into 100, 100 into 100, 100. All the denominator parts or LCM parts will get cancelled. So we have 950 by 950 plus 90 into 45, right? So 90 into 45 is 4050. So we have 950 by 5000, which is equal to 0.19, right? So the probability that the building being collapsed due to faulty design is 0.19. That is option B is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website at www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 111. If R is the coefficient of correlation between X and Y, then what is the correlation coefficient between 3X plus 4 and minus 3Y plus 3? So here, students, the coefficient of correlation is independent of scale and origin, right? Therefore, it remains the same, right? Since correlation coefficient is independent of, it doesn't depend on scale and origin, right? Independent of scale and origin, right? So it remains the same. It remains same. Therefore, here, so R is the coefficient of correlation between X and Y. Therefore, so between 3X plus 4 and minus 3Y plus 3, so correlation coefficient will be same, which is R, right? Hence, option B is the right answer. Question 112. A fair coin is tossed 6 times. What is the probability of getting a result in the sixth toss, which is different from those obtained in the first 5 tosses? So that means the probability of getting a result in 6 toss should be different, right? That means if you get first 5 tosses as heads, sixth toss should be a tail. Or if you get first 5 tosses as tails, sixth toss should be a head, right? What is the probability of getting the sixth toss a different toss, right? Different one, right? So here, for that, so when you toss a coin 6 times, right? So either you can get head or a tail, right? So in first toss, and also in each toss, either you can get head or tail, right? Therefore, so we'll consider the first case 1. So in which probability of getting a tail in first toss is 1 out of 2, right? So either you can get head or tail. Probability of getting a tail is only 1, right? So before going to that, the required probability. So in this particular case, the favorable outcomes are, so probability is nothing but, so ways of getting sixth toss, right, which is different. Sixth toss, which is different, is the favorable outcome, divided by the total outcomes is nothing but ways of getting one toss different out of 6. One toss different out of 6. Anywhere you can get the different toss, right? It's maybe in the first toss, second toss, third toss, anywhere, right? So in case 1, so probability of getting the different toss. So in this case, the different toss is tail, right? So the different phase is, the probability of getting different phase in first toss is 1 out of 2. Whereas in the second toss, it is again 1 out of 2. Probability of getting a tail in third toss is 1 out of 2. And fourth toss is also 1 out of 2. So in fifth toss, the probability of getting tail is 1 out of 2. And in the sixth toss, you may get a tail or head, that is also 1 out of 2. Therefore, here 1 by 64. So probability of getting different phase is 1 out of 64 tosses. Whereas in the second case also, in the second case, probability of getting head in first toss is 1 out of 2, 1 out of 2. So 1 by 2, 1 by 2, and also in the last. So it is 1 by 2. Therefore, it is 1 by 64, right? So here, which means out of 64 tosses, only in one toss you will get the different phase which is at last, right? Which is at last, its position is at last. Therefore, so here ways of getting 6th toss different as a different phases, there are two ways. Either you can get tail at last, that means last toss, or you can get head at last toss, right? And the remaining tosses are in first case which are heads, and in the second case which are tails. Therefore, there are two ways of getting different phases out of 64, right? Out of 64. Therefore, 2 by 64 is 1 by 32, right? So in 32, out of 32 tosses, in one toss, you will get different phase at the end, right? Therefore, option C is the right answer. Question 113. If H is the harmonic mean of three numbers, 10C4, 10C5, and 10C6, then what is the value of 270 by H? 270 by harmonic mean of three numbers. So for that, let us find the given three numbers. Let us find the value of given three numbers. 10C4 is 10 into 9 into 8 into 7, right? Divided by 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, right? So here 4 into 2 is 8, 2 will get cancelled, and 3 into 3 is 9. Therefore, it is 10 into 3 into 7, which is 210 is 10C4, right? So 10C4 is equal to 10C6. Both are same, right? 10C6. 10C6. Whereas 10C5 is equal to 10C5 because NCR is equal to NC N minus R. Right here 10C4 is equal to 10C 10 minus 4, which is 10C6. Therefore, 210 is equal to, or 10C6 is equal to 210, right? Whereas 10C5 is 10 into 9 into 8 into 7 into 6 by factorial 5, which is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? So 5 into 2, 2 will get cancelled, and 4 into 2, 3 into 3. Therefore, we have 3 into 2, 6. into 4, 42 into 6, which is 252. 10C5 is 252, right? So here we need harmonic mean of given three numbers. So here harmonic mean means so sum of the reciprocals of the given three numbers, right? So harmonic mean, before going to that we need arithmetic mean, right? So here if these three are numbers in harmonic progression, then arithmetic mean becomes so 1 by 210 plus 1 by 252 plus 1 by 210 by 3, right? Whereas harmonic mean is a reciprocal of arithmetic mean. Therefore, arithmetic mean, its reciprocal means 3 by 1 by 210 plus 1 by 252 plus 1 by 210. Simplify it. So harmonic mean H is equal to, here 210 into 252 is the LCM. This will go to numerator. So it becomes 3 into 210 into 252. And the denominator becomes, so here 252 plus 210 plus 252. Right? So here H is equal to, so 3 into 210 into 252 by the denominator is 714. So here the question is asked to find 270 by H. So we'll directly take 270 by H is equal to 270 by H is 3 into 210 into 252. So divided by 714, this will go to numerator, 714. So here students, 3 into 7, 3 into 9, and here 7 into 1, 7 into 2, right? So here we have 9 into 2 is 18 and into 8, right? So still we can go for, yes, 3 into 3, 9, 3 into 4. So 34 by 28. So still we can simplify. So 2 into 17 is 34, 2 into 14. So 17 by 14 is the answer. So 270 by H is 17 by 14, option C. Question 114. In a class, there are n students, including the students P and Q. What is the probability that P and Q sit together if seats are assigned randomly? So if seats are assigned randomly, so in how many ways n students can sit, right? So based on that, so the ways of arranging P and Q who are sitting together, right? So here the probability, so we'll write it first. Probability, the required probability that P and Q sit together is equal to, so ways in which, number of ways in which P and Q sit together divided by, so ways in which n students sit. So which is nothing but favorable outcomes by total outcomes. So here total outcomes are, so the number of ways in which n students are sitting, right? So out of those number of ways, in how many ways P and Q can sit together, right? So if there are n number of students, so they can sit together in factorial n ways. In factorial n ways, n students can sit. Whereas P and Q can sit together in how many ways? So here, if, for example, if there are n students, right? N students. So somewhere here is P and somewhere here is Q. So here P wants to sit with Q. That means P changes his position, right, to Q. So therefore, when P changes his position, so there are n minus 1 factorial ways of sitting n minus 1 students, right? Therefore, so n minus 1 factorial ways of sitting the remaining students, right? And even Q can sit with P. right? Therefore, in factorial two ways, both can sit together, right? Right? And in the same way, into factorial n minus 1, right, ways. Therefore, the favorable outcomes are factorial 2 into n minus 1 factorial, right? Therefore, so it is nothing but the ways in which P and Q sit together, right? So which is factorial 2 into the total number of ways. So in which the n minus 1 students sitting arrangement can be possible, which is n minus 1 factorial ways. Therefore, so the probability that P and Q can sit together is this much. So we'll simplify it. Here factorial 2 is 2 and here n minus 1 factorial and n minus 1 factorial in the denominator will get cancelled. So we have n, right, in the denominator. Therefore, 2 by n is the probability, right? Probability that P and Q sit together is, so 2 out of n students, right? Therefore, option B is the right answer. Question 115. In a binomial distribution B and P, n is equal to 6 and 9 into P, where success rate is 4, right? So x is equal to 4 is equal to P, x is equal to P of x is equal to 2. What is P equal to? So here in a binomial distribution, so here 9P in the sense, so 9 into, so 6C4. Right, and here the success rate is 4, that is P raised to 4. Therefore, the failure rate is Q raised to 2. Right, so out of 6, 4 is the success rate, so the remaining 2 is the failure rate, which is equal to, so P of x is equal to 2, that is 6C2 into, so in which success rate is 2, that is P raised to 2, and the remaining 4 are the failures, that is Q raised to 4. So we need to find value of P, right? Here 6C4 is equal to 6C2, right? Because NCR is equal to NC n minus R. Therefore, we can cancel 6C4 and 6C2. Therefore, we have 9. So, P raised to 4 by P raised to 2 is P raised to 2. 9P square is equal to Q square. Right? That means P by Q is equal to, or P square by Q square is 1 by 9. So, P by Q is equal to 1 by 3. Or you can write it as P is to Q as 1 is to 3. Right? Here we need value of P. So out of 4, 1 is value of P, right? And out of 4, 3 is value of Q. That means P is equal to 1 by 4, Q is equal to 3 by 4, 3 upon 4. Or you can consider it as P as Q by 3 or Q as 3P. Q as 3P, right? So P is 1 by 4 and Q is 3 by 4. Here the question is to find P, right? So P is equal to 1 by 4. Option A is the right answer. Question 116. Consider the following for the next 5 questions that follow. 3 boys P, Q, R and 3 girls S, T, U are to be arranged in a row for a group photograph. What is the probability that all 3 boys sit together? So students, so here we'll consider 6 persons. So P, Q, R, 3 boys and 3 girls, right? S, T, U, right? So here in how many ways these 3 boys can sit together, right? At first, so in first 3 places, they can sit in factorial 3 ways, like PRQ or QPR, right? Or QRP. So in such a way, so in factorial 3 ways, right? So they can occupy first 3 places, right? So, right, whereas the girls, right? So the arrangement of these girls, so the 3 girls, including the arrangement of the boys' position. So we can together take the 4 persons together, right? 3 girls and this arrangement, first 3 boys arrangement. So this arrangement can be possible in factorial 4 ways. That means, so even 3 girls can sit first. So after that, 4th, 5th, and 6th places can be occupied by 3 boys, right? Or, right? Therefore, in factorial 3 into factorial 4 ways, 3 boys can sit together, right? That is nothing but the favorable outcome, right? Therefore, probability here, the favorable outcome is nothing but factorial 3 into factorial 4 ways, right? Ways in which 3 boys can sit together. 3 boys sit together, right? This is the favorable outcome divided by total outcome. So here totally there are 6 persons. So in how many ways they can sit, right? In factorial 6 ways, right? Therefore, factorial 6 ways in which 6 persons sit together. Sit, right? 6 persons can sit. So out of factorial 6 ways, right? In factorial 3 into factorial 4 ways, 3 boys can sit together, right? Therefore, factorial 3 into factorial 4, simplify it. So 3 into 2 into 4 into 3 into 2. So we'll avoid 1 here. So factorial 6 is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? So 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2 will get cancelled. So here we have 3 into 2, 2, 2 will get cancelled. So we have 1 by 5 as the probability that all 3 boys sit together. 1 by 5, right? 1 by 5 as the answer. Option A. Question 117. What is the probability that boys and girls sit alternatively? So here again we'll consider 3 boys and 3 girls. P, Q, R and STU. Right? So the ways in which the boys can sit alternatively. So that means the first boy P can occupy the first place, right? So next will be a girl, then Q occupies, next will be again a girl, then R occupies, then will be again a girl, right? So in how many ways again? So here, so Q can occupy the first place, then S, then P, then T, then R, then U, right? So if you focus on boys, in factorial 3 ways, right? They can sit alternatively, right? And when you consider girls, so if you consider S as in the first place, then comes P, then T, then Q, then U, then R, right? So in this way, in factorial 3 ways, girls can sit alternatively, right? But so in first case, in factorial 3 ways, we have taken the first place is for boys, right? So if you take first place as girls here, right? So in this case also, so the boy will be at last, right? Therefore, so the ways in which boys and girls sit alternatively is factorial 3 into factorial 3 into factorial 2, right? So they can sit alternatively is equal to, so boys can sit in factorial 3 ways and girls can sit in factorial 3 ways and both of them can sit in factorial 2 ways, right? So whereas total ways of sitting, the total ways of sitting is equal to, so there are 6 persons, right? So 3 boys and 3 girls. So they can sit in factorial 6 ways. Therefore, the required probability is equal to, so the favorable outcomes is nothing but ways in which they can sit alternatively. That is factorial 3 into factorial 3 into factorial 2 by factorial 6 by total outcomes, right? So simplify it. So 3 into 2 into 3 into 2 into 2 by 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? 2, 1. We just avoid 1 here. So 3 into 2 will get cancelled. So 2 into 2 and so 2 will get cancelled and 3 into 2 is 6. So we have 1 by, so 5 into 2 is 10. 1 by 10 is the probability of the boys and girls sit together, right? Sorry, not together, sit alternatively, right? So 1 by 10, option B is the right answer, right? The probability that boys and girls sit alternatively is 1 by 10. Question 118. What is the probability that no two girls sit together? So for that, we'll consider the positions of boys here. So no two girls sit together means after each girl, there should be a boy, right? So immediately after one girl, there should be a boy, right? So that means positions for girls, right? So maybe here before P, then after P, then after Q, right? Or after P, after Q, and after R, right? Therefore, we have to consider the four positions, right? So P, Q, R, and these four positions to be considered, right, for the girls, right? So out of four, we have to choose three positions for three girls, right? Therefore, probability that no two girls sit together. So for that, we'll consider in which ways in which no two girls sit together. No two girls sit together is equal to, so out of four positions, so these girls can occupy three positions, right? In how many ways? 4p3 ways, right? Into, so at the same time, these boys can interchange their positions. So in how many ways? In factorial 3 ways, right? So at the same time, when girls are occupying their positions alternatively, so boys also are occupying their positions in factorial 3 ways. Therefore, ways in which no two girls sit together is 4p3 into factorial 3 ways, and the total ways of sitting. So the total ways of sitting 6 persons is factorial 3 ways, right? Therefore, favorable outcomes are 4p3 into factorial 3, and the total outcomes are factorial 6. Therefore, probability, right? Required probability, right, that no two girls sit together is equal to, so favorable outcome by total outcome, so which is 4p3 into factorial 3 by factorial 6. So simplify it. So 4p3, which is 432, so into factorial 3 is 3 into 2 into 1 by factorial 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? Into 2 into 1. So 3 to 1, 3 to 1 will get cancelled. 4 and 4 will get cancelled. So 3 into 2 and 2 and 2 will get cancelled. Therefore, we have 1 by 5 is the probability that no two girls sit together. So option D is the right answer. Question 119. What is the probability that P and Q take the two end positions? So out of 6 persons, so positions for P and Q will be in how many ways? So P can take the first position, Q can take the last position, or Q can take the first position, or P can take the last position, right? Therefore, in two ways, or in factorial 2 ways, P and Q can take the two end positions, right? So when they are taking their two end positions, the remaining persons in between, so there are 4 persons, right? So R, S, T, and U, right? These 4 persons can interchange their position in how many ways? R, S, T, U. So 4 persons can interchange their positions in factorial 4 ways. Therefore, total ways in which P and Q can take their end position is factorial 2 into factorial 4 ways, right? Therefore, so ways in which P and Q can take so two end positions is equal to, so P and Q can take their end position in factorial 2 ways, and the remaining 4 persons can take their positions in factorial 4 ways. Therefore, so total ways in which P and Q can take their end position is factorial 2 into factorial 4, right? And the total ways of sitting or total outcome, right? So is equal to, so there are 6 persons, which is 6 ways, 6 factorial ways, right? As we have discussed in the previous questions. So here also the probability is equal to the favorable outcomes by total outcomes. So factorial 2 into factorial 4 by factorial 6, right? Therefore, so 2 into 4 into 3 into 2 by 6 factorial. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2 will get cancelled. And 2 into 3 is 6. So 1 by 15, right, is the probability that P and Q can take two end positions, right? Therefore, so option A is the right answer. Question 120, the last question. What is the probability that Q and U sit together, right? So here, again, we'll consider 6 persons, P, Q, R and S, T, U, right? So Q and U. So we'll pick Q and U. They can sit together in how many ways? So if you consider Q and U as the first two positions, right? So they can sit together, right, in first two positions in factorial two ways. In factorial two ways. So only in first two positions. Whereas the remaining persons, so P, R, then ST, right? So remaining 4 persons, right? So including the first two persons, right? Q and U. So totally there are 5 places, right? So places of P, R, S and T, and a place of Q and U who are sitting together. There are 5 places. So they can arrange their places in factorial 5 ways. Right? So while sitting together, Q and U can sit in factorial 2 ways. Right? So along with them, right, including their positions, so P, R, S, T and along with Q and U, they can change their positions in factorial 5 ways. Therefore, so Q and U sit together in factorial 2 into factorial 5 ways out of factorial 6 ways, right? Therefore, probability, the required probability is equal to, so ways in which Q and U sit together by total ways of sitting. Total ways of sitting. So is equal to, so Q and U can sit together in factorial 2 into factorial 5 ways, and all 6 persons can sit in factorial 6 ways, right? Therefore, so it is favorable outcome by total outcome. Simplify it. So 2 factorial is 2. 5 factorial is 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So this will get cancelled with the 6 factorial, right? So 3 into 2 into 1. And in 6 factorial, we have 6 into 5 into 4, 3, 2, 1. So this part, 5 factorial part will get cancelled with the denominator, and 2 into 3 is 6. Therefore, we have 1 by 3 as the probability that Q and U sit together, right? So out of 3 ways, in one way, Q and U will be sitting together, right? So that's what the meaning. Therefore, option D is the right answer, right? With this, I am completing this paper, students. If you want to practice all the questions from this paper and many more entrance exam question papers, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. I wish you all the very best for your future exams.